Preface of Opening a Chestnut Burr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. Preface. In sending this, my fourth venture, out upon the uncertain waters of public opinion, I shall say but few words of preface. In the past I have received considerable well-deserved criticism from the gentlemen of the caustic pen, but so far from having any hard feeling toward them, I have rather wondered that they found so much to say that was favorable. How they will judge this simple October story, if they think it worth while to judge at all, I leave to the future, and turn to those for whom this book was really written. In fancy I see them around the glowing hearth in quiet homes, such as I have tried to describe in the following pages, and hope that this newcomer will be welcomed for the sake of those that preceded it. Possibly it may make friends of its own. From widely separated parts of the country, and from almost every class, I have received many a cordial assurances that my former books were sources not only of pleasure but also of help and benefit, and I am deeply grateful for the privilege of unobtrusively entering so many households and saying words on that subject which is inseparable from happiness in both worlds. I think the purpose of the book will become apparent to the reader. The incidents and characters are mainly imaginary. Observation has shown me that there are many in the world like my hero, whose condition can be illustrated by the following lines: "Were some great ships all out of stores when halfway o'er the sea, fit emblem of too many lives, such vessels doomed would be. Must there not be something fatally wrong in that scheme of life which finds an air of eternity weary, listless, discouraged, while yet in the dawning of existence? It is not in perishing things merely to give back the lost zest, but a glad zest and hopefulness might be inspired even in the most jaded and ennui cursed, were there in our homes such simple, truthful natures as that of my heroine, and in the sphere of quiet homes, not elsewhere, I believe that woman can best rule and save the world." Highland Falls, New York, September, 1874. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. A Hero, but Not Heroic. "Shall I ever be strong in mind or body again?" said Walter Gregory, with irritation, as he entered a crowded Broadway omnibus. The person thus querying so despairingly with himself was a man not far from 30 years of age, but the lines of care were furrowed so deeply on his handsome face that dismal lowering morning, the 1st of October, that he seemed much older. Having wedged himself in between two burly forms that suggested thrift downtown and good cheer on the avenue, he appears meager and shrunken in contrast. He is tall and thin, his face white and drawn. Instead of being ruddy with health's rich, warm blood, there is scarcely anything remaining to remind one of the period of youth, so recently vanished. Neither is there dignity nor the consciousness of strength that should come with maturer years. His heavy, light-colored mustache and pallid face gave him the aspect of a blasé man of the world, who had exhausted himself and life at an age when wisely directed manhood should be just entering on its richest pleasures. And such an opinion of him, with some hopeful exceptions and indications, would be correct. The expression of irritation and self-disgust still remaining on his face as the stage rumbles downtown is a hopeful sign. His soul at least is not surrounded by a Chinese wall of conceit. However perverted his nature may be, it is not a shallow one, and he evidently has a painful sense of the wrongs committed against it. Though his square jaw and the curve of his lip indicate firmness, one could not look upon his contracted brow and half despairing expression as he sits oblivious of all surroundings, without thinking of a ship drifting helplessly and in distress. There are encouraging possibilities in the fact that from those windows of the soul, his eyes, a troubled rather than an evil spirit looks out. A close observer would see at a glance that he was not a good man, but he might also note that he was not content with being a bad one. There was little of the rigid pride and sinister hardness or the conceit often seen on the faces of men of the world who have spent years in spoiling their manhood. and the sensual phase of coarse dissipation was quite wanting. You will find in artificial metropolitan society many men so emasculated that they are quite vain of being blasé, fools that with conscious superiority smile disdainfully at those still possessing simple, wholesome tastes for things which they, in their indescribable accent, characterize as a bore. But Walter Gregory looked like one who had early found the dregs of evil life very bitter, and his face was like that of nature when smitten with untimely frosts. He reached his office at last, and wearily sat down to the routine work at his desk. Instead of the intent and interested look with which a young and healthy man would naturally enter on his business, he showed rather a dogged resolution to work, whether he felt like it or not, and with harsh disregard of his physical weakness. The world will never cease witnessing the wrongs that men commit against each other, but perhaps if the wrongs and cruelties that people inflict on themselves should be summed up, the painful aggregate would be much larger. As Gregory sat bending over his writing, rather from weakness than from a stooping habit, his senior partner came in, and was evidently struck by the appearance of feebleness on the part of the young man. The unpleasant impression haunted him, for having looked over his letters he came out of his private office and again glanced uneasily at the colorless face, which gave evidence that only sheer force of will was spurring a failing hand and brain to their tasks. At last Mr. Burnett came and laid his hand on his junior partner's shoulder, saying kindly, "Come, Gregory, drop your work. You are ill. The strain upon you has been too long and severe. The worst is over now, and we are going to pull through better than I expected. Don't take the matter so bitterly to heart. I admit myself that the operation promised well at first. You were misled, and so were we all, by downright deception. That the swindle was imposed on us through you was more your misfortune than your fault, and it will make you a keener business man in the future. You have worked like a galley slave all summer to retrieve matters, and have taken no vacation at all. You must take one now immediately, or you will break down altogether. Go off to the woods, fish, hunt, follow your fancies, and the bracing October air will make a new man of you." "I thank you very much," Gregory began. "I suppose I do need rest. In a few days, however, I can leave better." "No," interrupted Mr. Burnett, with hearty emphasis. "Drop everything. As soon as you finish that letter, be off. Don't show your face here again till November." "I thank you for your interest in me," said Gregory, rising. "Indeed, I believe it would be good economy, for if I don't feel better soon I shall be of no use here or anywhere else." "That's it," said old Mr. Burnett, kindly. "Sick and blue, they go together. Now be off to the woods and send me some game. I won't inquire too sharply whether you brought it down with lead or silver." Gregory soon left the office and made his arrangements to start on his trip early the next morning. His purpose was to make a brief visit to the home of his boyhood, and then to go wherever a vagrant fancy might lead. The ancestral place was no longer in his family, though he was spared the pain of seeing it in the hands of strangers. It had been purchased a few years since by an old and very dear friend of his deceased father, a gentleman named Walton. It had so happened that Gregory had rarely met his father's friend, who had been engaged in business at the West, and of his family he knew little more than that there were two daughters, one who had married a Southern gentleman, and the other, much younger, living with her father. Gregory had been much abroad as the European agent of his house, and it was during such absence that Mr. Walton had retired from business and purchased the old Gregory homestead. The young man felt sure, however, that though a comparative stranger himself, he would, for his father's sake, be a welcome visitor at the home of his childhood. At any rate, he determined to test the matter. For the moment he found himself at liberty, he felt a strange and eager longing to revisit the scenes of the happiest portion of his life. He had meant to pay such a visit in the previous spring, soon after his arrival from Europe, when his elation at being made partner in the house which he so long had served as clerk reached almost the point of happiness. Among those who had welcomed him back was a man a little older than himself, who in his absence had become known as a successful operator in Wall Street. They had been intimate before Gregory went abroad, and the friendship was renewed at once. Gregory prided himself on his knowledge of the world, and was not by nature inclined to trust hastily. And yet he did place implicit confidence in Mr. Hunting, regarding him as a better man than himself. Hunting was an active member of a church, and his name figured on several charities. while Gregory had almost ceased to attend any place of worship, and spent his money selfishly upon himself or foolishly upon others, giving only as prompted by impulse. Indeed, his friend had occasionally ventured to remonstrate with him against his tendencies to dissipation, saying that a young man of his prospects should not damage them for the sake of passing gratification. Gregory felt the force of these words, for he was exceedingly ambitious and bent upon accumulating wealth, and at the same time making a brilliant figure in business circles. In addition to the ordinary motives which would naturally lead him to desire such success, he was incited by a secret one more powerful than all the others combined. Before going abroad, when but a clerk, he had been the favored suitor of a beautiful and accomplished girl. Indeed, the understanding between them almost amounted to an engagement, and he reveled in a passionate romantic attachment at an age when the blood is hot, the heart enthusiastic, and when not a particle of worldly cynicism and adverse experience had taught him to moderate his rose-hued anticipations. She seemed the embodiment of goodness, as well as beauty and grace, for did she not repress his tendencies to be a little fast? Did she not, with more than sisterly solicitude, counsel him to shun certain florid youth, whose premature blossoming indicated that they might early run to seed? And did he not, in consequence, cut Guy Bonner the jolliest fellow he had ever known? Indeed, more than all, had she not ventured to talk religion to him, so that for a time he had regained himself as in a very hopeful frame of mind, and had been inclined to take a mission class in the same school with herself? How lovely and angelic she had once appeared, stooping in elegant costume from her social height to the little ragamuffins of the street that sat gaping around her. As he gazed adoringly while waiting to be her resort home, his young heart had swelled with the impulse to be good and noble also. But one day she caused him to drop out of his roseate clouds. With much sweetness and resignation, and with appropriate sighs, she had said that it was her painful duty to tell him that their intimacy must cease, that she had received an offer from Mr. Grobb, and that her parents, and indeed all her friends, had urged her to accept him. She had been led to feel that with their riper experience and knowledge of life knew what was best for her, and therefore she had yielded to their wishes and accepted the offer. She was beginning to add in a sentimental tone that had she only followed the impulses of her heart, when Gregory, at first too stunned and bewildered to speak, recovered his senses and interrupted with, "Please don't speak of your heart, Miss Bently. Why mention so small a matter? Go on with your little transaction by all means. I am a business man myself, and can readily understand your motives." And he turned on his heel and strode from the room, leaving Miss Bently ill at ease. The young man's first expression of having received, as it were, a staggering blow, and then his bitter satire, made an impression on her cotton and wool nature, and for a time her proceedings with Mr. Grobb did not wear the aspect in which they had been presented by her friends. But her little world so confidently and continually reiterated the statement that she was making "a splendid match," that her qualms vanished, and she felt that what all asserted must be true, and so entered on the gorgeous preparations as if the wedding were all and the man nothing. It is the custom to satirize or bitterly denounce such girls, but perhaps they are rather to be pitied. They are the natural products of artificial society, wherein wealth, show, and the social eminence which is based on dress and establishment are held out as the prizes of a woman's existence. The only wonder is that so much heart and truth assert themselves among those who all their life have seen wealth practically worshiped, and worth, ungilded, generally ignored. From ultra fashionable circles a girl is often seen developing into the noblest womanhood, while narrow, mercenary natures are often found where far better things might have been expected. If such girls as Miss Bently could only be kept in quiet obscurity, like a bale of merchandise till wanted, it would not be so bad. But some of them are such brilliant belles and incorrigible coquettes that they are like certain Wall Street speculators who threaten to "break the street" in making their own fortunes. Some natures can receive a fair lady's refusal with a good natured shrug, as merely the result of a bad venture, and hope for better luck next time. But to a great number this is impossible, especially if they are played with and deceived. Walter Gregory preeminently belonged to the latter class. In early life he had breathed the very atmosphere of truth, and his tendency to sincerity ever remained the best element of his character. His was one of those fine fibered natures most susceptible to injury. Up to this time his indiscretions had only been those of foolish, thoughtless youth, while aiming at the standard of manliness and style in vogue among his city companions. High spirited young fellows, not early braced by principle, must pass through this phase as in babyhood they cut their teeth. If there is true metal in them, and they are not perverted by exceptionally bad influences, they outgrow the idea that to be fast and foolish is to be men, as naturally as they do their roundabouts. What a man does is often not so important as the state of the heart that prompts the act. In common parlance, Walter was as good hearted a fellow as ever breathed. Indeed, he was really inclined to noble enthusiasms. If Miss Bently had been what he imagined her, she might have led him swiftly and surely into true manhood. But she was only an adept at pretty seeming with him, and when Mr. Grobb offered her his vast wealth, with himself as the only encumbrance, she acted promptly and characteristically. But perhaps it can be safely said that in no den of iniquity in the city could Walter Gregory have received such moral injury as poisoned his very soul when, in Mr. Bently's elegant and respectable parlor, the angel he worshiped explained how she was situated, and, from a "sense of duty," stated her purpose to yield to the wishes of her friends. Gregory had often seen Mr. Grobb, but had given him no thought, supposing him some elderly relative of the family. That this was the accepted suitor of the girl who had, with tender, meaning glances, sung for him sentimental ballads, who had sweetly talked to him of religion and mission work, seemed a monstrous perversion. Call it unjust, unreasonable if you will. Yet it was the most natural thing in the world for one possessing his sensitive, intense nature to pass into harsh, bitter cynicism, and to regard Miss Bently as a typical girl of the period. A young man is far on the road to evil when he loses faith in woman. During the formative period of character she is of earthly influences the most potent in making or marring him. A kind refusal where no false encouragement has been given often does a man good and leaves his faith intact. But an experience similar to that of young Gregory is like putting into a fountain that which may stain and embitter the waters of the stream in all its length. At the early age of 22 he became what is usually understood by the phrase, "a man of the world." Still his moral nature could not sink into the depths without many a bitter outcry against its wrongs. It was with no slight effort that he drowned the memory of his early home and its good influences. During the first 2 or 3 years he occasionally had periods of passionate remorse, and made spasmodic efforts toward better things. But they were made in human strength, and in view of the penalties of evil rather than because he was enamored of the right. Some special temptation would soon sweep him away into the old life, and thus, because of his broken promises and repeated failures, he at last lost faith in himself also, and lacked that self respect without which no man can cope successfully with his evil nature and an evil world. Living in a boarding house with none of the restraints and purifying influences of a good home, he formed intimacies with brilliant but unscrupulous young men. The theater became his church, and at last the code of his fast, fashionable set was that which governed his life. He avoided gross, vulgar dissipation, both because his nature revolted at it and also on account of his purpose to permit nothing to interfere with his prospects of advancement in business. He meant to show Miss Bently that she had made a bad business speculation after all. Thus ambition became the controlling element in his character, and he might have had a worse one. Moreover, in all his moral debasement he never lost a decided tendency toward truthfulness and honesty. He would have starved rather than touch anything that did not belong to him, nor would he allow himself to deceive in matters of business, and it was upon these points that he especially prided himself. Gregory's unusual business ability, coupled with his knowledge of French and German, led to his being sent abroad as agent of his firm. 5 years of life in the materialistic and skeptical atmosphere of Continental cities confirmed the evil tendencies which were only too well developed before he left his own land. He became what so many appear to be in our day, a practical materialist and atheist. Present life and surroundings, present profit and pleasure were all in all. He ceased to recognize the existence of a soul within himself having distinct needs and interests. His thoughts centered wholly in the comfort and pleasures of the day and in that which would advance his ambitious schemes. His skepticism was not intellectual and in reference to the Bible and its teachings, but practical and in reference to humanity itself. He believed that with few exceptions men and women lived for their own profit and pleasure, and that religion and creeds were matters of custom and fashion, or an accident of birth. Only the reverence in which religion had been held in his early home kept him from sharing fully in the contempt which the gentlemen he met abroad seemed to have for it. He could not altogether despise his mother's faith, but he regarded her as a gentle enthusiast, haunted by sacred traditions. The companionships which he had formed led him to believe that unless influenced by some interested motive, a liberal minded man of the world must of necessity outgrow these things. With the self deception of his kind, he thought he was broad and liberal in his views, when in reality he had lost all distinction between truth and error, and was narrowing his mind down to things only. Jew or Gentile, Christian or pagan, it was becoming all one to him. Men changed their creeds and religions with other fashions, but all looked after what they believed to be the main chance, and he proposed to do the same. As time passed on, however, he began to admit to himself that it was strange that in making all things bend to his pleasure he did not secure more. He wearied of certain things. Stronger excitements were needed to spur his jaded senses. His bets, his stakes at cards grew heavier, his pleasures more gross, till a delicate organization so revolted at its wrongs and so chastised him for excess that he was deterred from self gratification in that direction. Some men's bodies are a means of grace to them. Coarse dissipation is a physical impossibility, or swift suicide in a very painful form. Young Gregory found that only in the excitement of the mind could he hope to find continued enjoyment. His ambition to accumulate wealth and become a brilliant business man most accorded with his tastes and training, and on these objects he gradually concentrated all his energies, seeking only in club rooms and places of fashionable resort recreation from the strain of business. He recognized that the best way to advance his own interests was to serve his employers well, and this he did so effectively that at last he was made a partner in the business, and, with a sense of something more like pleasure than he had known for a long time, returned to New York and entered upon his new duties. As we have said, among those who warmly greeted and congratulated him was Mr. Hunting. They gradually came to spend much time together, and business and money getting were their favorite themes. Gregory saw that his friend was as keen on the track of fortune as himself, and that he had apparently been much more successful. Mr. Hunting intimated that after one reached the charmed inner circle, Wall Street was a perfect El Dorado, and seemed to take pains to drop occasional suggestions as to how an investment shrewdly made by one with his favored point of observation often secured in a day a larger return than a year of plodding business. These remarks were not lost on Gregory, and the wish became very strong that he might share in some of the splendid hits by which his friend was accumulating so rapidly. Usually Mr. Hunting was very quiet and self possessed, but one evening in May he came into Gregory's rooms in a manner indicating not a little excitement and elation. "Gregory," he exclaimed, "I am going to make my fortune." "Make your fortune! You are as rich as Croesus now." "The past will be as nothing. I've struck a mine rather than a vein." "It's a pity some of your friends could not share in your luck." "Well, a few can. This is so large and such a good thing that I have concluded to let a few intimates go in with me. Only all must keep very quiet about it." And he proposed an operation that seemed certain of success as he explained it. Gregory concluded to put into it nearly all he had independent of his investment in the firm, and also obtained permission to interest his partners, and to procure an interview between them and Mr. Hunting. The scheme looked so very plausible that they were drawn into it also. But Mr. Burnett took Gregory aside and said, "After all, we must place a great deal of confidence in Mr. Hunting's word in this matter. Are you satisfied that we can safely do so?" "I would stake my life on his word in this case," said Gregory eagerly, "and I pledge all I have put in the firm on this truth." This was the last flicker of his old enthusiasm and trust in anybody or anything, including himself. With almost the skill of genius, Mr. Hunting adroitly, within the limits of the law, swindled them all, and made a vast profit out of their losses. The transaction was not generally known, but even some of the hardened gamblers of the street said it was too bad. But the bank officers with whom Burnett & Co. did business knew about it, and if it had not been for their lenience and aid the firm would have failed. As it was, it required a struggle of months to regain the solid ground of safety. At first the firm was suspicious of Gregory, and disposed to blame him very much, but when he proved to them that he had lost his private means by Hunting's treachery, and insisted on making over to them all his right and title to the property he had invested with them, they saw that he was no confederate of the swindler, but that he had suffered more than any of them. He had, indeed. He had lost his ambition. The large sum of money that was to be the basis of the immense fortune he had hoped to amass was gone. He had greatly prided himself on his business ability, but had signalized his entrance on his new and responsible position by being overreached and swindled in a transaction that had impoverished himself and almost ruined his partners. He grew very misanthropic, and was quite as bitter against himself as against others. In his estimation, people were either cloaking their evil or had not been tempted, and he felt after Hunting dropped the mask that he would never trust any one again. It may be said all this is very unreasonable. Yes, it is, but then people will judge the world by their own experience of it, and some natures are more easily warped by wrong than others. No logic can cope with feeling and prejudice. Because of his own misguided life and the wrong he had received from others, Walter Gregory was no more able to form a correct estimate of society than one color blind is to judge of the tints of flowers. And yet he belonged to that class who claim preeminently to know the world. Because he thought he knew it so well, he hated and despised it, and himself as part of it. The months that followed his great and sudden downfall dragged their slow length along. He worked early and late, without thought of sparing himself. If he could only see what the firm had lost through him made good, he did not care what became of himself. Why should he? There was little in the present to interest him, and the future looked, in his depressed, morbid state, as monotonous and barren as the sands of a desert. Seemingly he had exhausted life, and it had lost all zest for him. But while his power to enjoy had gone, not so his power to suffer. His conscience was uneasy, and told him in a vague way that something was wrong. Reason, or more correctly speaking, instinct, condemned his life as a wretched blunder. He had lived for his own enjoyment, and now, when but half through life, what was there for him to enjoy? As in increasing weakness he dragged himself to the office on a sultry September day, the thought occurred to him that the end was nearer than he expected. "Let it come," he said bitterly. "Why should I live?" The thought of his early home recurred to him with increasing frequency, and he had a growing desire to visit it before his strength failed utterly. Therefore it was with a certain melancholy pleasure that he found himself at liberty, through the kindness of his partners, to make this visit, and at the season, too, when his boyish memories of the place, like the foliage, would be most varied and vivid. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 2. Opening a Chestnut Burr. If the reader could imagine a man visiting his own grave, he might obtain some idea of Walter Gregory's feelings as he took the boat which would land him not far from his early home. And yet, so different was he from the boy who had left that home 15 years before, that it was almost the same as if he were visiting the grave of a brother who had died in youth. Though the day was mild, a fresh bracing wind blew from the west. Shielding himself from this on the after deck, he half reclined, on account of his weakness, in a position from which he could see the shores and passing vessels upon the river. The swift gliding motion, the beautiful and familiar scenery, the sense of freedom from routine work, and the crisp, pure air that seemed like a delicate wine, all combined to form a mystic lever that began to lift his heart out of the depths of despondency. A storm had passed away, leaving not a trace. The October sun shone in undimmed splendor, and all nature appeared to rejoice in its light. The waves, with their silver crests, seemed chasing one another in mad glee. The sailing vessels, as they tacked to and fro across the river under the swift western breeze, made the water foam about their blunt prows, and the white-winged gulls wheeled in graceful circles overhead. There was a sense of movement and life that was contagious. Gregory's dull eyes kindled with something like interest, and then he thought, "The storm lowered over these sunny shores yesterday. The gloom of night rested upon these waters but a few hours since. Why is it that nature can smile and be glad the moment the shadow passes, and I cannot? Is there no sunlight for the soul? I seem as if entering a cave that grows colder and darker at every step, and no gleam shines at the further end, indicating that I may pass through it and out into the light again. Thus letting his fancy wander at will, at times half dreaming and half waking, he passed the hours that elapsed before the boat touched at a point in the highlands of the Hudson, his destination. Making a better dinner than he had enjoyed for a long time, and feeling stronger than for weeks before, he started for the place that now of all the world had for him the greatest attraction. There was no marked change in the foliage as yet, but only a deepening of color, like a flush on the cheek of beauty. As he was driving along the familiar road, farmhouse and grove, and even tree, rock, and thicket began to greet him as with the faces of old friends. At last he saw, nestling in a wild, picturesque valley, the quaint outline of his former home. His heart yearned toward it, and he felt that next to his mother's face no other object could be so welcome. "Slower, please," he said to the driver. Though his eyes were moist and at times dim with tears, not a feature of the scene escaped him. When near the gateway he sprung out with a lightness that he would not have believed possible the day before, and said, "Come for me at 5." For a little time he stood leaning on the gate. Two children were playing on the lawn, and it almost seemed to him that the elder, a boy of about 10 years, might be himself, and he a passing stranger who had merely stopped to look at the pretty scene. "Oh, that I were a boy like that one there! Oh, that I were here again as of old!" he sighed. "How unchanged it all is, and I so changed! It seems as if the past were mocking me. That must be I there, playing with my little sister. Mother must be sewing in her cheery south room, and father surely is taking his after dinner nap in the library. Can it be that they are all dead save me, and that this is but a beautiful mirage?" He felt that he could not meet any one until he became more composed, and so passed on up the valley. Before turning away he noticed that a lady come out at the front door. The children joined her, and they started for a walk. Looking wistfully on either side, Gregory soon came to a point where the orchard extended to the road. A well remembered fall pippin tree hung its laden boughs over the fence, and the fruit looked so ripe and golden in the slanting rays of October sunlight that he determined to try one of the apples and see if it tasted as of old. As he climbed upon a wall, a loose stone fell, clattering down, and rolled into the road. He did not notice this, but an old man dozing in the porch of a little house opposite did. As Gregory reached up his cane to detach from its spray a great yellow cheeked fellow, his hand was arrested, and he was almost startled off his perch by such a volley of oaths as shocked even his hardened ears. Turning gingerly around so as not to lose his footing, he faced this masked battery that had opened so unexpectedly upon him, and saw a white-haired old man balancing himself on one crutch and brandishing the other at him. "Stop knocking down that wall and filling the road with stuns, you!" shouted the venerable man in tones that indicated anything but the calmness of age. "Let John Walton's apples alone, you thief! What do you mean by robbing in broad daylight, right under a man's nose?" Gregory saw that he had a character to deal with, and to divert his mind from thoughts that were growing too painful, determined to draw the old man out. So he said, "Is not taking things so openly a rather honest way of robbing?" "Sit down, I tell yer," cried the guardian of the orchard. "Suppose 'tis robbin' arter all. So now move on, and none of your cussed impudence." "But you call them John Walton's apples," said Gregory, eating one with provoking coolness. "What have you got to do with them, and why should you care?" "Now look here, stranger, you're an infernal mean cuss to ask such questions. Ain't John Walton my neighbor, and a good neighbor too? D'ye suppose a well-meanin' man like myself would stand by and see a neighbor robbed, and of all other things, John Walton? Don't you know that robbing a good man brings bad luck, you thunderin' fool?" "But I've always had bad luck, so I needn't stop on that account," retorted Gregory from the fence. "I believe it, and you allers will," vociferated the old man, "and I'll tell yer why. I know from the cut of your jib that yer allers been eatin' forbidden fruit. If yer lived now a good square life like Squire Walton and me, you'd have no reason to complain of your luck. If I could get a clip at yer with this crutch, I'd give yer suthin' else to complain of. If yer had any decency, you wouldn't stand there a jibbin' at a lame old man." Gregory took off his hat with a polite bow and said, "I beg your pardon. I was under the impression that you were doing the cussin'. I shall come and see you soon, for somehow it does me good to have you swear at me. I only wish I had as good a friend in the world as Mr. Walton has in you." With these words he sprung from the fence on the orchard side and made his way to the hill behind the Walton residence, leaving the old man mumbling and muttering in a very profane manner.
Like enough it was somebody visitin' at the Waltons, and I've made a fool of myself after all. What's worse, that poor little Miss Eulie will hear I've been swearin' again, and there'll be another awful prayin' time. What a cussed old fool I be to promise to quit swearin'. I know I can't. What's the good o' stoppin'? It's inside, and might as well come out. The Lord knows I don't mean no disrespect to him. It's only one of my ways. He knows well enough that I'm a good neighbor, and what's the harm in a little cussin'?" And so the strange old man talked on to himself in the intervals between long pulls at his pipe. By the time Gregory reached the top of the hill his strength was quite exhausted, and panting he sat down on the sunny side of a thicket of cedars, for the late afternoon was growing chilly. Beneath him lay the one oasis in a desert world. With an indescribable blending of pleasure and pain, he found himself tracing with his eye every well remembered path and marking every familiar object. Not a breath of air was stirring, and it would seem that nature was seeking to impart to his perturbed spirit, full of the restless movement of city life and the inevitable disquiet of sin, something of her own calmness and peace. The only sounds he heard seemed a part of nature's silence. The tinkle of cowbells, the slumberous monotone of water as it fell over the dam, the grating notes of a katydid, rendered hoarse by recent cool nights, in a shady ravine near by, and a black cricket chirping at the edge of the rock on which he sat. These were all. And yet the sounds, though not heard for years, seemed as familiar as the mother's lullaby that puts a child to sleep, and a delicious sense of restfulness stole into his heart. The world in which he had so greatly sinned and suffered might be another planet, it seemed so far away. Could it be that in a few short hours he had escaped out of the hurry and grind of New York into this sheltered nook? Why had he not come before? Here was the remedy for soul and body, if any existed. Not a person was visible on the place, and it seemed that it might thus have been awaiting him in all his absence, and that now he had only to go and take possession. "So our home in heaven awaits us," mother used to say, he thought, "while we are such willing exiles from it. I would give all the world to believe as she did." He found that the place so inseparably associated with his mother brought back her teachings, which he had so often tried to forget. "I wish I might bury myself away from the world," he muttered, "for it has only cheated and lied to me from first to last. Everything deceived me, and turned out differently from what I expected. These loved old scenes are true and unchanged, and smile upon me now as when I was here a happy boy. Would I to heaven I might never leave them again." He was startled out of his reverie by a sharp bark of a squirrel that ran chattering and whisking its tail in great excitement from limb to limb in a clump of chestnuts near. The crackling of a twig betrayed to Gregory the cause of its alarm, for through an opening in the thicket he saw the lady who had started out for a walk with the children while he was leaning on the front gate. Shrinking further behind the cedars, he proposed to reconnoitre a little before making himself known. He observed that she was attired in a dark, close fitting costume suitable for rambling among the hills. At first he thought that she was pretty, and then that she was not. His quick, critical eye detected that her features were not regular, that her profile was not classic. It was only the rich glow of exercise and the jaunty gypsy hat that had given the first impression of something like beauty. In her right hand, which was ungloved, she daintily held by its short stem a chestnut burr, which the squirrel in its alarm had dropped, and now in its own shrill vernacular was scolding about so vociferously. She was glancing around for some means to break it open, and Gregory had scarcely time to notice her fine dark eyes, when, as if remembering the rock on which he had been sitting, she advanced toward him with a step so quick and elastic that he envied her vigor. Further concealment was now impossible. Therefore, with easy politeness, he stepped forward and said, "Let me open the burr for you, Miss Walton." She started violently at the sound of his voice, and for a moment reminded him of a frightened bird on the eve of flight. "Pardon me for so alarming you," he hastened to say, "and also pardon a seeming stranger for addressing you so informally. My name may not be unknown to you, although I am in person. It is Walter Gregory." She had been so startled that she could not immediately recover herself, and still stood regarding him doubtfully, although with manner more assured. "Come," he said, smiling, and advancing toward her with the quiet assurance of a society man. "Let me open the burr for you, and you shall take its contents in confirmation of what I say. If I find sound chestnuts in it, let them be a token that I am not misrepresenting myself. If my test fails, then you may justly ask for better credentials."
Half smiling and quite satisfied from his words and appearance in advance, she extended the burr toward him. But as she did so it parted from the stem, and would have fallen to the ground had he not, with his ungloved hand, caught the prickly thing. His hand was as white and soft as hers, and the sharp spines stung him sorely, yet he permitted no sign of pain to appear upon his face. "Ah!" exclaimed Miss Walton, "I fear it hurt you." He looked up humorously and said, "An augury is a solemn affair, and no disrespect must be allowed to nature's oracle, which in this case is a chestnut burr," and he speedily opened it. "There," he said triumphantly, "what more could you ask? Here are two solid plump chestnuts, with only a false, empty form of shell between them. And here, like the solid nuts, are two people entitled to each other's acquaintance, with only the false formality of an introduction, like the empty shell, keeping them apart. Since no mutual friend is present to introduce us, has not Nature taken upon herself the office through this chestnut burr? But perhaps I should further Nature's efforts by giving you my card." As Miss Walton regained composure, she soon proved to Gregory that she was not merely a shy country girl. At the close of his rather long and fanciful speech, she said genially, extending her hand, "My love for nature is unbounded, Mr. Gregory, and the introduction you have so happily obtained from her weighs more with me than any other that you could have had. Let me welcome you to your own home, as it were. But see, your hand is bleeding where the burr pricked you. Is this an omen also? If our first meeting brings bloody wounds, I fear you will shun further acquaintance." There was a spice of bitterness in Gregory's laugh as he said, "People don't often die of such wounds. But it is a little odd that in taking your hand I should stain it with my blood. I am inclined to drop the burr after all and base all my claims on my practical visiting card. You may come to look upon the burr as a warning rather than an introduction, and order me off the premises." "It was an omen of your choice," replied Miss Walton, laughing. "You have more to fear from it than I. If you will venture to stay, you shall be most welcome. Indeed, it almost seems that you had a better right here than we, and your name has been so often heard that you are no stranger. I know father will be very glad to see you, for he often speaks of you and wonders if you are like his old friend, the dearest one I think he ever had. How long have you been here?" "Well, I have been wandering about the place much of the afternoon." "I need not ask you why you did not come in at once," she said gently. "Seeing your old home after so long an absence is like meeting some dear friend. One naturally wishes to be alone for a time. But now I hope you will go home with me." He was surprised at her delicate appreciation of his feelings, and gave her a quick, pleased look, saying, "Nature has taught you to be a good interpreter, Miss Walton. You are right. The memories of the old place were a little too much for me at first, and I did not know that those whom I met would appreciate my feelings so delicately." The two children now appeared, running around the brow of the hill, the boy calling in great excitement, "Aunt Annie, oh, Aunt Annie, we found a squirrel hole. We chased him into it. Can't Susie sit by the hole and keep him in while I go for a spade to dig him out?" Then they saw the unlooked for stranger who at once rivaled the squirrel hole in interest, and with slower steps and curious glances they approached. "These are my sister's children," said Miss Walton simply. Gregory kindly took the boy by the hand and kissed the little girl, who looked half frightened and half pleased, as a very little maiden should, while she rubbed the cheek that his mustache had tickled. "Do you think we can get the squirrel, Aunt Annie?" again asked the boy. "Do you suppose it would be right, Johnny, if you could?" she asked. "Suppose you were a squirrel in a hole, and one big monster like Susie here should sit by the door, and you heard another big monster say, 'Wait till I get something to tear open his house with.' How would you feel?" "I won't keep the poor squirrel in this hole," said sympathetic Susie. But the boy's brow contracted, and he said sternly, "Squirrels are nothing but robbers, and their holes are robbers' dens. They take half our nuts every year." Miss Walton looked significantly at Gregory and laughed, saying, "There it is, you see, man and woman." A momentary shadow crossed his face, and he said abruptly, "I hope Susie will be as kindly in coming years." Miss Walton looked at him curiously as they began to descend the hill to the house. She evidently did not understand his remark, coupled with his manner. As they approached the barn there was a great excitement among the poultry. Passing round its angle, Walter saw coming toward them a quaint looking old woman in what appeared to be a white scalloped nightcap. She had a pan of corn in her hand, and was attended by a retinue that would have rejoiced an epicure's heart. Chickens, ducks, geese, turkeys, and guinea fowls thronged around and after her with an intentness on the grain and a disregard of one another's rights and feelings that reminded one unpleasantly of political aspirants just after a presidential election. Johnny made a dive for an old gobbler, and a great wattled bird dropped his wings and seemed inclined to show fight. But a reluctant armistice was brought about between them by the old woman, screaming, "Master Johnny, an ye let not the fowls alone, ye'll hae na apples roast the night." Susie clung timidly to her aunt's side as they passed through these clamorous candidates for holiday honors, and the young lady said kindly, "You have a large family to look after, Zibby, but I'm afraid we'll lessen it every day now." "Indeed, and ye will, and it goes against the grain to wring the necks of them that I've nursed from the shell," said the old woman, rather sharply. "It must be a great trial to your feelings," said Miss Walton, laughing. "But what would you have us do with them, Zibby? You don't need them all for pets." Before Zibby could answer, an old gentleman in a low buggy drove into the large dooryard, and the children bounded toward him, screaming, "Grandpa!" A colored man took the horse, and Mr. Walton, with a briskness that one would not expect at his advanced age, came toward them. He was a noble looking old man, with hair and beard as white as snow, and with the stately manners of the old school. When he learned who Gregory was, he greeted him with a cordiality that was so genuine as to compel the cynical man of the world to feel its truth. Mr. Walton's eyes were turned so often and wistfully on his face that Gregory was embarrassed. "I was looking for my friend," said the old gentleman in a husky voice, turning hastily away to hide his feeling. "You strongly remind me of him, and yet—" But he never finished the sentence. Gregory well understood the "and yet," and in bitterness of soul remembered that his father had been a good man, but that the impress of goodness could not rest on his face. He had now grown very weary, and gave evidence of it. "Mr. Gregory, you look ill," said Miss Walton hastily. "I am not well," he said, "and have not been for a long time. Perhaps I am going beyond my strength to day." In a moment they were all solicitude. The driver, who then appeared according to his instructions, was posted back to the hotel for Mr. Gregory's luggage. Mr. Walton saying, with hearty emphasis that removed every scruple, "This must be your home, sir, as long as you can remain with us, as truly as ever it was." A little later he found himself in the spare room, on whose state he had rarely intruded when a boy. Jeff, the colored man, had kindled a cheery wood fire on the ample hearth, and, too exhausted even to think, Gregory sank back in a great easy chair with the blessed sense of the storm tossed on reaching a quiet haven. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 3 Morbid Brooding. To the millions who are suffering in mind or body, there certainly come in this world moments of repose, when pain ceases and the respite seems so delicious in contrast that it may well suggest the rest that remaineth. Thinking of neither the past nor the future, Gregory for a little time gave himself up to the sense of present and luxurious comfort. With closed eyes and mind almost as quiet as his motionless body, he let the moments pass, feeling dimly that he would ask no better heaven than the eternal continuance of this painless, half dreaming lethargy. He was soon aroused, however, by a knocking at the door, and a middle-aged servant placed before him a tempting plate of Albert biscuit and a glass of homemade currant wine of indefinite age. The quaint and dainty little lunch caught his appetite as exactly as if manna had fallen adapted to his need, but it soon stimulated him out of his condition of partial non-existence. With returning consciousness of the necessity of living and acting came the strong desire to spend as much of his vacation as possible in his old home, and he determined to avail himself of Mr. Walton's invitation to the utmost limit that etiquette would permit. His awakened mind gave but little thought to his entertainers, and he did not anticipate much pleasure from their society. He was satisfied that they were refined, cultivated people with whom he could be as much at ease as would be possible in any companionship. But he hoped and proposed to spend the most of his time alone in wandering amid old scenes and brooding over the past. The morbid mind is ever full of unnatural contradictions, and he found a melancholy pleasure in shutting his eyes to the future and recalling the time when he had been happy and hopeful. In his egotism he found more that interested him in his past and vanished self than in the surrounding world. Evil and ill health had so enfeebled his body, narrowed his mind, and blurred the future, that his best solace seemed a vain and sentimental recalling of the crude yet comparatively happy period of childhood. This is sorry progress. A man must indeed have lived radically wrong when he looks backward for the best of his life. Gray haired Mr. Walton was looking forward. Gregory's habit of self pleasing, of acting according to his mood, was too deeply seated to permit even the thought of returning the hospitality he hoped to enjoy by a cordial effort on his part to prove himself an agreeable guest. Polite he ever would be, for he had the instincts and training of a gentleman in society's interpretation of the word. But he had lost the power to feel a generous solicitude for the feelings and happiness of others. Indeed, he rather took a cynical pleasure in discovering defects in the character of those around him, and in learning that their seeming enjoyment of life was but hollow and partial. Conscious of being evil himself, he liked to think others were not much better, or would not be if tempted. Therefore, with a gloomy skepticism, he questioned all the seeming happiness and goodness he saw. "It is either unreal or untried," he was wont to say bitterly. About 7 o'clock Hannah, the waitress, again appeared, saying, "Supper is ready, but the ladies beg you will not come down unless you feel able. I can bring up your tea if you wish." Thinking first and only of self, he at once decided not to go down. He felt sufficiently rested and revived, but was in no mood for commonplace talk to comparative strangers. His cozy chair, glowing fire, and listless ease were much better than noisy children, inquisitive ladies, and the unconscious reproach of Mr. Walton's face, as he would look in vain for the lineaments of his lost friend. Therefore he said suavely, "Please say to the ladies that I am so weary that I should make but a dull companion, and so for their sakes, as well as my own, had better not leave my room this evening." It is the perfection of art in selfishness to make it appear as if you were thinking only of others. This was the design of Walter's polite message. Soon a bit of tender steak, a roast potato, tea, and toast were smoking appetizingly beside him, and he congratulated himself that he had escaped the bore of company for one evening. Notwithstanding his misanthropy and cherished desolation, the supper was so inviting that he was tempted to partake of it heartily. Then, encasing himself in his ample dressing gown, he placed his slippered feet on the fender before a cheery fire, lighted a choice Havana, and proceeded to be miserable after the fashion that indulged misery often affects. Hannah quietly removed the tea tray, and Mr. Walton came up and courteously inquired if there was anything that would add to his guest's comfort. "After a few hours of rest and quiet, I hope I shall be able to make a better return for your hospitality," Gregory rejoined with equal politeness. "Oh, do not feel under any obligation to exert yourself," said kind Mr. Walton. "In order to derive full benefit from your vacation, you must simply rest and follow your moods." This view of the case suited Gregory exactly, and the prospect of a visit at his old home grew still more inviting. When he was left alone, he gave himself up wholly to the memories of the past. At first it was with a pleasurable pain that he recalled his former life. With an imagination naturally strong, he lived it all over again, from the date of his first recollections. In the curling flames and glowing coals on the hearth a panorama passed before him. He saw a joyous child, a light-hearted boy, and a sanguine youth, with the shifting and familiar scenery of well-remembered experience. Time softened the pictures, and the harsh, rough outlines which exist in every truthful portraiture of life were lost in the haze of distance. The gentle but steady light of mother love, and through her a pale, half recognized reflection of the love of God, illumined all those years, and his father's strong, quiet affection made a background anything but dark. He had been naturally what is termed a very good boy, full of generous impulses. There had been no lack of ordinary waywardness or of the faults of youth, but they showed a tendency to yield readily to the correcting influence of love. Good influences, however, are not principles, and may give way to stronger impulses of evil. If the influences of his early home had alone followed him, he would not now be moodily recalling the past, as the exiled convict might watch the shores of his native land recede. And then, as in his prolonged reverie the fire burned low and the ruddy coals turned to ashes, the past faded into distance, and his present life, dull and leaden, rose before him. And from regretful memories that were not wholly painful, he passed to that bitterness of feeling which ever comes when hope is giving place to despair. The fire flickered out and died. His head drooped lower and lower, while the brooding frown upon his brow darkened almost into a scowl. Outwardly he made a sad picture for a young man in the prime of life. But to him who looks at the attitude of the soul, what but unutterable love kept him from appearing absolutely revolting? Suddenly, like light breaking into a vault, a few notes of prelude were struck upon the piano in the parlor below, and a sweet voice, softened by distance, sung: "Rock of ages, cleft for me, let me hide myself in thee." How often he had heard the familiar words and music in that safe home! They seemed to crown and complete all the memories of the place, but they reminded him more clearly than ever before that its most inseparable associations were holy, hopeful, and suggestive of a faith that he seemed to have lost as utterly as if it had been a gem dropped into the ocean. He had lived in foreign lands, far from his birthplace, but the purpose to return ever dwelt pleasurably in his mind. But how could he cross the gulf that yawned between him and the faith of his childhood? Was there really anything beyond that gulf save what the credulous imagination had created? Instinctively he felt that there was, for he was honest enough with himself to remember that his skepticism was the result of an evil life and the influence of an unbelieving world, rather than the outcome of patient investigation. The wish was father to the thought. Yet sweet, unfaltering, and clear as the voice of faith ever should be, the hymn went forward in the room below, his memory supplying the well known words that were lost from remoteness. "When my eyelids close in death, when I soar to worlds unknown." "Oh, when?" he exclaimed bitterly. "What shall be my experience then? If I continue to fail in health as I have of late, I shall know cursedly soon. That must be Miss Walton singing. Though she does not realize it, to me this is almost as cruel mockery as if an angel sang at the gates of hell." The music ceased, and the monotone of one reading followed. "Family prayers as of old," he muttered. "How everything conspires to day to bring my home life back again. And yet there is a fatal lack of something that is harder to endure than the absence of my own kindred and vanished youth. I doubt whether I can stay here long after all. Will not the mocking fable of Tantalus be repeated constantly as I see others drinking daily at a fountain which, though apparently so near, is ever beyond my reach?" Shivering with the chill of the night and the deeper chill at heart, he retired to troubled sleep. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 4. How Miss Walton Managed People. Rest and the sunny light and bracing air of the following morning banished much of Gregory's moodiness, and he descended the stairs, proposing to dismiss painful thoughts and get what comfort and semblance of enjoyment he could out of the passing hours. Mr. Walton met him cordially, indeed with almost fatherly solicitude, and led him at once to the dining room, where an inviting breakfast awaited them. Miss Walton also was genial, and introduced Miss Eulalia Morton, a maiden sister of her mother. Miss Eulie, as she was familiarly called, was a pale, delicate little lady, with a face sweetened rather than hardened and embittered by time. If, as some believe, the flesh and the spirit, the soul and the body are ever at variance, she gave the impression at first glance that the body was getting the worst of the conflict. But in truth the faintest thoughts of strife seemed to have no association with her whatever. She appeared so light and aerial that one could imagine her flying over the rough places of life and vanishing when any one opposed her. Miss Walton reversed all this, for she was decidedly substantial. She was of only medium height, but a fine figure made her appear taller than she was. She immediately gave the impression of power and reserve force. You felt this in her quick, elastic step, saw it in her decided though not abrupt movements, and heard it in her tone. Even the nonchalant Mr. Gregory could not ignore her in his customary polite manner, though quiet refinement and peculiar unobtrusiveness seemed her characteristics. She won attention, not because she sought it, nor on the ground of eccentricities, but because of her intense vitality. From her dark eyes a close observer might catch glimpses of a quick, active mind, an eager spirit, and, well, perhaps a passionate temper. Though chastened and subdued, she ever gave the impression of power to those who came to know her well. In certain ways, as they interpreted her, people acknowledged this force of character. Some spoke of her as very lively, others as exceedingly energetic and willing to enter on any good work. Some thought her ambitious. Else why was she so prominent in church matters, and so ready to visit the sick and poor? They could explain this in but one way, and some looked knowingly at each other and said, "I wonder if she is always as smiling and sweet as when in society." And then followed shaking of heads, which intimated, "Look out for sudden gusts." Again, as in simple morning wrapper she turned to greet Gregory, she gave him the impression of something like beauty. But his taste, rendered critical by much observation both at home and abroad, at once told him that he was mistaken. "The expression is well enough," he thought, "but she has not a single perfect feature, not one that an artist would copy, except perhaps the eyes, and even they are not soft and Madonna like." He had a Sybarite's eye for beauty and an intense admiration for it. At the same time he was too intellectual to be satisfied with the mere sensuous type. And yet, when he decided that a woman was not pretty, she ceased to interest him. His exacting taste required no small degree of outward perfection, crowned by ready wit and society polish. With those so endowed he had frequently amused himself in New York and Paris by a passing flirtation, since the politic Miss Bently had made him a skeptic in regard to women. All his intercourse with society had confirmed his cynicism. The most beautiful and brilliant in the drawing rooms were seldom the best. He flattered them to their faces and sneered at them in his heart. Therefore his attentions were merely of a nature to excite their vanity, stimulated by much incense from other sources. He saw this plainly manifested trait, which he contributed to develop and despise it. He also saw that many were as eager for a good match as ever the adored Miss Bently had been, and that, while they liked his compliments, they cared not for him. Why should they? Insincere and selfish himself, why should he expect to awaken better feelings on the part of those who were anything but unsophisticated, and from knowledge of the world could gauge him at his true worth? Not even a sentimental girl would show her heart to such a man. And yet, with the blind egotism of selfishness, he smiled grimly at their apparent heartlessness and said, "Such is woman." At the same time, it must in justice be said that he despised men in general quite as sincerely. "Human nature is wretched stuff," had come to be the first article in his creed. In regard to Miss Walton, he concluded, "She is a goodish girl, more of a lady than the average, pious and orthodox, an excellent housekeeper, and a great comfort to her father, no doubt. She is safe from her very plainness, though confident, of course, that she could resist temptation and be a saint under all circumstances." And he dismissed her from his mind with a sort of inward groan and protest against the necessity of making himself agreeable to her during his visit. He did not think it worth while to disguise his face as he made these brief critical observations, and quick-witted Annie gathered something of the drift of his thoughts, as she stole a few glances at him from behind the coffee urn. It piqued her pride a little, and she was disappointed in him, for she had hoped for a pleasant addition to their society for a time. But she was so supremely indifferent to him, and had so much to fill her thoughts and days, that his slight promise to prove an agreeable visitor caused but momentary annoyance. Yet the glimmer of a smile flitted across her face as she thought, "He may find himself slightly mistaken in me after all. His face seems to say, 'No doubt she is a good young woman and well enough for this slow country place, but she has no beauty, no style.' I think I can manage to disturb the even current of his vanity if his visit is long enough, and he shall learn at least that I shall not gape admiringly at his artificial metropolitan airs." Her manner toward Gregory remained full of kindness and grace, but she made no effort to secure his attention and engage him in conversation as he had feared she would do. She acted as if she were accustomed to see such persons as himself at her father's breakfast table every morning, and though habitually wrapped up in his own personality, he soon became dimly conscious that her course toward him was not what he had expected. Miss Eulie was all solicitude in view of his character of invalid, and the children looked at him with curious eyes and growing disapprobation. There was nothing in him to secure their instinctive friendship, and he made no effort to win their sympathies. The morning meal began with a reverent looking to heaven for God's blessings on the gifts which were acknowledged as coming from him, and even Gregory was compelled to admit that the brief rite did not appear like a careless signing of the cross, or a shriveled form from which spirit and meaning had departed, but a sincere expression of loving trust and gratitude. During the greater part of the meal, Mr. Walton dwelt on the circumstances that had led to his friendship with Gregory's father, but at last the conversation flagged a little, since the young man made so slight effort to maintain it. Suddenly Mr. Walton turned to his daughter and said, "By the way, Annie, you have not told me where you found Mr. Gregory, for my impression is that you brought him down from the hills." "I was about to say that I found him in a chestnut burr," replied Annie, with a twinkle in her eye. "At least I found a stranger by the cedar thicket, and he proved from a chestnut burr who he was, and his right to acquaintance, with a better logic than I supposed him capable of." "Indeed?" asked Gregory quickly, feeling the prick of her last words. "On what grounds were you led to estimate my logic so slightingly?" "On merely general grounds. But you see I am open to all evidence in your favor. City life no doubt has great advantages, but it also has greater drawbacks." "What are they?" "I cannot think of them all now. Suffice it to say that if you had always lived in the city you could not have interpreted a chestnut burr so gracefully. Many there seem to forget nature's lore." "But may they not learn other things more valuable?" Miss Walton shook her head and said with a laugh, "An ignorant exhorter once stated to his little schoolhouse audience that Paul was brought up at the foot of the hill Gamaliel. I almost wish he were right, for I should have had more confidence in the teachings of the hill than in those of the narrow minded Jewish rabbi." "And yet you regard Paul as the very chief of the apostles." "He became such after he was taught of him who teaches through the hills and nature generally." "My daughter is an enthusiast for nature," remarked Mr. Walton. "If the people are the same as when I was here a boy, the hills have not taught the majority very much," said Gregory, with a French shrug. "Many of them have a better wisdom than you think," answered Annie, quietly. "In what does it consist?" "Well, for one thing, they know how to enjoy life and add to the enjoyment of others." Gregory looked at her keenly for a moment, but saw nothing to lead him to think that she was speaking on other than general principles. But he said, a little moodily, as they rose from the table, "That is certainly a better wisdom than is usually attained in either city or country." "It is not our custom to make company of our friends," said Mr. Walton, cordially. "We hope you will feel completely at home, and come and go as you like, and do just what you find agreeable. We dine at 2 and have an early supper on account of the children. There are 1 or 2 fair saddle horses on the place, but if you do not feel strong enough to ride, Annie can drive you out, and I assure you she is at home in the management of a horse." "Yes, indeed," echoed the little boy. "Auntie Annie can manage anything or anybody." "That is a remarkable power," said Gregory, with an amused look and a side glance at the young girl. "How does she do it?" "Oh, I don't know," replied the boy. "She makes them love her, and then they want to do as she says." A momentary wrathful gleam shot from Annie's eyes at her indiscreet little champion, but with heightened color she joined in the laugh that followed. Gregory had the ill grace to say with a sort of mocking gallantry as he bowed himself out, "It must be delightful to be managed on such terms." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 5. Was it an accident? Putting on a light overcoat, for the morning air was sharp and bracing, Gregory soon found himself in the old square garden. Though its glory was decidedly on the wane, it was as yet unnipped by the frost. It had a neatness and an order of its own that were quite unlike those where nature is in entire subordination to art. Indeed, it looked very much as he remembered it in the past, and he welcomed its unchanged aspect. He strolled to many other remembered boyish haunts, and it seemed that the very lichens and mosses grew in the same places as of old, and that nature had stood still and awaited his return. And yet every familiar object chided him for being so changed, and he began to find more pain than pleasure, as this contrast between what he had been and what he might have been was constantly forced upon him. "Oh, that I had never left this place!" he exclaimed bitterly. "It would have been better to stay here and drudge as a day laborer. What has that career out in the world to which I looked forward to so ardently amounted to? The present is disappointment and self disgust, the future an indefinite region of fears and forebodings. and even the happy past is becoming a bitter mockery by reminding me of what can never be again." Wearied and despondent, he moodily returned to the house and threw himself on a lounge in the parlor. A smoldering wood fire upon the hearth softened the air to summer temperature. The heat was grateful to his chilled, bloodless body, and gave him a luxurious sense of physical comfort, and he muttered, "I had about resolved to leave this place with its memories that are growing into torment, but I suppose it would be the same anywhere else. I am too weak and ill to face new scenes and discomfort. A little animal enjoyment and bodily respite from pain seem about all that there is left to me of existence, and I think I can find these here better than elsewhere. If I am expected, however, to fall under the management of the daughter of the house on the terms blurted out by that fidgety nephew of hers, I will fly for my life. A plague on him! His restlessness makes me nervous. If I could endure a child at all, the blue-eyed little girl would make a pretty toy." Sounds from the sitting room behind the parlor now caught his attention, and listening, he soon became aware that Miss Walton was teaching the children. "She has just the voice for a schoolmarm," he thought, quick, clear cut, and decided. If he had not given way to unreasonable prejudice, he might also have noted that there was nothing harsh or querulous in it. With her management and love of nature, she doubtless thinks herself the personification of goodness. I suppose I shall be well lectured before I get away. I had a foretaste of it this morning. Drawbacks of city life, forsooth! She no doubt regards me as a result of these disadvantages. But if she should come to deem it her mission to convert or reform me, then will be lost my small remnant of peace and comfort." But weakness and weariness soon inclined him to sleep. Miss Walton's voice sounded far away. Then it passed into his dream as that of Miss Bently chiding him affectedly for his wayward tendencies. Again it was explaining that conscientious young lady's sense of duty in view of Mr. Grobb's offer, and even in his sleep his face darkened with pain and wrath. Just then, school hours being over, Miss Walton came into the parlor. For a moment she stood by the fire. She did not notice its unconscious occupant. Then, seeing him, she was about to leave the room noiselessly when the expression of his face arrested her steps. If Annie Walton's eyes suggested the probability of sudden gusts, they also at times announced a warm, kind heart, for as she looked at him now her face instantly softened to pity. "Good he is not," she thought, "but he evidently suffers in his evil. Something is blighting his life, and what can blight a life save evil? Perhaps I had better change my proposed crusade against his vanity and cynicism to a kind sisterly effort toward making him a better and therefore a happier man. It will soon come out in conversation that I have long been the same as engaged to another, and this will relieve me of absurd suspicions of designs upon him. If I could win a friendly confidence on his part, I'm sure I could tell him some wholesome truths, for even an enemy could scarcely look on that face without relenting." There was nothing slow or cumbrous about Annie. These thoughts had flashed through her mind during the brief moment in which her eyes softened from surprise into sympathy, as they caught the expression of Gregory's face. Then, fearing to disturb him, with silent tread she passed out to her wonted morning duties. How seemingly accidental was that visit to the parlor, its motive indefinite and forgotten. Apparently it was but a trivial episode of an uneventful day, involving no greater catastrophe than the momentary rousing of a sleeper who would doze again. But what day can we with certainty call uneventful, and what episode trivial? Those half aimless, purposeless steps of Annie Walton into the quiet parlor might lead to results that would radically change the endless future of several lives. In her womanly, pitying nature, had God not sent his angel? If a viewless, ministering spirit, as the sinful man's appointed guardian, was present, as many believe is the case with every one, how truly he must have welcomed this unselfish human companionship in his loving labor to save life. For only they who rescue from sin truly save life. And yet the sleeper, even in his dreams, was evidently at war with himself, the world, and God. He was an example of the truth that good comes from without and not from within us. It is heaven stooping to men, heaven's messengers sent to us. Truth quickened in our minds by heavenly influence, even as sunlight and rain awaken into beautiful life the seeds hidden in the soil. And above all, impulses direct from God that steal into our hearts as the south wind penetrates ice-bound gardens in the spring. But alas, multitudes like Walter Gregory blind their eyes and steel their hearts against such influences. God and those allied to him longed to bring the healing of faith and love to his wounded spirit. He scowled back his answer, and, as he then felt, would shrink with morbid sensitiveness and dislike from the kindest and most delicate presentation of the transforming truth. But the divine love is ever seeking to win our attention by messengers innumerable, now by the appalling storm, again by a summer sunset, now by an awful providence, again by a great joy, at times by stern prophets and teachers, but more often by the gentle human agencies of which Annie was the type. As with pitying face she bent over the worn and jaded man of the world, and hoped and prayed that she might be able to act the part of a true sister toward him. Thorny and guarded was every avenue to his heart, and yet her feminine tact, combined with the softening and purifying influence of his old home, might gain her words acceptance, where the wisest and most eloquent would plead in vain. After dinner he again hastened forth for a walk, his purpose being to avoid company, for he was so moody and morbid, so weak, nervous, and irritable, that the thought of meeting and decorously conversing with those whose lives and character were a continual reproach to him was intolerable. Then he had the impression that the keen-eyed, plain-featured Miss Walton, as he characterized her in his mind, would surely commence discoursing on moral and religious subjects if he gave her a chance, and he feared that if she did he would say or do something very rude, and confirm the bad impression that he was sure of having already made. If he could have strolled into his club, and among groups engaged with cards, papers, and city gossip, he would have felt quite at home. Ties formed at such a place are not very strong as a usual thing, and the manner of the world can isolate the members and their real life completely, even when the rooms are thronged. As Gregory grew worn and thin, and his pallor increased, as he smoked and brooded more and more apart, his companions would shrug their shoulders significantly and whisper, "It looks as if Gregory would go under soon. Something's the matter with him." At first good-natured men would say, "Come, Gregory, take a hand with us." But when he complied, it was with such a listless manner that they were sorry they had asked him. At last, beyond mere passing courtesies, they had come to leave him very much alone, and in his unnatural and perverted state this was just what he most desired. His whole being had become a diseased, sensitive nerve, shrinking most from any effort toward his improvement, even as a finger pointed at a festering wound causes anticipatory agonies. At the club he would be let alone, but these good people would "take an interest" in him, and might even "talk religion," and probe with questions and surmises. If they did, he knew, from what he had already seen of them, that they would try to do it delicately and kindly, but he felt that the most considerate efforts would be like the surgical instruments of the dark ages. He needed good, decisive, heroic treatment, but who would have the courage and skill to give it? Who cared enough for him to take the trouble? Not merely had Annie Walton looked with eyes of human pity upon his sin-marred visage that morning. The divine personality, enthroned in the depths of her soul and permeating her life, looked commiseratingly forth also. Could demons glare from human eyes, and God not smile from them? As Annie thought much of him after her stolen glance in the morning, she longed to do that which he dreaded she would try to do, attempt his reformation. Not that she cared for him personally, or that she had grown sentimentally interested in his Byronic style of wretchedness. So far from it. Her happy and healthful nature was repelled by his diseased and morbid one. She found him what the girls called a "disagreeable man," but she yearned toward a sinning, suffering soul found in any guise. It was not in her woman's heart to pass by on the other side. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 6. Unexpected Chestnut Burrs. Gregory's afternoon walk was not very prolonged, for a shivering sense of discomfort soon drove him back to the house. Although the morning had been cool, the sun had shone bright and warm, but now the foreboding shadow of a storm was evident. A haze had spread over the sky, increasing the leaden hue toward the west. The chilly wind moaned fitfully through the trees, and the landscape darkened like a face shadowed by coming trouble. Walter dreaded a storm, fearing it would shut him up with the family without escape, But at last the sun so enshrouded itself in gloom that he was compelled to return. He went to his room for a book, hoping that when they saw him engaged they would leave him more to himself. But to his agreeable surprise he found a cheerful fire blazing on the hearth, and an ample supply of wood in a box near. The easy chair was wheeled forward, and a plate of grapes and the latest magazine were placed invitingly on the table. Even his cynicism was not proof against this delicate thoughtfulness, and he exclaimed, "Ah, this is better than I expected, and a hundredfold better than I deserve. I made but poor return for their kindness. This cozy room seems to say, 'We won't force ourselves on you. You can be alone as much as you like,' for I suppose they must have noticed my disinclination for society. But they are wise after all, for I am cursed poor company for myself, and worse than none at all for others." Eating from time to time a purple grape, he so lost himself in the fresh thoughts of the magazine that the tea bell rang ere he was aware. "In the name of decency, I must try to make myself agreeable for a little while this evening," he muttered as he descended to the cheerful supper room. To their solicitude for his health and their regret that the approaching storm had driven him so early to the house, he replied, "I found in my room a better substitute for the sunlight I had lost. Though as a votary of nature, Miss Walton, I suppose you will regard this assertion as rank heresy." "Not at all, for your firelight is the result of sunlight," answered Annie, smiling. "How is that?" "It required many summers to ripen the wood that blazed on your hearth. Indeed, good dry wood is but concentrated sunshine put by for cold, gloomy days and chilly nights." "That is an odd fancy. I wish there were other ways of storing up sunshine for future use." "There are," said Miss Walton, cheerfully, and she looked up as if she would like to say more, but he instantly changed the subject in his instinctive wish to avoid the faintest approach to moralizing. Still conversation continued brisk till Mr. Walton asked suddenly, "By the way, Mr. Gregory, have you ever met Mr. Hunting of Wall Street?" There was no immediate answer, and they all looked inquiringly at him. To their surprise, his face was darkened by the heaviest frown. After a moment he said, with peculiar emphasis, "Yes, I know him well." A chill seemed to fall on them after that, and he, glancing up, saw that Annie looked flushed and indignant, Miss Eulie pained, and Mr. Walton very grave. Even the sly boy shot vindictive glances at him. He at once surmised that Hunting was related to the family, and was oppressed with the thought that he was fast losing the welcome given him on his father's account. But in a few moments Annie rallied and made unwonted efforts to banish the general embarrassment, and with partial success, for Gregory had tact and good conversational powers if he chose to exert them. When soon after they adjourned to the parlor, outward serenity reigned. On either side of the ample hearth, on which blazed a hickory fire, a table was drawn up. An easy chair stood invitingly by each, with a little carpet bench on which to rest the feet. "Take one of these," said Mr. Walton, cordially, "and join me with a cigar. The ladies of my household are indulgent to my small vices." "And I will send for your magazine," said Annie, "and then you can read and chat according to your mood. You see that we do not intend to make a stranger of you." "For which I am very glad. You treat me far better than I deserve." Instead of some deprecatory remark, Annie gave him a quick, half comical look which he did not fully understand. "There is more in her than I at first imagined," he thought. Seated with the magazine, Gregory found himself in the enjoyment of every element of comfort. That he might be under no constraint to talk, Annie commenced speaking to her father and Miss Eulie of some neighborhood affairs of which he knew nothing. The children and a large greyhound were dividing the rug between them. The former were chatting in low tones and roasting the first chestnuts of the season on a broad shovel that was placed on the glowing coals. The dog was sleepily watching them lest in their quick movements his tail should come to grief. Gregory had something of an artist's eye, and he could not help glancing up from his reading occasionally and thinking what a pretty picture the roomy parlor made. "Annie," said Mr. Walton, after a little while, "I can't get through this article with my old eyes. Won't you finish it for me? Shall we disturb you, Mr. Gregory?" "Not at all." Gregory soon forgot to read himself in listening to her. Not that he heard the subject matter with any interest, but her sweet, natural tones and simplicity arrested and retained his attention. Even the statistics and the prose of political economy seemed to fall from her lips in musical cadence, and yet there was no apparent effort and not a thought of effect. Walter mused as he listened. "I should like to hear some quiet, genial book read in that style, though it is evident that Miss Walton is no tragedy queen." Having finished the reading, Annie started briskly up and said, "Come, little people, your chestnuts are roasted and eaten. It's bedtime. The turkeys and squirrels will be at the nut trees long before you to morrow, unless you scamper off at once." "Oh, Aunt Annie," chimed their voices, "you must sing us the chestnut song first. You promised to." "With your permission, Mr. Gregory, I suppose I must make my promise good," said Annie. "I join in the children in asking for the song," he replied, glad to get them out of the way on such easy conditions. Though he expected a nursery ditty or a juvenile hymn from some Sabbath school collection, wherein healthy growing boys are made to sing, "I want to be an angel." "Moreover," he added, "I have read that one must always keep one's word to a child." "Which is a very important truth. Do you not think so?" "Since you are using the word 'truth' so prominently, Miss Walton, I must say that I have not thought much about it. But I certainly would have you keep your word on this occasion." "Aunt Annie always keeps her word," said Johnny, rather bluntly. By some childish instinct he divined that Gregory did not appreciate Aunt Annie sufficiently, and this added to his prejudice. "You have a stout little champion there," Gregory remarked. "I cannot complain of his zeal," she answered significantly, at the same time giving the boy a caress. "Mr. Gregory, this is a rude country ballad, and we are going to sing it in our accustomed way, even though it shock your city ears. Johnny and Susie, you can sing in the chorus." And she sang the following simple October glee: "Katydid, your throat is sore. You can chirp this fall no more. Robin redbreast, summer's past. Did you think 'twould always last? Fly away to sunny climes, lands of oranges and limes. With the squirrels we shall stay, and put our store of nuts away. Oh, the spiny chestnut burrs! Oh, the prickly chestnut burrs! Harsh without, but lined with down, and full of chestnuts, plump and brown. Sorry are we for the flowers, we shall miss our summer bowers. Still we welcome frosty Jack, stealing now from Greenland back. And the Burrs will welcome him. When he knocks, they'll let him in. They don't know what Jack's about. Soon he'll turn the chestnuts out. Oh, the spiny," etc. "Turkey gobbler with your train, you shall scratch the leaves in vain. Squirrel with your whisking tail, your sharp eyes shall not avail. In the crisp and early dawn, scampering across the lawn, we will beat you to the trees. Come you then whene'er you please. Oh, the spiny," etc. Gregory's expression as she played a simple prelude was one of endurance, but when she began to sing the changes of his face were rapid. First he turned toward her with a look of interest, then of surprise. Miss Eulie could not help watching him, for, though she was well on in life, just such a character had never risen above her horizon. Too gentle to censure, she felt that she had much cause for regret. At first she was pleased to see that he found the ditty far more to his taste than he had expected, but the rapid alternation from pleased surprise and enjoyment to something like a scowl of despair and almost hate she could not understand. Following his eyes, she saw them resting on the boy, who was now eagerly joining in the chorus of the last verse. She was not sufficiently skilled to know that to Gregory's diseased moral nature things most simple and wholesome in them were most repugnant. She could not understand that the tripping little song, with its wildwood life and movement, that the boy singing with the delight of a pure, fresh heart, told him, beyond the power of labored language, how hackneyed and blasé he had become, how far and hopelessly he had drifted from the same true childhood. And Miss Walton, turning suddenly toward him, saw the same dark expression, full of suffering and impotent revolt at his destiny, as he regarded it, and she too was puzzled. "You do not like our foolish little song," she said. "I envy that boy, Miss Walton," was his reply. Then she began to understand him, and said gently, "You had no occasion to." "I wish you or any one could find the logic to prove that." "The proof is not in logic, but in nature, that is ever young. They who draw their life from nature do not fall into the only age we need dread." "Do you not expect to grow old?" She shook her head half humorously and said, "But these children will before I get them to bed." He ostensibly resumed his magazine, but did not turn any leaves. His first mental query was, "Have I rightly gauged Miss Walton? I half believe she understands me better than I do her. I estimated her as a goodish, fairly educated country girl of the church going sort, one that would be dreadfully shocked at finding me out, and deem it at once her mission to pluck me as a brand from the burning. I know all about the goodness of such girls. They are ignorant of the world. They have never been tempted, and they have a brood of little feminine weaknesses that of course are not paraded in public." And no doubt all this is true of Miss Walton, and yet for some reason she interests me a little this evening. She is refined, but nowhere in the world will you meet drearier monotony and barrenness than among refined people. Having no real originality, their little oddities are polished away. In Miss Walton I'm beginning to catch glimpses of vistas unexplored, though perhaps I am a fool for thinking so. What a peculiar voice she has! She would make a poor figure, no doubt, in an opera, and yet she might render a simple aria very well. But for songs of nature and ballads I have never heard so sympathetic a voice. It suggests a power of making music a sweet home language instead of a difficult high art attainable by few. Really, Miss Walton is worth investigation, for no one with such a voice can be utterly commonplace. Strange as it is, I cannot ignore her. Though she makes no effort to attract my attention, I am ever conscious of her presence. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 7. A Conspiracy. When Miss Walton returned to the parlor, her father said, "Annie, I am going to trespass on your patience again." She answered with a little piquant gesture, and was soon reading in natural, easy tones, without much stumbling, what must have been Greek to her. Gregory watched her with increasing interest, and another question than the one of finance involved in the article was rising in his mind. Is she real? Is this seeming goodness a fact? It was the very essence of his perverted nature to doubt it. Now that his eyes were opened and he closely observed Miss Walton, he saw that his prejudices against her were groundless. Although not a stylish, pretty woman, she was evidently far removed from the goodish, commonplace character that he could regard as part of the furniture of the house, useful in its place, but of no more interest than a needful piece of cabinet work. Nor did she assert herself as do those aggressive, lecturing females who deem it their mission to set everybody right within their sphere. And yet she did assert herself, but he was compelled to admit that it was like the summer breeze or the perfume of a rose. He had resolved that very day to avoid and ignore her as far as possible. And yet, before the first evening in her presence was half over, he had left a magazine story unfinished. He was watching her, thinking and surmising about her, and listening, as she read, to what he did not care a straw about. Although she had not made the slightest effort, some influence from her had stolen upon him like a cool breeze on a sultry day, and wooed him as gently as the perfume of a flower that is sweet to all. He said to himself, "She is not pretty," and yet found pleasure in watching her red lips drop figures and financial terms as musically as a little rill murmurs over a mossy rock. From behind his magazine he studied the group at the opposite table, but it was with the pain which a despairing swimmer, swept seaward by a resistless current, might feel in seeing the safe and happy on the shore. Gray Mr. Walton leaned back in his chair, the embodiment of peace and placid content. The subject to which he was listening, and kindred topics, had so far receded that his interest was that of a calm, philosophic observer, and Gregory thought, with a glimmer of a smile, "He is not dabbling in stocks, or he could not maintain that quiet mien." His habit of thought as a business man merely made it a pleasure to keep up with the times. In fact, he was in that serene borderland between the two worlds, where the questions of earth are growing vague and distant, and those of the better country more real and engrossing. For Gregory observed, later in the evening, that he took the family Bible with more zest than he had bestowed on the motive power of the world. It was evident where his most valued treasures were stored. With a bitter sigh, Gregory thought, "I would take his gray hairs if I could have his peace and faith." Miss Eulie, to whom he gave a passing glance, seemed even less earthly in her nature. Indeed, it appeared as if she had never more than half belonged to the material creation. Slight, ethereal, with untroubled blue eyes and little puff curls too light to show their change to gray, she struck Gregory unpleasantly, as if she were a connecting link between gross humanity and spiritual existence. And his eyes reverted to Miss Walton and dwelt with increasing interest on her. There at least were youth, health, and something else. What was it in the girl that had so strongly and suddenly gained his attention? At any rate, there was nothing about her uncanny and spirit-like. He did not much understand her. Was it possible that a young girl, not much beyond 20, was happy in the care of orphan children, in the quiet humdrum duties of housekeeping, and in reading stupid articles through the long, quiet evenings, with few excitements beyond church going, rural tea drinkings, and country walks and rides? With a grim smile he thought how soon the belles he had admired would expire under such a regime. Could this be good acting because a guest was present? If so, it was perfect, for it seemed her daily life. "I will watch her," he thought. "I will solve this little feminine enigma. It will divert my mind, and I've nothing else to do." "My daughter spoils me, you see, Mr. Gregory," said Mr. Walton, starting up as Annie finished a theory that would make every one rich by the printing press process. "Don't plume yourself, papa," replied Annie, archly. "I shall make you do something for me to pay for all this." With a humorous look he replied, "No matter. I have the best of the bargain, for I should have to do the something anyway. But what do you think of this theory, sir?" And he explained, not knowing that Walter had been listening. The gentlemen were soon deep in the mysteries of currency and finance, topics on which both could talk well. Annie listened with polite attention for a short time. Indeed, Gregory was exerting himself more for her sake than for Mr. Walton's, and she was satisfied from her father's face that his guest was interesting him. But as the subject was mainly unintelligible to her, she soon turned with real zest to Miss Eulie's fancy work, and there was an earnest whispered discussion in regard to the right number of stitches. Walter noticed this, and sneeringly thought, with a masculine phase of justice often seen, "That's like a woman. She drops one of the deepest and most important subjects of the day," and he might have added, "as explained by me," and gives her whole soul to a bit of thread lace. And he soon let Mr. Walton have the discussion all his own way. In furtherance of his purpose to draw Annie out, he said, rather banteringly, "Miss Walton, I am astonished that so good a man as your father should have as an ardent friend the profane and disreputable character that I found living in the cottage opposite on the day of my arrival." "Profane I admit he is," she replied, "but not disreputable. Indeed, as the world goes, I think old Daddy Tuggar, as he is called in this vicinity, is a good man." "Oh, Annie!" said Miss Eulie, "how can you think so? You have broader charity than I. He is breaking his poor wife's heart." "Indeed?" said Annie, dryly. "I was not aware of it." "I too am astonished," said Walter, in mock solemnity. "How is it that a refined and orthodox young lady, a pillar of the church too, I gather, can regard with other than unmixed disapprobation a man who breaks the third commandment and all the rules of Lindley Murray at every breath?" "I imagine the latter offense is the more heinous sin in your eyes, Mr. Gregory," she said, scanning his face with a quick look. "Oh, you become aggressive. I was under the impression that I was making the attack, and that you were on the defensive. But I can readily explain the opinion which you, perhaps not unjustly, impute to me. You and I judge this venerable sinner from different standpoints." "You explain your judgment, but do not justify it," replied Annie, quietly. "Annie, I don't see on what grounds you call Daddy Tuggar a good man," said Miss Eulie, emphatically. "Please understand me, auntie," said Annie, earnestly. "I did not say he was a Christian man, but merely a good man as the world goes. I know I shall shock you when I say that I have more faith in him than in his praying and scripture quoting wife. There, I knew I should," she added, as she saw Miss Eulie's look of pained surprise. Mr. Walton was listening with an amused smile. He evidently understood his quaint old friend and shared Annie's opinion of him. Gregory was growing decidedly interested, and said, "Really, Miss Walton, I must side with your aunt in this matter. I shall overwhelm you with an awful word. I think you are a latitudinarian in your tendencies." "Which Daddy Tuggar would call a newfangled way of swearing at me," retorted Annie, with her frank laugh that was so genuinely mirthful that even Aunt Eulie joined in it. "I half think," continued Annie, "that the churchmen in the ages of controversy did a good deal worse swearing than our old neighbor is guilty of, when they hurled at each other with such bitter zest the epithets antinomian, Socinian, Pelagian, Calvinistic, etc. Those terms have an awful sound. They smite my ear with all the power that vagueness imparts, and surely must have caused stout hearts to tremble in their day," he remarked. "We are no longer on the grounds of currency and finance," said Annie, archly, "and I shall leave you to imagine that I know all about the ideas represented by the polysyllabic terms of churchmen's warfare." He looked at her a moment in comic dismay. Really, this country girl was growing too much for him in his game of banter. "Miss Walton, I shall not dispute or question your knowledge of the saucin, sin, you know the rest, hersey." "Alas!" put in Annie, quietly, "I do know all about the sin heresy. I can say that honestly." "I am somewhat inclined to doubt that," he said, quickly. Then added, in sudden and mock severity, "Miss Walton, if I were a judge upon the bench, I should charge that you were evading the question and befogging the case. The point at issue is, how can you regard Daddy Tuggar as a good man? As evidence against him, I can affirm that I do not remember to have had such a good square cursing in my life, and I have received several." This last expression caused Miss Eulie to open her eyes at him. "Not for your sake, sir," said Annie, with a keen yet humorous glance at him, "who, as judge on the bench, have in your pocket a written verdict, I fear, but for Aunt Eulie's I will give the reasons for my estimate. I regard her in the light of an honest jury. In the first place, the term you used, 'square,' applies to him. I do not think he could be tempted to do a dishonest thing, and that, as the world goes, is certainly a good point." "And as the church goes, too," he added, cynically. "He is a good neighbor and considerate of the rights of others. He can feel, and is not afraid to show a sincere indignation when seeing a wrong done to another." "I can vouch for that. I shall steal no more of your apples, Mr. Walton." "There is not a particle of hypocrisy about him. I wish I could think the same of his wife. For some reason she always gives me the impression of insincerity. If I were as good as you are, auntie, perhaps I should not be so suspicious. One thing more, and my eulogy of Daddy, the only one he will ever receive, I fear, is over. He is capable of sincere friendship, and that is more than you can say of a great many." "It is indeed," said Gregory, with bitter emphasis. "I should be willing to take my chances with Daddy Tuggar in this or any other world." "You had better not," she answered, though now thoroughly in earnest. "Why so?" "I should think memories of this place would make my meaning clear," she replied, gently. Gregory's face darkened, and he admitted to himself that most unexpectedly she had sent an arrow home, and yet he could take no exception. His indifference toward her had vanished now. So far from regarding her as a dull, good country girl, with a narrow horizon of little feminine and commonplace interests, he began to doubt whether he should be able to cope with her in the tilt of thought. He saw that she was quick, original, and did her own thinking, that in repartee she hit back unexpectedly, in flashes, as the lightning strikes from the clouds. He could not keep pace with her quick intuition. Moreover, in her delicate reference to his parents' faith, she had suggested an argument for Christianity that he had never been able to answer. For a little time she had caused him to forget his wretched self, but her last remark had thrown him back on his old doubts, fears, and memories. As we have said, his cynical, despondent expression returned, and he silently lowered at the fire. Annie had too much tact to add a word. "He must be hurt, well probed indeed, before he can be well," she thought. Country bedtime had now come, and Mr. Walton said, "Mr. Gregory, I trust you will not find our custom of family prayers distasteful." "The absence of such a custom would seem strange to me in this place," he replied, but he did not say whether it would be agreeable or distasteful. Annie went to the piano as if it were a habit, and after a moment chose the tender hymn, "Come ye disconsolate." At first, in his morbid sensitiveness, he was inclined to resent this selection as aimed at him, but soon he was under the spell of the music and the sentiment, which he thought had never been so exquisitely blended. Miss Walton was not very finished or artistic in anything. She would not be regarded as a scholar even among the girls of her own age and station, and her knowledge of classical music was limited. But she was gifted in a peculiar degree with tact, a quick perception, and the power of interpreting the language of nature and of the heart. She read and estimated character rapidly. Almost intuitively she saw people's needs and weaknesses, but so far was she from making them the ground of satire and contempt that they awakened her pity and desire to help. In other words, she was one of those Christians who in some degree catch the very essence of Christ's character, who lived and died to save. She did not think of condemning the guilty and disconsolate man that brooded at her fireside, but she did long to help him. "I may never be able to say such words to him directly," she thought, "but I can sing them, and if he leaves our home to morrow he shall hear the truth once more." And she did sing with tenderness and feeling. In rendering something that required simplicity, nature, and pathos, no prima donna could surpass her, for while her voice was not powerful and had no unusual compass, it was as sweet as that of a thrush in May. Only deaf ears and a stony heart could have remained insensible, and Gregory was touched. A reviving breath from paradise seemed to blow upon him and gently urge, Arise, struggle, make one more effort, and you may yet cross the burning sands of the desert. It is not a mirage that is mocking you now." As the last words trembled from the singer's lips, he shaded his eyes with his hand on which his head was leaning. But Miss Eulie saw a tear fall with momentary glitter, and she exulted over it as his good angel might have done. If penitent tears could be crystallized, they would be the only gems of earth that angels would covet. And perhaps God's co-workers here will find those that they caused to flow on earth, set as gems in their crown of glory that fadeth not away. Mr. Walton, in reverential tones, read the 53rd chapter of Isaiah, which, with greater beauty and tenderness, carried forward the thought of the hymn, and then he knelt and offered a prayer that was so simple and childlike, so free from form and cant, and so direct from the heart that Gregory was deeply moved. The associations of his early home were now most vividly revealed and crowned by the sacred hour of family worship, the memory of which, like a reproachful face, had followed him in all his evil life. When he arose from his knees, he again shaded his face with his hand, to hide his wet eyes and twitching muscles. After a few moments he bade the family an abrupt good night and retired to his room. At first they merely exchanged significant glances. Then Miss Eulie told of the tear as if it were a bit of dust from a mine that might enrich them all. For a while Annie sat thoughtfully gazing into the fire, but at last she said, "It must be plain to us that Mr. Gregory has wandered further from his old home in spirit than he has in body. But it seems equally evident that he is not happy and content. He seems suffering and out of health in soul and body. Perhaps God has sent him to us and to his childhood's home for healing. Let us, therefore, be careful, very tender and considerate. He is naturally proud and sensitive, and is morbidly so now." "I think he is very near the kingdom," said Miss Eulie, with a little sigh of satisfaction. "Perhaps all are nearer than we think," said Annie, in a musing tone. "God is not far away from any one of us, but it is the curse of sin to blind. He has no doubt been long in reaching his present unhappy condition, and he may be long in escaping from it." "Well, the Lord reigns," said Mr. Walton sententiously, as if that settled the question. "Dear old father," said Annie, smiling fondly at him, "that's your favorite saying. You have a comfortable habit of putting all perplexing questions into the Lord's hand, and borrowing no further trouble. Perhaps that is the wisest way of all, only one is a long time learning it." "I've been a long time learning it, my child," said her father. "Let us agree to carry his case often to the throne of mercy, and in his good time and ways our prayers will be answered." Thus, in quaint old scriptural style, they conspired for the life of their unconscious guest. This was, in truth, a holy alliance. How many dark conspiracies there have been, resulting in blood, wrong, and outrage, that some unworthy brow might wear for a little time a petty perishing crown of earth. Oh, that there were more conspiracies like that in Mr. Walton's parlor, for the purpose of rendering the unworthy fit to wear the crown immortal. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 8 Witchcraft. Miss Eulie was doomed to disappointment, for Gregory came down late to breakfast the following morning with not a trace of his softened feelings. Indeed, because of pride, or for some reason, he chose to seem the very reverse of all she had hoped. The winter of his unbelief could not pass away so easily. Even in January there are days of sudden relenting, when the frost's icy grasp upon nature seems to relax. Days that rightfully belong to spring drop down upon us with birds that have come before their time. But such days may end in a northeast snowstorm, and the birds perish. The simile appeared true of Gregory. As far as he took part in the table talk, he was a cold, finished man of the world, and the gloom of the early morning rested on his face. But Annie noticed that he made an indifferent breakfast and did not appear well. After he had retired to his room to "write some letters," as he said, she remarked to her father when alone with him, "I suppose you remember Mr. Gregory's manner when you spoke of Mr. Hunting. They evidently are acquainted and not on good terms. What could have occurred between them?" "Some quarrel resulting from business, perhaps," said Mr. Walton musingly. "I believe Charles has been trying to restrain Mr. Gregory in some of his fast ways," Annie continued, emphatically, "and they have had hot words. Men have so little discretion in their zeal."
"Business men are not apt to interfere with each other's foibles unless they threaten their pockets," her father replied. "It is more probable that Gregory has borrowed money of Hunting and been compelled to pay it against his will, and yet I have no right to surmise anything of the kind."
But Mr. Hunting is not a mere business man, father. He is bent on doing good wherever he can find opportunity. I incline to my solution. But it is clear that we must be silent in regard to him while Mr. Gregory is with us, for I never saw such bitter enmity expressed in any face. It is well that Charles is to be absent for some time, and that we have no prospect of a visit from him while our guest is here. Oh dear, I wish Charles could come and make us a visit instead of this moody, wayward stranger. I can echo that wish heartily, Annie, for in the son I find little of my old friend, his father. But remember what you said last night. It may be that he was sent to us in order that we should help him become what his father was. I will do my best, but I do not look forward to his society with much pleasure. Still, if there should be any result as we hope for, I should feel repaid 1,000-fold." Gregory finished his letters and then paced restlessly up and down his room. "That this country girl should have so moved me," he muttered. "What does it mean? What is there about her that takes hold of my attention and awakens my interest? I wish to go downstairs now and talk to her, and have her read to me, and am provoked with myself that I do. Yesterday at this time I wished to avoid her. Why should I wish to avoid her? If she amuses me, diverts my mind, beguiles my pain or more dreary apathy, why not let her exert her power to the utmost and make herself useful? Yes, but she will try to do more than amuse. Well, suppose she does. One can coolly foil such efforts. Not so sure of that. If I were dealing with a man I could, but one must be worse than a clod to hear her sing and not feel. I suppose I made a weak fool of myself before them all last night, and they thought I was on the eve of conversion. I half wish I were, or on the eve of anything else. Any change from my present state would seem a relief. But a man cannot go into these things like an impulsive girl, even if he believes in them, which is more than I do. I seem to have fallen into a state of moral and physical imbecility, in which I can only doubt, suffer, and chafe. I won't avoid her. I will study and analyze her character. I doubt whether she is as good, fresh, and original as she seems. Such girls exist only in moral stories, and I've met but few even there. I will solve her mystery. Probably it is not a very deep one, and after a day or two she will become an old story and life will resume its normal monotony." And he at once descended the stairs to carry out his purpose. The children were coming from the sitting room, where they had their school, exclaiming, "Oh, auntie, what shall we do this awful rainy day?" "Wait till I have given some directions to Zibby, and I will read you a fairy story, and then you can go up into the garret until dinner time." "May I listen to the fairy story also?" asked Walter. Miss Walton looked up with a smile and said, "You must be half desperate from your imprisonment to accept of such solace. But if you can wait till I have kept my word to the children, I will read something more to your taste." "I think I should like to hear how a fairy story sounds once again after all these years." "As Shakespeare may sound to us sometime in the future," she replied, smiling. "I can't believe we shall ever outgrow Shakespeare," he said. "I can believe it, but I cannot understand how it is possible. As yet I am only growing up to Shakespeare." "You seem very ready to believe what you cannot understand." "And that is a woman's way, I suppose you would like to add," she answered, smiling over her shoulder, as she turned to the kitchen department. "You men have a general faith that there will be dinner at 2 o'clock, though you understand very little how it comes to pass. And if you are disappointed, the best of your sex have not fortitude enough to wait patiently. So I must delay no longer to propitiate the kitchen divinity." "There," he said, "I have but crossed her steps in the hall, and she has stirred me and set my nerves tingling like an October breeze. She is a witch." After a few minutes Miss Walton entered. Each of the children called for a story, and both clamored for their favorites. "Johnny," said Miss Walton, "it is manly to yield to the least and weakest, especially if she be a little woman." The boy thought for a moment, and then with an amusing assumption of dignity said, "You may read Susie's story first, auntie." Susie promised Johnny that his story shall be read first next time, which Susie promptly did with a touch of the womanly grace which accompanies favors bestowed after the feminine will has triumphed. "Now, little miniature man and woman, listen," and their round eyes were ready for the world of wonders. And this child of nature was at the same time showing Gregory a world as new and strange, a world that he had caught glimpses of when a boy, but since had lost hopelessly. She carried the children away into fairyland. She suggested to him a life in which simplicity, truth, and genuine goodness might bring peace and hope to the heart. "Well, what do you think of the fairy story?" she asked after she had finished, and the children had drawn sighs of intense relief at the happy denouement, in which the ugly ogre was slain and the prince and princess were married. "I did not hear it," he said. "That's complimentary, but you appeared listening very closely. You have heard of people reading a different meaning between the lines, and I suppose one can listen to a different meaning." "And what could you find between the lines of this fairy tale?" she asked with interest. "It would be difficult for me to explain. Something too vague and indefinite for words, I fear. But if you will read me something else, I will listen to the text itself." "Come, children, scamper off to the garret," said Annie. "And remember you are nearer heaven up there, so you must be very kind and gentle to each other. You will fill those youngsters' head with beautiful superstitions." "Superstition and faith are not so very far apart, though so unlike." "Yes, it is hard to tell where one leaves off and the other begins." "Is it? Isn't it?" "I don't like to contradict you, sir." "You have contradicted me, and I suppose it is manly to yield to a lady." "Not in matters of principle and honest conviction." "Alas! if one has not very much of either?" "It is a great misfortune, and I suppose I ought to add fault." "I have no doubt it is a misfortune, Miss Walton, but you are not reading." "Well, make your choice." "I leave it entirely to you." "You don't look very well to day. I will select something light and cheerful from Dickens." "Excuse me, please. I am in no mood for his deliberate purpose to make one laugh." "Then there is Irving. His style flows like a meadow brook." "No, he is too sentimental." "Walter Scott, then, will form a happy medium." "No, he wearies one with explanations in history." "Some of Tennyson's dainty idylls will suit your fastidious taste." "I couldn't abide his affected, stilted language to day." "Shakespeare, then. You regard him as perfect." "No, he makes me think, and I do not wish to." "Well, here are newspapers, the latest magazine, and some new novels." "Modern rubbish, a mushroom growth. They will soon kindle kitchen fires instead of thought." "Then I must make an expedition to the library. What shall I bring? There is Mosheim's Ecclesiastical Ancient History. That has a solid, venerable sound. Or if you prefer poetry, I will get Gray's Elegy. That cannot be a literary mushroom, for he was 20 years writing it. But perhaps it is Tupper you would like. That would suit your mood exactly. Tupper's Proverbial Philosophy." "You are growing satirical, Miss Walton. Why don't you assert plainly that I am as full of whims as a woman, would you like to say?" "Present company excepted. The fact is, I am 2/3 ill to day, and the most faultless style and theme in our language would weary me. I am possessed by the evil spirits of ennui, unrest, and disgust at myself and all the world, present company always excepted. Do you know any spell that can exorcise these demons?" "Yes, a very simple one. Will you put yourself absolutely in my power and obey?" "I am your slave." Miss Walton left the room and soon returned with a large afghan. "You must take a horizontal position in order that my spell may work." "Pshaw! You are prescribing an ordinary nap." "I am glad to say the best things in this world are ordinary. But permit me to suggest that in view of your pledged word you have nothing to do in this matter but to obey." "Very well." And he threw himself on the sofa. "The day is chilly, sir, and I must throw this afghan over you." And she did so with the little touch of delicacy which is so grateful when one is indisposed. Her manner both soothed and pleased him. He was more lonely than he realized, for it had been years since he had experienced woman's gentle care and ministry, and Annie Walton had a power possessed by few to put jangling nerves at rest. Suddenly he said, "I wish I had a sister like you." "My creed, you know," she replied, "makes all mankind kindred." "Nonsense," said Gregory irritably. "Deliver me from your church sisters." "Take care," she answered, with a warning nod. "I'm a church sister, so don't drive me away, for I am going to sing you to sleep." "I'm half inclined to join your church that I may call you sister." "You would be disciplined and excommunicated within a month. But hush, you must not talk." "How would you treat me after I had been anathematized?" "If you were ill as you are to day, I would make you sleep. Hush, not another word. I am going to sing." A luxurious sense of comfort stole over him, and he composed himself to listen and criticize, little imagining, though, that he would fall asleep. He saw through the window a lowering sky with leaden clouds driven wildly across it. The wind moaned and soughed around the angles of the house, and the rain beat against the glass. All without seemed emblematic of himself. But now he had a brief but blessed sense of shelter from both the storm and himself. The fire blazed cheerily on the hearth. The afghan seemed to envelop him like a genial atmosphere. Had Miss Walton bewitched it by her touch? And now she had found something to suit her, or rather him, and his singing. "What an unusual voice she has," he thought. "Truly the spirit of David's harp that could banish the demon from Saul dwells in it. I wonder if she is as good and real as she seems, or whether, under the stress of temptation or the poison of flattery, she would not show herself a true daughter of Eve. I must find out, for it is about the only remaining question that interests me. If she is like the rest of us, if she is a female Hunting, then good by to all hope. I shall not live to find anybody or anything to trust. If she is what she seems, it's barely possible that she might help me out of this horrible slough of despond, if she would take the trouble. I wish that she were my sister, or that my sister had lived and had been just like her." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 9. Miss Walton Recommends a Hobby. To Gregory's surprise, he waked, and then admitted to himself that, contrary to his expectation and purpose, he had been asleep. His last remembered consciousness was that of sweet, low music. How long ago was that? He looked at his watch. It was nearly 2, and he must have slept several hours. He glanced around and saw that he was alone, but the fire still blazed on the hearth, and the afghan enfolded him with its genial warmth as before, and it seemed that although by himself he was still cared for. "She is a witch," he muttered. "Her spells are no jokes. But I will investigate her case, like an old time Salem inquisitor. With more than Yankee curiosity, which was at the bottom of their superstitious questionings, I will pry into her power. But she will find that she has a wary skeptic to convince. I have seen too many saints and sinners to be again deceived by fair seeming." A broad ray of sunlight shot across the room. "By my soul, it's clearing off. Is this her work also? Has she swept away the clouds with her broomstick? And there goes the dinner bell, too." And he went to his room 2 steps at a time, as he had done when a boy. Annie, coming out of the sitting room at that moment, smiled and said, "He must be better." At the table she asked, "How do you find yourself now?" "Much given to appetite." Then, turning to Mr. Walton, he said abruptly, "Do you believe in witchcraft?" "Well, no, sir," said Mr. Walton, a little taken aback. "I do," continued he emphatically. "When and where have you had experience of the black art?" "This morning, and in your house, sir." "You seem none the worse for it," said his host, smiling. "Indeed, I have not felt so well in months. Your larder will suffer if I am practiced upon any more." "Well, of all modern and prosaic results of witchery, this exceeds," said Annie, laughing, "since only a good appetite comes of it." "It yet remains to see whether this is the only result," replied Gregory. "What possessed the old Puritans to persecute the Salem witches is a mystery to me, if their experience was anything like mine." "You must remember that the question of what was agreeable or otherwise scarcely entered into a Puritan's motives." "I am not so sure of that," he answered quickly. "It has ever seemed to me that the good people of other days went into persecution with a zeal that abstract right can hardly account for. People will have their excitements, and a good rousing persecution used to stir things like the burning of Chicago or a presidential election in our day." "Granting," said Annie, "the bigotry and cruelty of the persecutor, and these must be mainly charged to the age, still you must admit that among them were earnest men who did from good motives what appears very wrong to us. What seemed to them evil and destructive principles were embodied in men and women, and they meant to destroy the evil through the suffering and death of these poor creatures." "And then consider the simplicity and ease of the persecutor's method," continued Gregory mockingly. "A man's head has become full of supposed doctrinal errors. To refute and banish these would require much study and argument on the part of the opponent. It was so much easier to take an obstinate heretic's head off than to argue with him. I think it was the simplicity of the persecutor's method that kept it in favor so long." "But it never convinced any one," said Annie, "and the man killed merely goes into another world of the same opinion still."
And there probably learns, poor fellow, that both were wrong, and that he had better had been content with good dinners and a quiet life, and let theology alone." "The world would move but slowly if all men were content with good dinners and a quiet life," said Annie, satirically. "But you have not answered my question. Could not good, earnest men have been very cruel, believing that everything depended on their uprooting some evil of their day?" "To tell the truth, Miss Walton," he replied, a little nettled, "I have no sympathy with that style of men. To me they are very repulsive and ridiculous. They remind me of the breathless, perspiring politicians of our time, who buttonhole you and assert that the world will come to an end unless John Smith is elected. To me the desperate earnestness of people who imagine it their mission to set the world right is excessively tiresome. For one man or 1,000 to proclaim that they speak for God and embody truth, and that the race should listen and obey, is the absurdity of arrogance." "If we were to agree with you, should we not have to say that the prophets should have kept their visions to themselves, and that Luther should have remained in his cell, and Columbus have coasted along shore, and not insisted on what was to all the world an absurdity?" "Come, Miss Walton," said Gregory, with a vexed laugh, as they rose from the table, "you are a witch. I am willing to argue with flesh and blood, but I would rather hear you sing. Still, since you have swept away these clouds so I can have my ramble, I will forgive you for unhorsing me in our recent tilt." "If you would mount some good honest hobby and ride it hard, I doubt whether any one could unhorse you," she replied in a low tone, as she accompanied him to the parlor. "Men with hobbies are my detestation, Miss Walton." "Nevertheless, they are the true knights errant of our age. Of course it depends upon what kind of hobbies they ride, or whether they can manage their steeds." "Miss Walton, your figure suggests a half idiot with a narrow forehead and one idea, banging back and forth on a wooden horse, but making no progress. In other words, a fussy, bustling man who can do and talk but one thing." "Your understanding of the popular phrase is narrow and literal, and while it may have such a meaning, it can also have a very different one. Suppose that, instead of looking with languid eyes alike upon all things, a man finds some question of vital import, or a pursuit that promises good to himself and to others, and that enlists his interest. He comes at last to give it his best energies and thought. The whole current of his life is setting in that direction. Of course he must ever be under the restraints of good sense and refinement. A man's life without a hobby is a weak and wavering line of battle indefinitely long. One's life with a hobby is a concentrated charge." There was in Miss Walton's face and manner, as she uttered these words, that which caused him to regard her with involuntary admiration. Suddenly he asked, "Have you a hobby?" Her manner changed instantly, and with an arch look she said, "If you detest a man with a hobby, what a monster a woman with one would be in your eyes." "I have admitted that you are a witch." "Oh, I am a monster already, and so have no character to lose. But where is your penetration? If a man with a hobby is idiotic, narrow browed, fussy and bustling, excessively obtrusive, with his one idea, a woman must be like him with all these things exaggerated. Has it not occurred to you that I have a hobby of the most wooden and clumsy order?" "But that was my idea of a hobby. You have spiritualized my wooden block into a Pegasus, the symbol of inspiration. Have you such a hobby?" "I have." "What is it?" She went out of the room, saying smilingly over her shoulder, "You must find that out for yourself." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 10. A Plot Against Miss Walton. Gregory was soon off for his ramble. The storm had cleared away, leaving the air so warm and genial as to suggest spring rather than fall. But he was quite oblivious of the outer world, and familiar scenes had not the power to awaken either pleasant or painful associations. He was trying to account for the influence that Annie Walton had suddenly gained over him, but it was beyond his philosophy. This provoked him. His cool, worldly nature doubted everything and especially everybody. He believed in the inherent weakness of humanity, and that if people were exceptionally good it was because they had been exceptionally fortunate in escaping temptation. He also had a cynical pleasure in seeing such people tripping and stumbling, so that he might say in self-excusing, "We are all alike." And yet he was compelled to admit that if Annie's goodness was seeming, it was higher art than he had known before. There was also an unconscious assertion of superiority in her manner that he did not like.
True, things had turned out far better than he had expected. There was no cant about her. She did not lecture him or talk religion in what he regarded as the stereotyped way, and he was sure she would not, even if they became better acquainted. But there is that in genuine goodness and nobility of character that always humiliates the bad and makes them feel their degradation. A real pity and sympathy for him tinged her manner, but these qualities are not agreeable to pride. And it must be admitted that she had a little self righteous satisfaction that she was so much better than this sadly robbed and wounded man suddenly appearing at the wayside of her life. In human strength there is generally a trace of arrogance. Only divine strength and purity can say with perfect love and full allowance for all weakness and adverse influences, "Neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more." Gregory had now reached a rustic bridge across a little stream that, swollen from the recent rain, came gurgling and clamoring down from the hills. Leaning upon the rail, he seemed to watch the foaming water glide under his feet, but the outward vision made no impression on his mind. At last, in the consciousness of solitude, he said, "She told me I must find her out. I will. I will know whether she is as free from human frailty as she seems. I have little doubt that before many days I can cause her to show all the inherent weakness of her sex, and I should think New York and Paris had taught me what they are. She has never been tempted. She has never been subjected to the delicate flattery of an accomplished man of the world. I am no gross libertine. I could not be in this place. I could not so wrong hospitality in the household of my father's friend. But I should like to prove to that girl her delusion, and show her that she is a weak woman like the rest, that she is a pretty painted ship that has never been in a storm, and therefore need not sail so confidently. We all start on the voyage of life as little skiffs and pleasure boats might across the ocean. If any get safely over, it is because they were lucky enough not to meet dangerous currents or rough weather. I should like her better with her piquant ways if she were more like myself. Saints and Madonnas are well enough in pictures, but such as I would find them very uncomfortable society." With sudden power the thought flashed upon him, "Why not let her make you as she is?" Where did the thought come from? Tell me not that the Divine Father forgets his children. He is speaking to them continually, only they will not hear. There was a brief passionate wish on the part of this bad man that she might be what she seemed, and that he could become like her. As the turbulent, muddy Jordan divided that God's people might pass through, so this thought from heaven found passage through his heart, and then the current of sinful impulse and habit flowed on as before. With the stupidity of evil, he was breaking the clue that God had dropped into his hand, even when desperately weary of his lost state. He is wrecked and helpless on the wide ocean. A ship is coming to his rescue, and his first effort is that this vessel also may be wrecked or greatly injured in the attempt. There is no insanity like that of a perverted heart. The adversary of souls has so many human victims doing his work that he can fold his hands in idleness. And yet, according to the world's practice, and we might almost say its code, Gregory purposed nothing that would be severely condemned, nothing more than ordinary flirtation, as common in society as idleness, love of excitement, and that power over others which ministers to vanity. He had no wish to be able to say anything worse of her than that under temptation she would be as vain and heartless a coquette as many others that he knew in what is regarded as good society. He would have cut off his right hand, as he then felt, rather than sought to lead her into gross sin. And yet, what did Gregory purpose in regard to Annie, but to take the heavenly bloom and beauty from her character? As if they can be lovely to either God or man, of whom it can be said only, they commit no overt crime. What is the form of a rose without its beauty and fragrance? They who tempt to evil are the real iconoclasts. They destroy God's image. But the supreme question of the selfish heart is, "What do I want now?" Gregory wished to satisfy himself and Miss Walton that she had no grounds for claiming any special superiority over him, and he turned on his heels and went back to the house to carry out his purpose. Nature, purified and beautiful by reason of its recent baptism from heaven, had no attractions for him. Gems of moisture sparkled unseen. He was planning and scheming to turn her head with vanity, make her quiet life of ministry to others odious, and draw her into a fashionable flirtation. Annie did not appear until the supper bell summoned her, and then said, "Mr. Gregory, I hope you will not think it rude if father and I leave you to your books and Aunt Eulie's care this evening. It is our church prayer meeting night, and father never likes to be absent." "I shall miss you beyond measure. The evening will seem an age." Something in his tone caused her to give him a quick glance, but she only said with a smile, "You are very polite to say so, but I imagine the last magazine will be a good substitute." "I doubt whether there is a substitute for you, Miss Walton. I am coming to believe that your absence would make that vacuum which nature so dreads. You shall see how good I will be this evening, and you shall read me everything you please, even to that ancient ecclesiastical history. If you will only stay, I will be your slave, and you shall rule me with a rod of iron or draw me with the silken cords of kindness, according to your mood." "It is not well to have too many moods, Mr. Gregory," said Annie, quietly. "In reply to all your alluring reasons for staying at home, I have only to say that I have promised father to go with him. Besides, I think it is my duty to go." "Duty is a harsh, troublesome word to be always quoting. It is a kind of straitjacket which we poor mortal lunatics are compelled to wear. Duty seems to me a good solid road on which one may travel safely. One never knows where the side paths lead, into the brambles or morass, like enough." "Indeed, Miss Walton, such austerity is not becoming to your youth and beauty." "What am I to think of your sincerity when you speak of my beauty, Mr. Gregory?" "Beauty is a question of taste," answered Gregory, gallantly. "It is settled by no rigid rules or principles, but the eyes of the observer." "Oh, I understand now. My beauty this evening is the result of your bad taste." "Calling it bad does not make it so. Well, since you will not remain at home with me, will you not let me go with you to the prayer meeting? If I'm ever to join your church, it is time I entered on the initiating mysteries." "I think a book will do you more good in your present mood." "What a low estimate you make of the means of grace! Why, certain of your poets have said, 'And fools who came to scoff remain to pray.'" "The quotation does not apply to you, Mr. Gregory, for even if you can doubt the power and truth of Christianity, the memory of your childhood will prevent you from scoffing at it." A sudden shadow came across his face, but after a moment he said in his old tones, "Will you not let me go to the prayer meeting?" "Father will be glad to have you go with us if you think it prudent to venture out in the night air." "Prudence to the dogs! What is the use of living if we cannot do as we please? But will you be glad to have me go?" "That depends upon your motives." "If I should confess, you wouldn't let me go," he replied, with a bow. "But I will try to be as good as possible, just to reward your kindness." The rest of the family now joined them in the supper room, and during the meal Walter exerted himself to show how entertaining he could be if he chose. Anecdotes, incidents of travel, graphic sketches of society, and sallies of wit made the hour pass before any one was aware. Even the children listened with wondering eyes, and Mr. Walton and Miss Eulie were delighted with the vivacity of their guest. Annie apparently had no reason to complain of him, for his whole manner toward her during the hour was that of delicately sustained compliment. When she spoke, he listened with deference, and her words usually had point and meaning. He also gave to her remark the best interpretation of which they were capable, and by skillfully drawing her out made her surpass even herself, so that Miss Eulie said, "Why, Annie, there is surely some witchcraft about. You and Mr. Gregory are as brilliant as fireworks." "It's all Miss Walton's work, I assure you," said Gregory. "As Pat declared, I'm not meself any more, and shall surprise you, sir, by asking if I may go to the prayer meeting. Miss Walton says I can if I will behave myself. The last time I went to the old place I made faces at the girls. I suppose that would be wrong." "That is the sin of our age, making faces," said Annie. "Many have too, and some can make for themselves even more." "Now that was a barbed arrow," said Gregory, looking at her keenly. "Did you let it fly at venture?" "Bless me!" said Mr. Walton, rising hastily. "We should have been on the road a quarter of an hour ago. You mustn't be so entertaining another prayer meeting night, Mr. Gregory. Of course we shall be glad to have you accompany us if you feel well enough. I give you both but 5 minutes before joining me at the wagon." Walter again mounted the stairs with something of his old buoyancy, and Annie followed, looking curiously after him. It was not in human nature to be indifferent to that most skilful flattery which can be addressed to woman. The recognition of her cleverness and the enhancing of it by adroit and suggestive questions. And yet all his manner was tinged by a certain insincere gallantry rather than by a manly, honest respect. She vaguely felt this, though she could not distinctly point it out. He puzzled her. What did he mean, and at what was he aiming? End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 11. A Drinking Song at a Prayer Meeting. Having failed in his attempt to induce Annie to remain at home, Gregory resolved that the prayer meeting should not be one of quiet devotion. Mr. Walton made him, as an invalid, take the back seat with Annie, while he sat with the driver, and Gregory, after a faint show of resistance, gladly complied. "It's chilly. Won't you give me half of your shawl?" he said to her. "You may have it all," she replied, about to take it off. "No, I'll freeze first. Do the brethren and sisters sit together?" "No," she answered, laughing. "We have got in the queer way of dividing the room between us, and the few men who attend sit on one side and we on the other." "Oh, it's almost a female prayer meeting, then. Do the sisters pray?" "Mr. Gregory, you are not a stranger here that you need pretend to such ignorance. I think the meeting is conducted very much as when you were a boy." "With this most interesting difference, that you will be there and will sing, I hope. Miss Walton, where did you learn to sing?" "Mainly at home." "I should think so. Your voice is as unlike that of a public singer as you are unlike the singer herself." "It must seem very tame to you." "It seems very different. We have an artificial flower department in our store. There is no lack of color and form there, I assure you. But after all, I would prefer your rose garden in June." "But you would probably prefer your artificial flower department the rest of the year," said Annie, laughing. "Why so?" "Our roses are annuals, and are only prosaic briars after their bloom." "Imagine them hybrid perennials and monthlies, and you have my meaning. But your resemblance to a rose extends even to its thorns. Your words are a little sharp sometimes." "In the thorns the resemblance begins and ends, Mr. Gregory. I assure you I am a veritable Scotch briar. But here we are at our destination. I wonder if you will see many old, remembered faces." "I shall be content in seeing yours," he replied in a low tone, pressing her hand as he assisted her to alight. If he could have seen the expression of her face in the darkness, it would have satisfied him that she did not receive that style of compliment, like many of the belles of his acquaintance, who would take the small change of flattery with the smiling complacency of a public doorkeeper. They were late. The good old pastor was absent, and one of the brethren was reading a chapter in the Bible. Gregory took a seat where he could see Annie plainly, and she sat with her side face toward him. He watched her keenly, in order to see if she showed any consciousness of his presence. The only evidence in his favor was a slight flush and a firmness about the lips, as if her will was asserting itself. But soon her face had the peaceful and serious expression becoming the place and hour, and he saw that she had no thoughts for him whatever. He was determined to distract her attention, and by restlessness, looking fixedly at her, sought her eye, but only secured the notice of some young girls who thought him badly smitten with Miss Walton. The long chapter having been read, a hymn was given out. The gentleman who usually led the music was also absent, and there was an ominous pause, in which the good brother's eye wandered appealingly around the room, and at last rested hopefully on Annie. She did not fail him, but with heightened color and voice that trembled slightly at first, started the tune. It was a sweet, familiar air, and she soon had the support of other voices. One after another they joined her in widely varying degrees of melody, even as the example of noble life will gradually secure a number of more or less successful imitators. Gregory had seen the appeal to her with a half amused, half comical look, but her sincere and ready performance of the duty that had unexpectedly revealed itself rapidly changed the expression of his face to one of respect and admiration. Distinct and yet blending with the others, her voice seemed both to key up and hide the little roughnesses and discords of some who perhaps had more melody in their hearts than in their tones. Again a divine impulse, like a flower laden breeze sweeping into a dark and grated vault at Greenwood, stirred Gregory's evil nature. Let her teach you the harmony of noble, unselfish living. Follow her in thought, feeling, and action as those stammering, untuned tongues do in melody, and the blight of evil will pass from your life. Seek not to muddy and poison this clear little rill that is watering a bit of God's world. Grant that her goodness is not real, established, and thoroughly tested, that it is only a pretty surface picture. Seek not to blur that picture. But the evil heart is like Sodom. Good angel thoughts may come to it, but they are treated with violence and driven out. His habit of cynical doubt soon returned, and his purpose to show Miss Walton that she was a weak, vain woman after all became stronger than ever. It seemed to have come to this, that his salvation depended on, not what Miss Walton could say or do directly in his behalf, but upon her maintenance of a character that even a skeptical world must acknowledge as inspired by heaven, and this too against a tempter of unusual skill and tact. She might sing with resistless pathos, and argue and plead with Paul's logic and eloquence. His nature might be stirred for a moment as a stagnant pool is agitated by the winds of heaven, and, like the pool, he would soon settle back into his old apathy. But if she could be made to show weakness, to stumble and fall, it would confirm him in his belief that goodness, if it really existed, was accidental, that those whose lives were apparently free from stain deserved no credit, because untempted, and that those who fell should be pitied rather than blamed, since they were unfortunate rather than guilty. Anything that would quiet and satisfy his conscience in its stern arraignment of his evil life would be welcome. The more he saw of Miss Walton, the more he felt that she would be a fair subject upon whom to test his favorite theory. Therefore, by the time one of the brethren present had finished his homely exhortation, he was wholly bent upon carrying out his plan. But Miss Walton sat near, as innocently oblivious of this plot against her as Eve of the serpent's guile before the tempter and temptation came into fatal conjunction. What thoughts for and against each other may dwell utterly hidden and unknown in the hearts of those so near that their hands may touch. Conspiracies to compass the death that is remediless may lurk just behind eyes that smile upon us. Of course Gregory desired no such fatal result to follow his little experiment. Few who for their own pleasure, profit, or caprice tempt others wish the evil to work on to the bitter end. They merely want a sufficient letting down of principle and virtue for the accomplishment of their purpose, and then would prefer that the downward tendency should cease or be reversed. The merchant who requires dishonorable practices of his clerk wishes him to stop at a point which, in the world's estimation, is safe. And those who, like Gregory, would take the bloom from a woman's purity and holiness in thought and action, that they may enjoy a questionable flirtation, would be horrified to see that woman drop into the foul gulf of vice. With the blind egotism of selfishness, they wish merely to gratify their pleasant inclinations, ignoring the consequences. They are like children who think it would be sport to see a little cataract falling over a Holland dike. Therefore, when the tide is in, they open a small channel, but are soon aghast to find that the deep sea is overwhelming the land. Gregory, as usual with his kind, thought only of his own desires. When he had accomplished these, Miss Walton must take care of herself. When from seeming a sweet, pure woman she had, by a little temptation, proved to be capable of becoming a vain flirt, he would go back to business and dismiss her from his thoughts with a grim chuckle. She is like the rest of us. And thus Annie was destined to meet her mother Eve's experience. And with the energy and promptness of evil, Gregory was keenly on the alert for anything to further his purpose. It would seem that the Satanic ally in such schemes does not permit opportunity to be wanting long. The leader of the meeting again selected a hymn, but of a peculiar meter. He read only 2 lines, and then looked expectantly toward Annie, who could not at the moment think of a tune that would answer. And while, with knit brows, she was bending over her book, to her unbounded surprise she heard the hymn started by a clear, mellow tenor voice. Looking up, she saw Gregory singing as gravely as a deacon. She was sufficiently a musician to know that the air did not belong to sacred music, though she had never heard it before. In his watchfulness he had noticed her hesitation, and glancing at the meter saw instantly that the measure of a drinking song he knew well would fit the words. This fell out better than he had hoped, and with the thought, "I will jostle her out of her dignity now," he began singing without any embarrassment, though every eye was upon him. He had been out in the world long enough for that. As Annie turned with a shocked and half frightened expression toward him, his eyes met hers with a sudden gleam of drollery which was irresistible, and he had the satisfaction of seeing her drop her head to conceal a smile. But he noticed a moment later that her face became grave with disapprobation. Having sung a stanza, he looked around with an injured air, as if reproaching the others for not joining in with him. "The tune is not exactly familiar to us," said the good man leading the meeting. "But if the brother will continue singing, we will soon catch the air. Or perhaps the brother or some one else," with a glance at Annie, "will start one better known." Gregory deliberately turned over the leaves, and to the tune of Old Hundred started a hymn commencing, "Unveil thy bosom, faithful tomb. Take this new treasure to thy trust, and give these sacred relics room. to slumber in the silent dust. Annie had a keen sense of the ludicrous, and the transition from what he had been singing to the funereal and most inappropriate words was almost too much for her. To her impotent anger and self disgust she felt a hysterical desire to laugh, and only controlled herself by keeping her head down and her lips firmly pressed together during the remainder of the brief service. Even others who did not know Gregory could not prevent a broad smile at the incongruous hymn he had chosen, but they unitedly wailed through it, for he persisted in singing it all in the most dirge like manner. They gave him credit for doing the best he could, and supposed his unhappy choice resulted from haste and embarrassment. In the spontaneity of social meetings, people become accustomed to much that is not harmonious. Mr. Walton was puzzled. His guest was certainly appearing in an unexpected role, and he feared that all was not right. After the meeting the brethren gathered round Gregory and thanked him for his assistance, and he shook hands with them and the elderly ladies present, with the manner of one who might have been a pillar in the temple. Many of them remembered his father and mother, and supposed their mantle had fallen on him. An ancient mother in Israel thanked him that he had started a tune that they could all sing instead of the new fangled ones the young people are always getting up nowadays. "But," said she, "I wish you could learn us that pretty one you first sang, for it took my fancy amazingly. I think I must have heard it somewhere before." Gregory gave Annie another of his suggestive glances that sent her out hastily into the darkness, and a moment later he joined her at the carriage steps. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 12 Foiled in One Direction. Gregory lifted Miss Walton very tenderly into the carriage and took his place by her side, while her father was detained by some little matter of business. "I am not an invalid," said Annie, rather curtly. "Indeed you are not, Miss Walton. From your superabundance you are even giving life to me." "I thought from your manner you feared I was about to faint," she answered dryly. Mr. Walton joined them, and they started homeward. "Come, Miss Annie," said Gregory, addressing her thus for the first time. "Why so distant? Was I not called a brother in the meeting? If I am a brother, you are a sister. I told you I would secure this relationship." She did not answer him. "I think it was too bad," he continued, "that you did not second my efforts better. You would not help me sing either of the tunes I started." "Mr. Gregory," said Annie, emphatically, "I will never go to a prayer meeting with you again." "What a rash resolve! But I confess that I preferred to have you stay at home with me." "You have spoiled the whole evening for me." "And you spoiled mine, so we are quits," he replied, laughingly. "No, we are not. How can you turn sacred things into a jest?" "I was possessed to see a smile light up the awful gravity of your face, and I feel amply repaid in that I succeeded. It was a delicious bit of sunshine on a cloudy day." "And I am provoked at myself beyond measure that I could have laughed like a silly child." "But did you not like the first tune I sang? Old Hundred was selected in deference to the wishes of the meeting." "No, I did not like it. It was not suitable to the place and words. Though I never heard it before, its somewhat slow movement did not prevent it from smacking of something very foreign to a prayer meeting." "A most happy and inspired expression. Many a time I have smacked my lips when it was being sung over the best of wine." "Was it a drinking song, then?" she asked, quickly. "What will you do with me if I say it was?" "Mr. Gregory, I would not have thought this even of you." "Even of me? That is complimentary. I now learn what a low estimate you have of me. But see how unjust you are. The musical commissaries of the church militant are ever saying, 'It's a pity the devil should have all the good music.' And so half the Sunday school tunes, and many sung in churches, have had a lower origin than my drinking song. I assure you that the words are as fine as the air. Why have I not as good a right to steal a tune from the devil as the rest of them?" "It's the motive that makes all the difference," said Annie. "But I fear that in this case the devil suffered no loss." "I'm sure my motive was not bad. I only wished to see a bonny smile light up your face." Before she could reply, the carriage stopped at Mr. Walton's door, and with Mr. Gregory she passed into the cozy parlor. Her father did not immediately join them. As Gregory looked at her while she took off her wraps, he thought, By Jove, she's handsome if she's not pretty." In fact, Annie's face at that time would have attracted attention anywhere. The crisp air had given her a fine color. Her eyes glowed with suppressed excitement and anger, while the firm lines about the mouth indicated that when she spoke it would be decidedly. In spite of herself, the audacity, cleverness, and wickedness of this stranger had affected her greatly. As he threw off his moodiness, as he revealed himself by word and action, she saw that he was no ordinary character, but a thorough man of the world, and with some strange caprices. The suspicion crossed her mind that he might be not only in peril himself, but also a source of danger. She had determined during the ride home that even though he meant no slur upon sacred things, he should carry his mocking spirit no more into them. Therefore, after a moment's thought, she turned toward him with a manner of mingled frankness and dignity, and said, "Mr. Gregory, I regret what has occurred this evening. I have a painful sense of the ludicrous, and you have taken unfair advantage of it. I am usually better and happier for going to our simple little meeting, but now I can think of the whole hour only with pain. I think I am as mirth loving as the majority of my age, and perhaps more so. I say truly that my heart is very light and happy. But, Mr. Gregory, we look at certain things very differently from you. While I would not for a moment have you think that religion brings into my life gloom and restraint, quite the reverse, it still gives me great pain when anything connected with my faith is made a matter of jest. These things are sacred to us, and I know my father would feel deeply grieved if he understood you this evening. Do you not see? It appears to us differently from what it does to you, and perhaps to the world at large. These things are to us what your mother's memory is to you. I would sooner cut off my right hand than trifle with that." Gregory had been able to maintain his quizzical look of mischief till she named his mother. Then his face changed instantly. A flush of shame crossed it, and after a moment, with an expression something like true manhood, he stepped forward and took Annie's hand, saying, "Miss Walton, I sincerely ask your pardon. I did not know, I could not believe that you felt as you do. I will give you no further reason to complain of me on this ground. I hope you will forgive me." She at once relented and said, "Who by repentance is not satisfied is not of heaven nor earth." There is an apt quotation from your favorite Shakespeare. "You seem a delightful mixture of both, Miss Walton." "If you were a better judge, sir, you would know that the earthly ingredient is too great. But that is in your favor, for I am sufficiently human to make allowance for human folly." "I shall tax your charity to the utmost." As Gregory sat in his armchair recalling the events of the day before retiring, he thought, "Well, my attempt has failed signally. While by her involuntary smile she showed that she was human, she has also managed this evening to prove that she is perfectly sincere in her religion, and to render it impossible for me to assail her in that direction again. As the old hymn goes, I must 'let her religious hours alone.' But how far her religion or superstition will control her action is another question. I have learned both at home and abroad that people can be very religious and very sincere in matters of faith and ceremony, and jealous of any hand stretched out to touch their sacred ark. But when through with the holy business, they can live the life of very ordinary mortals. This may be true of Miss Walton. At any rate, I have made a mistake in showing my hand somewhat at a prayer meeting, for women are so tenacious on religious matters. Deference, personal attention, and compliments, these are the irresistible weapons. These inflate pride and vanity to such a degree that a miserable collapse is necessary. And yet I must be careful, for she is not like some belles I know, who have the swallow of a whale for flattery. She is too intelligent, too refined, to take compliments as large and glaring as a sunflower. Something in the way of a moss rose bud will accomplish more. I will appear as if falling under her power, as if bewitched by her charms. Nothing pleases your plain girls more than to be thought beautiful. I shall have her head turned in a week. I am more bent than ever on teaching this little Puritan that she and I live upon the same level." Saturday morning dawned clear and bracing, and the grass was white with hoar frost. The children came in to breakfast with glowing cheeks and hair awry, crying excitedly in the same breath that they "had been to the chestnut trees, and that Jack had opened the Burrs all night." In answer to their clamorous petitions, a 1 o'clock dinner was promised, and Aunt Annie was to accompany them on a nutting expedition with Jeff as pioneer to thresh and club the trees. "Can I go too?" Gregory asked of the children. "I suppose so," said Johnny rather coldly, "if Aunt Annie is willing." "You can go with me," said kind hearted little Susie. "Now I can go whether Aunt Annie is willing or not," said Gregory, with mock defiance at the boy. He glanced at his aunt's face to gather how he should take this, but she settled the matter satisfactorily to him by saying, "You shall be my beau, and Mr. Gregory will be Susie's." "Good, good!" exclaimed Susie. "I've got a beau already." And she beamed upon Gregory in a way that made them all laugh. "Coming events cast their shadows before, you perceive, Miss Walton," said he, meaningly. "Sometimes the events themselves are but shadows," she replied, dryly. "Now that is severe upon the beaux. How about the belles?" he asked, quickly. "I have nothing to say against my own sex, sir." "That is not fair. Of course I can say nothing adverse." "If you should say what you think, I fear we should be little inclined to cry with Shylock, 'A Daniel come to judgment.'" "You have a dreadful opinion of me, Miss Walton. I wish you would teach me how I can change it." "You discovered so much in a chestnut burr the day you came, I should not be surprised if you could find anything there that you wish to know." "I shall not look in burrs for chestnuts this afternoon, but for something else far more important." Gregory spent the forenoon quietly in his own room reading, in order that he might have all the vigor possible for the ramble, and to Annie, as housekeeper, Saturday morning brought many duties. By 2 o'clock the nutting expedition was organized, and with Jeff in advance, carrying a short ladder and a long limber pole, the party started for the hills. At first Johnny, oppressed with his dignity as Aunt Annie's beau, stalked soberly at her side, and Susie also claimed Gregory according to agreement, and insisted on keeping hold of his hand. He submitted with such grace as he could muster, for children were tiresome to him, and he wanted to talk to Miss Walton without "little pitchers with large ears around." Annie smiled to herself at his half concealed annoyance and his wooden gallantry to Susie, but she understood child life well enough to know that the present arrangement would not last very long. And she was right. They had hardly entered the shady lane leading to the trees before a chipmunk, with its shrill note of exclamation at unexpected company, started out from some leaves near and ran for its hole. Away went Aunt Annie's beau after it, and Susie also, quite oblivious of her first possession in that line, joined in the pursuit. There was an excited consultation above the squirrel's retreat, and then Johnny took out his knife and cut a flexible rod with which to investigate the robber's den. Gregory at once joined Annie, saying, "Since the beau of your choice has deserted you, will you accept of another?" "Yes, till he proves alike inconsistent." "I will see to that. A burr shall be my emblem." "Or I do," she added, laughing. "Now the future is beyond my power." "Perhaps it is, anyway. Johnny was bent upon being a true knight. You may see something that will be to you what the chipmunk was to him." "And such is your opinion of man's constancy? Miss Walton, you are more of a cynic than I am." "Indeed! Do women dwell in your fancy as fixed stars?" "Fixed stars are all suns, are they not? I know of one with wonderful powers of attraction," said he, with a significant glance. "Does she live in New York?" quietly asked Annie. "You know well she does not. She is a votaress of nature, and, as I said, I shall search in every burr for the hidden clue to her favor." "You had better look for chestnuts, sir." "Chestnuts! Fit food for children and chipmunks. I am in quest of the only manna that ever fell from heaven. Have you read Longfellow's 'Golden Legend,' Miss Walton?" "Yes," she replied, with a slight contraction of the brow, as if the suggestion were not pleasing. The children now came running toward them, and wished to resume their old places. "No, sir," said Walter, decisively. "You deserted your lady's side, and your place is filled. And Susie, thou fair, false one, you renounced me for a chipmunk. My wounded heart has found solace in another." Johnny received this charge against his gallantry with a red face and eyes that began to dilate with anger, while Susie looked at Gregory poutingly and said, "I don't like Big Beau. I think chipmunks are ever so much nicer." The laugh that followed broke the force of the storm that was brewing, and Annie, by saying, "See, children, Jeff is climbing the tree on the top of the hill. I wonder who will get the first nuts," caused the wind to veer round from the threatening quarter, and away they scampered with grievances all forgotten. "If grown up children could only forget their troubles as easily," sighed Gregory. "Miss Walton, you are gifted with admirable tact. Your witchery has cleared up another storm." "They have not forgotten," said Annie, ignoring the compliment. "They have only been diverted from their trouble. Children can do by nature what we should from intelligent choice, turn away the mind from painful subjects to those that are pleasing. You don't catch me brooding over trouble when there are 1,000 pleasant things to think of." "That is easier said than done, Miss Walton. I read on your smooth brow that you have had few serious troubles, and, as you say, you have 1,000 pleasant things to think of. But with others it may be very different. Some troubles have a terrible magnetism that draws the mind back to them as if by a malign spell, and there are no pleasant things to think of." "No pleasant things? Why, Mr. Gregory, the universe is very wide." "Present company excepted," replied he gallantly. "But what do I care for the universe? As you say, it is very wide, a big, uncomfortable place in which one is afraid of getting lost." "I am not," said Annie, gently. "How so?" "It's all my Father's house. I am never for a moment lost sight of. Wherever I am like a little child playing outside the door while its mother, unseen, is watching it from the window." He looked at her keenly to see if she were perfectly sincere. Her face had the expression of a child, and the thought flashed across him, "If she is so watched and guarded, how vain are my attempts." But he only said with a shrug, "It would be a pity to dissipate your happy superstition, Miss Walton, but after what I have seen and experienced in the world, it would seem more generally true that the mother forgot her charge, left the window, and the child was run over by the butcher's cart." "Do you think it vain confidence," asked Annie, earnestly, "when I say that you could not dissipate what you term my superstition any more than you could argue me out of my belief in my good old father's love?" Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 13. Interpreting Chestnut Burrs. The conversation had taken a turn that Gregory wished to avoid, so he said, "Miss Walton, you regard me as wretched authority on theology, and therefore my opinions will go for nothing. Suppose we join the children on the hill, for I am most anxious to commence the search for the clue to your favor. Give me your hand, that as your attendant I may at least appear to assist you in climbing, though I suppose you justly think you could help me more than I can you." "And if I can, why should I not?" asked Annie, kindly. "Indeed, Miss Walton, I would crawl up first, but thanks to your reviving influences I am not so far gone as that." "Then you would not permit a woman to reach out a helping hand to you? Talk not against Turks and Arabs. How do Christian men regard us?" "But you look upon me as a heathen." "Beg your pardon, I do not." "Miss Walton, give your honest opinion of me, just what you think." "Will you do the same of me?" "Oh, certainly." "No, do not answer in that tone. On your honor." Gregory was now caught. If he agreed he must state his doubts of her real goodness, his low estimate of women in general which led to his purpose to tempt her. This would not only arm her against his efforts, but place him in a very unpleasant light. "I beat a retreat, Miss Walton. I am satisfied that your opinion would discourage me utterly." "You need have no fears of that kind," she said. "Although my opinion would not be flattering, it would be most encouraging." "No, Miss Walton, I am not to be caught. My every glance and word reveal my opinion of you, while yours of me amounts to what I used to hear years ago. You are a bad boy now, but may become a good one. Come, give me your hand." As she complied, she gave him a quick, keen look. Her intuition told her of something hidden, and he puzzled her. Her hand was ungloved, and he thought, "When have I clasped such a hand before? It could help a Hercules. At any rate, he would like to hold it, for it is alive." There is as much diversity of character in hands as in faces. Some are very white and shapely, and a diamond flashes prettily upon them, but having said this, you have said all. Others suggest honest work, and plenty of it, and for such the sensible will ever have a genuine respect. There are some hands that make you think of creatures whose blood is cold. A lady's hand in society often suggests feebleness, lack of vitality. It is a thing to touch decorously, and if feeling betray you into giving a hearty grasp and pressure, you find that you are only causing pain, and reducing the member to a confused jumble of bones and sinews. There are hands that suggest fancy work, light crochet needles, and neuralgia. Annie's hands was not one that a sculptor would care to copy, though he would find no great fault with it, but a sculptor would certainly take pleasure in shaking hands with her. the pleasure that is the opposite of our shrinking from taking the hand of the dead. It was soft and delicate to the pressure, and yet firm. It reminded one of silk drawn over steel, and was all electric and throbbing with life. You felt that it could give you the true grasp of friendship, that it had power to do more than barely cling to something, that it could both help and sustain, yet its touch would be gentleness itself beside the couch of suffering. When they had reached the brow of the hill he was much more exhausted than she, and sat down panting. "Miss Walton," he asked, "do you not despise a feeble man?" "What kind of feebleness do you mean?" "The weakness that makes me sit pale and panting here, while you stand there glowing with life and vigor, a veritable Hebe." "All your compliments cannot balance that imputation against me. Such weakness awakens my pity, sympathy, and wish to help." "Ah, the emotions you would bestow on a beggar, very agreeable to a man. Well, what kind of feebleness do you despise?" "I think I should despise a feeble, vacillating Hercules most of all, a burly, assuming sort of person, who could be made a tool of, and led to do what he knew to be mean and wrong." "You must despise a great many people, then." "No, I do not. Honestly, Mr. Gregory, I have no right to despise any one. I was only giving the reverse of my ideal man. But I assure you I share too deeply in humanity's faults to be very critical." "I am delighted to hear, Miss Walton, that you share in our fallen humanity, for I was beginning to doubt it, and you can well understand that I should be dreadfully uncomfortable in the presence of perfection." "If you could escape all other sources of discomfort as surely as this one, you would be most happy," replied Annie, with heightened color. "I shall ever think you are satirical when you speak in such style." "A truce, Miss Walton. Only, in mercy to my poor mortality, be as human as you can. Though you seem to suspect me of a low estimate of your sex, I much prefer women to saints and Madonnas. I am going to look for the burr." This was adroitness itself on the part of Gregory, for, of all things, sensible Annie, conscious of faults and many struggles, did not wish to give the impression that she thought herself approaching perfection. And yet he had managed to make her sensitive on that point, and given her a strong motive to relax strict rules of duty and act "like other people," as he would say. Jeff's limber pole was now doing effective service. With many a soft thud upon the sward and leaves, the burrs rained around, while the detached chestnuts rattled down like hail. The children were careering about this little tempest of Jeff's manufacture in a state of wild glee, dodging the random burrs, and snatching what nuts they could in safety on the outskirts of the prickly shower. At last the tree was well thrashed, and had the appearance of a schoolboy bully who, after bristling with threats and boasts for a long time, suddenly meets his master, and is left in a very meek and plucked condition. But the moment Jeff's pole ceased its sturdy strokes there was a rush for the spoils, the children awakening the echoes with their exclamations of delight as they found the ground covered with what was more precious to them than gold. Even Gregory's sluggish pulses tingled and quickened at the well remembered scene, and he felt a little of their excitement. For the moment he determined to be a boy again, and running into the charmed circle picked away as fast as any of them, till his physical weakness painfully reminded him that his old tireless activity had passed away, perhaps forever. He leaned against the trunk of the tree and noted with something of an artist's eye the pretty picture. The valley beneath was beginning to glow with the richest October tints, in the midst of which was his old home, that to his affection seemed like a gem set in gold, ruby, and emerald. The stream appeared white and silvery as seen through the openings of the bordering trees, and in the distance the purple haze and mountains blended together, leaving it uncertain where the granite began, as in Gregory's mind fact and fancy were confusedly mingling in regard to Miss Walton. And he soon turned from even that loved and beautiful landscape to her as an object of piquant interest, and the pleasure of analyzing and testing her character, and well, some hidden fascination of her own, caused a faint stir of excitement at his heart, even as the October air and exercise had just tinged his pale cheeks. But Miss Walton reminded him of a young sugar maple that he had noticed, all aflame, from his window that morning, so rich and high was her color, as, still intent upon the thickly scattered nuts, she followed the old unspent childish impulse to gather now as she had done when of Susie's age. With a half wondering smile, Gregory watched her intent expression, so like that of the other children, and thought, "Well, she is the freshest and most unhackneyed girl I have ever met for one who knows so much.
It seems true, as she said, that she draws her life from nature and will never grow old. Now she is a child with those children, looking and acting like them. A moment later she will be a self possessed young lady with a quick, trained intellect that I can scarcely cope with. And yet in each and every character she seems so real and vital that even I, in spite of myself, feel compelled to admit her truth. Her life is like a glad musical mountain stream, while I am a stagnant pool that she passes and leaves behind. I wonder if it is possible for one life to be awakened and quickened by another. I wonder if her vital force would be strong enough to drag another on who had almost lost the power to follow. It is said that young fresh blood can be infused directly into the veins of the old and feeble. Can the same be true of moral forces? And a glad zest and interest in life be breathed into the jaded, cloyed, ennui cursed spirit of one who regards existence with dull eye, sluggish pulse, and heart of lead? It seems to me that if any one could have such power, it would be that girl there, with her intense vitality and subtle connection with nature, which, as she says, is ever young and vigorous. And yet I propose to reveal her to herself as a weak, vain creature whose fair seeming, like a pasteboard castle, falls before the breath of flattery. By Jove, I half hope I shan't succeed. And yet, to satisfy myself, I shall carry the test to the utmost limit." In her absorbed search for nuts, Annie had approached the trunk of the tree, and was stooping almost at Gregory's feet without noticing him. Suddenly she turned up a burr whose appearance so interested her that she stood up to examine it, and then became conscious of his intent gaze. "There you stand," she said, "cool and superior, criticizing and laughing at me as a great overgrown child." "If you had looked more closely you would have seen anything rather than cool criticism in my face. I wish you could tell me your secret, Miss Walton. What is your hidden connection with nature, that her strong, beautiful life flows so freely into yours?" "You would not believe me if I told you." "Indeed, Miss Walton, I should be inclined to believe anything you told me, you seem so real. But pardon me, you have in your hand the very burr I have been looking vainly for. Perhaps in it I may find the coveted clue to your favor. It may winningly suggest to you my meaning, while plain, bald words would only repel. If I could only interpret nature as you breathe her spirit, I might find that the autumn leaves were like illuminated pages, and every object, even such an insignificant one as this burr, an inspired illustration. When men come to read nature's open book, publishers may despair. If I wish to tell you how I would dwell in your thoughts, what poet has written anything equal to this half open burr? It portrays our past, it gives our present relations, and suggests the future. Only, like all parables, it must not be pressed too far, and too much prominence must not be given to some mere detail. These prickly, outward pointing spines represent the reserve and formality which keep comparative strangers apart. But now the burr is half open, revealing its heart of silk and down. So if one could get past the barriers which you, alike with all, turn toward an indifferent or unfriendly world, a kindliness would be found that would surround a cherished friend as these silken sides envelop this sole and favored chestnut. Again, note that the burr is half open, indicating, I hope, the progress we have made toward such friendship. I have no true friend in the wide world that I can trust, and I would like to believe that your regard, like this burr, is opening toward me. The final suggestion that I should draw may seem selfish, and yet is it not natural? This chestnut dwells alone in the very center of the burr. We do not like to share a supreme friendship. There are some in whose esteem we would be first." When Gregory finished he was half frightened at his words, for in developing his fanciful parallel in the bold style of gallantry he had learned to employ toward the belles of the ballroom, and from a certain unaccountable fascination that Annie herself had for him, he had said more than he meant. "Good heavens!" he thought, "if she should take this for a declaration and accept me on the spot, I should then be in the worst scrape of my sorry life." Miss Walton's manner rather puzzled him. Her heightened color and quickened breathing were alarming, while the contraction of her brow and the firmness of her lips, together with an intent look on the chestnut in the center of the burr, rather than a languishing look at him or at nothing, were more assuring. She perplexed him still more when, as her only response to all this sentiment, she asked, "Mr. Gregory, will you lend me your penknife?" Without a word he handed it to her, and she at the same time took the burr from his hand, and daintily plucking out the chestnut, tossed the burr rather contemptuously away.
Mr. Gregory, if I understand your rather far-fetched and forced interpretation of this little parable of nature, you chose to represent yourself by this great lonely chestnut, occupying the space where three might have grown. On observing this emblematic nut closely, I detect something that may also have a place in your parable." And she thus pushed aside the little quirl at the small end of the nut, which partially concealed a worm hole, and cutting through the shell, showed the destroyer in the very heart of the kernel. There was nothing far fetched in this suggestion of nature, and he saw, and he understood that Miss Walton saw, evil enthroned in the very depths of his soul. The revelation of the hateful truth was so sudden and sharp that his face darkened with involuntary pain and anger. It seemed to him that by the simple act of showing him the worm-infested chestnut, she had rejected anything approaching even friendship, and had also given him a good but humiliating reason why. He lost his self-possession and forgot that he deserved a stinging rebuke for his insincerity. He would have turned away in coldness and resentment. His visit might have come to an abrupt termination had not Annie, with that delicate womanly tact which was one of her most marked characteristics, interrupted him as he was about to say something to the effect, "Miss Walton, since you are so much holier than I, it were better that I should contaminate the air you breathe no longer." She looked into his clouded face with an open smile and said, "Mr. Gregory, you have been unfortunate in your choice of a burr. Now let me choose for you." And she began looking around for one suited to her taste and purpose. This gave him time to recover himself, and to realize the folly of quarreling or showing any special feeling in the matter. After a moment he was only desirous of some pretext for laughing it off, but how to manage it he did not know, and was inwardly cursing himself as a blundering fool and no match for this child of nature. Annie soon came toward him, saying, "Perhaps this spur will suggest better meanings. You see it is wide open. That means perfect frankness. There are three chestnuts here instead of one. We must be willing to share the regard of others. One of these nuts has the central place. As we come to know people, we usually find some one occupying the supreme place in their esteem, and though we may approach closely, we should not wish to usurp what belongs to another." Under Jeff's vigorous blows, the burr and its contents have had a tremendous downfall, but they have not parted company. True friends should stick together in adversity. What do you think of my interpretation? "I think you are a witch, beyond doubt, and if you had lived a few centuries ago you would have been sent to heaven in a chariot of fire." "Really, Mr. Gregory, you give me a hot answer, but it is with such a smiling face that I will take no exception. Let us slowly follow Jeff and the children along the brow of the hill to the next tree. The fact is, I am a little tired." What controversy could a man have with a pretty and wearied girl? Gregory felt like a boy who had received a deserved whipping, and yet was compelled and somewhat inclined to act very amiably toward the donor. But he was fast coming to the conclusion that this unassuming country girl was a difficult subject on which to perform his experiment. He was learning to have a wholesome respect for her that was slightly tinged with fear, and doubts of success in his plot against her grew stronger every moment. And yet the element of persistence was large in his character, and he could not readily give over his purpose. Though his cynical confidence had vanished, he now determined to observe her closely and discover if possible her weak points. He still held to the theory that flattery was the most available weapon, though he saw he could employ it no longer in the form of fulsome and outspoken compliment. The innate refinement and truthfulness of Annie's nature revolted at broad gallantry and adulation. He believed that he must reverse the tactics he usually employed in society, but not the principles. Therefore he resolved that his flattery should be delicate, subtle, manifested in manner rather than in words. He would seem submissive. He would humbly wear the air of a conquered one. He would delicately maintain the "I am at your mercy" attitude. These thoughts flashed through his mind as they passed along the brow of the hill, which at every turn gave them a new and beautiful landscape. But vales in Eden would not have held his attention then. To his perplexity, this new acquaintance had secured his undivided interest. He felt that he ought to be angry at her, and yet was not. He felt that a man who had seen as much of the world as he should be able to play with this little country girl as with a child. But he was becoming convinced that with all his art he was no match for her artlessness. In the interpretation of the burr of her own choice, Annie had suggested that the central and supreme place in her heart was already occupied, and his thoughts recurred frequently to that fact with uneasiness. The slightest trace of jealousy, even as the merest twinge of pain is often precursor of serious disease, indicated the power Miss Walton might gain over one who thought himself proof against all such influence. But he tried to satisfy himself by thinking, "It is her father who occupies the first place in her affections." Then a moment later, with a mental protest at his folly, "What do I care who has the first place? It's well I do not, for she would not permit such a reprobate as I, with evil in my heart like that cursed worm in the chestnut, to have any place worth naming, unless I can introduce a little canker of evil in her heart also. I wish I could. That would bring us nearer together and upon the same level." Annie saw the landscapes. She looked away from the man by her side, and for a few moments forgot him. The scenes upon which she was gazing were associated with another, and she ardently wished that that other and more favored one could exchange places with Gregory. Her eyes grew dreamy and tender as she recalled words spoken in days gone by, when, her heart thrilling with a young girl's first dream of love, she had leaned upon Charles Hunting's arm and listened to that sweetest music of earth, all the more enchanting when broken and incoherent. And Hunting, with all his coolness and precision in Wall Street, had been excessively nervous and unhappy in his phraseology upon one occasion, and tremblingly glad to get any terms from the girl who seemed a child beside him. Annie would not permit an engagement to take place. Hunting was a distant relative. She had always liked him very much, but was not sure she loved him. She was extremely reluctant to leave her father, and was not ready for a speedy marriage. So she frankly told him that he had no rival, nor was there a prospect of any, but she would not bind him or permit herself to be bound at that time. If they were fated for each other, the way would eventually be made perfectly clear. He was quite content, especially as Mr. Walton gave his hearty approval to the match, and he regarded the understanding as a virtual engagement. He wanted Annie to wear the significant ring, saying it should not be regarded as binding, but she declined to do so. Nearly 2 years had passed, and while she put him off, she satisfied him that he was steadily gaining the place that he wished to possess in her affections. He was gifted with much tact and did not press his suit, but quietly acted as if the matter were really settled, and it were only a question of time. Annie had also come to feel in the same way. She did not see a very great deal of him, though he wrote regularly, and his letters were admirable. He became her ideal man, and dwelt in her imagination as a demigod. To the practical mind of this American girl, his success in the vast and complicated transactions of business were as grand as the achievements of any hero. Her father had been a merchant, and she inherited a respect for the calling. Her father also often assured her that her lover bade fair to lead in commercial circles. "Hunting has both nerve and prudence," he was wont to say, and to impetuous Annie these qualities, combined with Christian principles, formed her very ideal man. Her lover took great pains not to undeceive her as to his character, and indeed, with the infatuation of his class, hoped that when he had amassed the fortune that glittered ever just before him, he would assume in some princely mansion the princely knightly soul with which she had endowed him. So he did not press matters. Indeed, in his rapid accumulation of money he scarcely wished any interruption, and Annie thought all the more of him that he was not dawdling around making love half the time. There was also less danger of disenchanting her by his presence, for woman's perception is quick. But now she inwardly contrasted her strong, masterful knight, sans peur et sans reproche, as she believed, with the enfeebled, shrunken man at her side. Gregory suffered dreadfully by the comparison. The worm-eaten chestnut seemed truly emblematic, and in spite of herself her face lighted up with exultation and joy that the man of her choice was a man, and not one upon whom she could not lean for even physical support. Gregory caught her expression and said quickly, "Your face is full of sudden gleams. Tell me what you are thinking about." She blushed deeply in the consciousness of her thoughts, but after a moment said, "I do not believe in the confessional." He looked at her keenly, saying, "I wish you did, and that I were your father confessor." She replied, laughing, "You are neither old nor good enough. If I were of that faith, I should require one a great deal older and better than myself. But here we are at our second tree, which Jeff has just finished. I am going to be a child again, and gather nuts as before. I hope you will follow suit and not stand leaning against the tree laughing at me." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 14. A Well-Meanin Man. The western horizon vied with the autumn foliage as at last they turned homeward. Their path led out upon the main road some distance above the house, and laden with the spoils that would greatly diminish the squirrels' hoard for the coming winter, they sauntered along slowly, from a sense of both weariness and leisure. They soon reached the cottage of the lame old man who had fired such a broadside of lurid words at Gregory as he stood on the fence opposite. With a crutch under one arm and leaning on his gate, Daddy Tuggar seemed awaiting them, and secured their attention by the laconic salutation, "Evenin'." "Why, Daddy," exclaimed Annie, coming quickly toward him, "I am real glad to see you so spry and well. It seems to me that you are getting young again," and she took the old man's hand heartily.
Now don't praise my old graveyard of a body, Miss Annie. My sperrit is pert enough, but it's all buried up under this clumsy half dead carcass. The worms will close their mortgage on it purty soon."
"But they haven't a mortgage on your soul," said Annie, in a low tone. "You remember what I said to you a few days ago."
Now bless you, Miss Annie, but it takes you to put a word in season. The Lord knows I'm a well-meanin' man, but I can't seem to get much further. I've had an awful fall from grace, my wife says. I try to stop swearin', but that chap there—"
"Oh, excuse me," interrupted Annie. "Mr. Gregory, this is our friend and neighbor, Mr. Tuggar. I was under the impression that you were acquainted," she added, with a mischievous look at her companion.
"We are. I have met this gentleman before," he replied, with a wry face. "Pardon the interruption, Mr. Tuggar, and please go on with your explanation." "Mr. Gregory, I owe you apology. I'm a well-meanin' man, and if I do any one a wrong I'm a willin' to own up to it, and do the square thing. But I mean right by you, and I meant right by John Walton when I thought you was stealin' his apples. I couldn't hit yer with a stun and knock yer off the fence as I might a dozen years ago, so I took the next hardest thing I could lay my hands on. If I'd known that you was kinder one of the family, my words would have been rolls of butter." "Well, Mr. Tuggar, it has turned out very well, for I would rather you have fired what you did than either stones or butter." "Now, my wife would say that that speech showed you was totally depraved. And this brings me back to my fall from grace. Now, yer see, to please my wife some and Miss Eulie more, I was tryin' cussed hard to stop swearin'."
"Didn't you try a little for my sake too?" interrupted Annie.
"Lord bless you, child, I don't have to try when you're around, for I don't think swearin'. Most folks rile me, and I get a thinkin' swearin', and then 'fore I know it, it busts right out. You could take the wickedest cuss livin' to heaven in spite of himself if you would stay right by him all the time."
"I should rile you too if I were with you long, for I get riled myself sometimes."
"Do you now?" asked Mr. Tuggar, looking at her admiringly. "Well, I'm mighty glad to hear it."
"Oh, Daddy, glad to hear that I do wrong?"
"Can't help it, Miss Annie. I kinder like to know you're a little bit of a sinner. 'Tain't often I meet with a sinner, and I kinder like 'em. My wife says she's a great sinner, but she means she's a great saint. 'Twouldn't do for me to tell her she's a sinner. Then Miss Eulie says she's a great sinner, and between you and me that's the only fib I ever caught Miss Eulie in. Good Lord, there's no more sin in Miss Eulie's heart than there's specks of dirt on the little white ruff she wears about her neck, that looks like the snow we had last April around the white hyacinths. She's kind of a half spirit anyhow. Now your goodness, Miss Annie, is another kind. Your cheeks are so red, and eyes so black, and arms so round and fat, I've seen 'em when you was over here a beatin' up good things for the old man, that you make me think of red and pink posies. I kind of think you might be a little bit of a sinner, just enough, you know, to make you understand how I and him there can be mighty big ones, and not be too hard on us for it."
"Mr. Tuggar, you are the man of all others to plead my cause."
"Now look here, young gentleman, you must do your own pleadin'. It would be a sinful waste of time, though, as my wife would say, Miss Annie? I never had no luck at pleadin' but once, and that was the worst luck of all."
Annie's face might well suggest red posies during the last remarks, and its expression was divided between a frown and a laugh.
"But I want you to understand," continued Daddy Tuggar, straightening himself up with dignity, and addressing Gregory, "that I'm not a mean cuss. All who know me know I'm a well-meanin' man. I try to do as I've been done by, and if I'm going through a man's field and find his bars down so the cattle would get in the corn, I'd put 'em up."
"Yes, Daddy, that is what you always say," interrupted Annie. "But you can't go through fields any more and put up bars. You should try to do the duties that belong to your present state."
"But I've got the spirit to put up a man's bars, and it's all the same as if I did put 'em up," answered the old man with some irritation. Miss Yulie and the rest of yer is allus sayin' we must have the sperit of willingness to give up the hull world and suffer martyrdom on what looks in the picture like a big gridiron. She says we must have the sperit of them who was cold and hungry in the lions et up and was sawn in two pieces, and had an awful time generally for the sake of the Lord. And that's the way the Christians manage it nowadays. My wife gets all the money she can and keeps it, but she says she has the sperit to give up the whole world. I wish she'd give up enough of it to keep me in good terbacker. Mighty few nice bits would the old man get 'twasn't for you and Miss Eulie. Then I watch the good people goin' to church. 'Mazin' few out wet Sundays, but no doubt they've all got the sperit to go. They would just as lief be sawn in two pieces in sperit as not, if they can only sleep late in the mornin' and have a good dinner and save their Sunday go to meetin' clothes from gettin' wet. But it must be so, for the Lord gets mighty little worship out of the church on rainy Sundays. If it wasn't for you and Miss Eulie, I don't know what would become of the old man and all the rest of the sick and feeble folks around here. I asked my wife why she doesn't go to see 'em sometimes. She says she has the sperit to go, but she hasn't time and strength. So I have the sperit to put up a man's bars while I sit here and smoke. And what's more, Miss Annie, I did it as long as I was able."
You did indeed, Daddy, and though unintentionally you have given me a good lesson. We little deserve to be mentioned with those Christians who in olden times suffered the loss of all things, and life itself.
Lord bless you, child, I didn't mean you. Whether you've got the sperit to do a thing or not, you're allers do it, and in sweet and natural way, as if you couldn't help it. When my wife enters on a good work, it makes me think of a funeral. I'm 'mazin' glad you didn't live in old times, 'cause the lions would have got you sure 'nuff. Though if it had to be, I would kinder like to have been the lion."
And the old man's eyes twinkled humorously, while Gregory laughed heartily. "Oh, Daddy Tuggar!" exclaimed Annie, "that is the most awful compliment I ever received. If you, with your spirit, were the only lion I had to deal with, I should never become a martyr. You shall have some jelly instead. And now I must go home in order to have it made before Sunday." "Wait a moment," said Gregory. "You were about to tell us how I caused you to fall from grace."
So I was. And I've been goin' round Robin Hood's barn ever since. Well, I've been holdin' in on my swearin' a long time, 'cause I promised Miss Eulie I'd stop if I could. My wife said I was in quite a hopeful state, while I felt all the time as if it was sort of bottled up and the cork might fly out any minute. Miss Eulie, she came and rejoiced over me that mornin', and my wife, she looked so solemn, she allers does when she says she feels glad, that somehow I got nervous. And then my wife went to the store and didn't get the kind of terbacker I sent for, and I knew the cork was goin' to fly out. I was smokin' and in sort of a doze, when the first thing I knowed a big stun rolled into the road, and there I saw a strange chap, as I thought, a stealin' John Walton's apples and knockin' down the fence. If they'd have been my apples, I might have held in a little longer, but John Walton's, it was like a dam giving way."
"It was indeed," said Gregory significantly. "It was like several."
I know my wife heard me, and if she'd come right out and said, 'You've made a cussed old fool of yourself,' I think I would have felt better. I knowed she was going to speak about it and lament over it, and I wanted her to do it right away, but she put it off and kept me on pins and needles for ever so long. At last she said with solemn joy, 'Thomas Tuggar, I told Miss Eulie I feared you was still in a state of nature, and alas, I am right. But how she'll mourn, how great will be her disappointment when she hears.' And then I fell into a state of nature again. Now, Miss Annie, if the Lord, Miss Eulie, and you all could only see I'm a well-meanin' man, and that I don't mean no disrespect to anybody, that is only one of my old rough ways that I learned from my father, and mother too, for that matter, I'm sorry to say, and have followed so long that it's bred in the bone, it would save a heap of worry. One must have some way of letting off steam. Now my wife, she purses up her mouth so tight you couldn't stick a pin in it when she's riled. I often say to her, 'Do 'splode, open your mouth and let it all out at once.' But she says it's not becomin' for such as her to explode, but it will come out all the same, only it's like one of your cold northeast drizzlin', fizzlin' rainstorms. And now I've made a clean breast of it, I hope you'll kinder smooth matters over with Miss Eulie, and I hope you, sir, will just think of what I said as spoken to a stranger and not a friend of the family." "Give me your hand, Mr. Tuggar. I hope we shall be the best of friends. I am coming over to have a smoke with you, and see if I can't fill your pipe with some tobacco that is like us both, in a state of nater." A white-faced woman appeared at the door, and curtsying low to Miss Walton, called, "Husband, it's too late for you to be out. I fear your health will suffer." "She's bound up in me, you see," said the old man with a curious grimace. "Nothing but the reading of my will ever comfort her when I die."
"Daddy, Daddy," said Annie reproachfully, "have charity. Good night. I will send you something nice for to morrow." An amused smile lingered on Gregory's face as they pursued their way homeward, now in the early twilight. But Annie's aspect was almost one of sadness. After a little he said, "Well, he is one of the oddest specimens of humanity I ever met." She did not immediately reply, and he, looking at her, caught her expression. "Why is your face so clouded, Miss Annie?" he asked. "You are not given to Mrs. Tuggar's style of solemn joy." "What a perplexing mystery life is after all," she replied, absently. "I really think poor old Daddy Tuggar speaks truly. He is a well meaning man, but he and many others remind me of one not having the slightest ear for music trying to catch a difficult harmony." "Why is the harmony so difficult?" asked Gregory, bitterly. "Perhaps it were better to ask, why has humanity so disabled itself?" "I do not think it matters how you put the case. It amounts to the same thing. Something is required of us beyond our strength. The idea of punishing that old man for being what he is, when in the first place he inherited evil from his parents, and then was taught it by precept and example, I think he deserves more credit than blame." "The trouble is, Mr. Gregory, evil carries its own punishment along with it every day. But I admit that we are surrounded by mystery on every side. Humanity, left to itself, is a hopeless problem. But one thing is certain, we are not responsible for questions beyond our ken. Moreover, many things that were complete mysteries to me as a child are now plain, and I ever hope to be taught something new every day. You and I, at least, have much to be grateful for in the fact that we neither inherited evil nor were taught it in any such degree as our poor neighbor." "And you quietly prove, Miss Walton, by your last remark, that I am much more worthy of blame than your poor old neighbor." "Then I said more than I meant," she answered, eagerly. "It is not for me to judge or condemn any one. The thought in my mind was how favored we have been in our parentage, our start in existence, as it were." "But suppose one loses that vantage ground?" "I do not wish to suppose anything of the kind." "But one can lose it utterly." "I fear some can and do. But why dwell on a subject so unutterably sad and painful? You have not lost it, and, as I said before to day, I will not dwell upon the disagreeable any more than I can help." "Your opinion of me is poor enough already, Miss Walton, so I too will drop the subject." They had now reached the house, and did ample justice to the supper awaiting them. Between meals people can be very sentimental, morbid, and tragical. They can stare at life's deep mysteries and shudder or scoff, sigh or rejoice, according to their moral conditions. They can even grow cold with dread, as did Gregory, realizing that he had lost his vantage ground, his good start in the endless career. "She is steering across unknown seas to a peaceful, happy shore. I am drifting on those same mysterious waters I know not whither," he thought. But a few minutes after entering the cheerfully lighted dining room he was giving his whole soul to muffins. These homely and ever recurring duties and pleasures of life have no doubt saved multitudes from madness. It would almost seem that they have also been the innocent cause of the destruction of many. There are times when the mind is almost evenly balanced between good and evil. Some powerful appeal or startling providence has aroused the sleeping spirit, or some vivifying truth has pierced the armor of indifference or prejudice, and quivered like an arrow in the soul, and the man remembers that he is a man and not a brute that perishes. But just then the dinner bell sounds. After the several courses, any physician can predict how the powers of that human organization must of necessity be employed the next few hours, and the partially awakened soul is like one who starts out of a doze and sleeps again. If the spiritual nature had only become sufficiently aroused to realize the situation, life might have been secured. Thought and feeling in some emergencies will do more than the grandest pulpit eloquence quenched by a Sunday dinner. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 15. Miss Walton's Dream. The hickory fire burned cheerily in the parlor after tea, and all drew gladly around its welcome blaze. But even the delights of roasting chestnuts from the abundant spoils of the afternoon could not keep the heads of the children from drooping early. Gregory was greatly fatigued, and soon went to his room also. Sabbath morning dawned dim and uncertain, And by the time they had gathered at the breakfast table a northeast rainstorm had set in with a driving gale. "I suppose you will go to church 'in sperit' this morning, as Mr. Tuggar would say," said Gregory, addressing Annie. "If I were on the sick list I should, but I have no such excuse." "You seriously do not mean to ride 2 miles in such a storm as this?" "No, not seriously, but very cheerfully and gladly." "I do not think it is required of you, Miss Walton. Even your Bible states, 'I will have mercy and not sacrifice.'" "The sacrifice in my case would be in staying at home. I like to be out in a storm, and have plenty of warm blood to resist its chilling effects. But even were it otherwise, what hardship is there in wrapping myself up in a waterproof and riding a few miles to a comfortable church? I shall come back with a grand appetite and a double zest for the wood fire." "But it is not fair on the poor horses. They have no waterproofs or wood fires." "I think I am not indifferent to the comfort of dumb animals, and though I drive a good deal, father can tell you I am not a whip. Of all shams, the most transparent is this tenderness for one's self and the horses on Sunday. I am often out in stormy weather during the week, and meet plenty of people on the road. The farmers drive to the village on rainy days, because they can neither plow, sow, or reap. But on even a cloudy Sabbath, with the faintest prospect of rain, there is but one text in the Bible for them: 'A righteous man regardeth the life of his beast.' People attend parties, the opera, and places of amusement, no matter how bad the night. It is a miserable pretense to say that the weather keeps the majority at home from church. It is only an excuse. I should have a great deal more respect for them if they would say frankly, 'We would rather sleep, read a novel, dawdle around en deshabille, and gossip.' Half the time when they say it's too stormy to venture out, oh, the heroism of our Christian age, they should go and thank God for the rain that is providing food for them and theirs. And granting that our Christian duties do involve some risk and hardship, does not the Bible ever speak of life as a warfare, a struggle, and agonizing for success? Do not armies often fight and march in the rain, and dumb beasts share their exposure? There is more at stake in this battle. In ancient times God commanded the bloody sacrifice of innumerable animals for the sake of moral and religious effect. Moral and religious effect is worth just as much now. Nothing can excuse wanton cruelty, but the soldier who spurs his horse against the enemy and the sentinel who keeps out in a winter storm are not cruel. But many farmers about here will overwork and underfeed all the week, and on Sunday talk about being merciful to their beasts. There won't be over 25 out to day, and the Christian heroes, the sturdy yeomanry of the church, will be dozing and grumbling in chimney corners. The languid half heartedness of the church discourages me more than all the evil in the world." Miss Walton stated her views in a quiet undertone of indignation, and not so much in answer to Gregory as in protest against a style of action utterly repugnant to her earnest, whole souled nature. As he saw the young girl's face light up with the will and purpose to be loyal to a noble cause, his own aimless, self pleasing life seemed petty and contemptible indeed. And again he had that painful sense of humiliation which Miss Walton unwittingly caused him. But as was often his way, he laughed the matter off by saying, "There is no need of my going to day, for I have had my sermon, and a better one than you will hear. Still, such is the effect of your homily that I am inclined to ask you to take me with you." Annie's manner changed instantly, and she smilingly answered, "You will find an armchair before a blazing fire in your room upstairs, and an armchair before a blazing fire in the parlor, and you can vacillate between them at your pleasure." "As a vacillating man should, perhaps you might add." "I add nothing of the kind." "Will you never let me go to church with you again?" "Certainly, after what you said, any pleasant day." "Why can't I have the privilege of being a martyr as well as yourself?" "I am not a martyr. I would rather go out to day than stay at home." "It will be very lonely without you." "Oh, you are the martyr then, after all. I hope you will have sufficient fortitude to endure, and doze comfortably during the 2 hours of my absence." "Now you are satirical on Sunday, Miss Walton. Let that burden your conscience. I'm going to ask your father if I may go." "Of course you will act at your pleasure," said Mr. Walton, "but I think in your present state of health Annie has suggested the wiser and safer thing to do." "I should probably be ill on your hands if I went, so I submit. But I wish you to take note, Miss Walton, that I had the 'sperit' to go." The armchairs were cozy and comfortable, and the hickory wood turned, as is its wont, into glowing and fragrant coals. But the house grew chill and empty the moment that Annie left. Though Mr. Walton and Miss Eulie accompanied her, their absence was rather welcome, but he felt sure that Annie could have beguiled the heavy footed hours. "She has some unexplained power of making me forget my miserable self," he muttered. And yet, left to himself, he now had nothing to do but think, and a fearful time he had of it, lowering at the fire in the arm chair, from which he scarcely stirred. "I have lost my vantage ground," he groaned, "lost it utterly. I am not even a well-meaning man. I purpose evil against this freshest, purest spirit I have ever known since in this house I looked into my mother's eyes. I am worse than the wild Arab of the desert. I have eaten salt with them. I have partaken of their generous hospitality, given so cordially for the sake of one that is dead, and in return have wounded their most sacred feelings, and now propose to prove the daughter a creature that I can go away and despise. Instead of being glad that there is one in the world noble and good, even though by accident, instead of noting with pleasure that every sweet flower has not become a weed, I wish to drag her down to my own wretched level. Or else I would have her exhibit sufficient weakness to show that she would go as far as she was tempted to go. A decent devil could hardly wish her worse. I would like to see her show the same spirit that animates Miss Belle St. Clair of New York, or Mrs. Grobb, my formerly adored Miss Bentley. Creatures that I despise as I do myself, and what more could I say? If I could only cause her to show some of their characteristics, the reproach of her life would pass away, and I should be confirmed in my belief that humanity's unutterable degradation is its misfortune, and the blame should rest elsewhere than on us. How absurd to blame water for running downhill! Give man or woman half a chance, that is, before habits are fixed, and they plunge faster down the inclined moral plane. And the plague of it is, this seeming axiom does not satisfy me. What business has my conscience, with a lash of scorpion stings, to punish me this and every day that I permit myself to think? Did I not try for years to be better? Did I not resist the infernal gravitation? And yet I am falling still. I never did anything so mean and low before as I am doing now. If it is my nature to do evil, why should I not do it without compunction? And as I look downward, there is no looking forward for me. There seems no evil thing that I could not do if so inclined. Here in this home of my childhood, this sacred atmosphere that my mother breathed, I would besmirch the character of one who as yet is pure and good, with a nature like a white hyacinth in spring. I see the vileness of the act. I loathe it, and yet it fascinates me, and I have no power to resist. Why should a stern, condemning voice declare in the recesses of my soul, "You could and should resist"? For years I have been daily yielding to temptation, and conscience as often pronounces sentences against me. When will the hateful farce cease? Multitudes appear to sin without thought or remorse. Why cannot I? It's my mother's doing, I suppose. A plague upon the early memories of this place. Will they keep me upon the rack forever? He rose, strode up and down the parlor, and clenched his hands in passionate protest against himself, his destiny, and the God who made him. A chilliness resulting partly from dread and partly from the wild storm raging without, caused him to heap up the hearth with wood. It speedily leaped into flame, and covering his face with his hands, he sat cowering before it. A vain but frequent thought recurred to him with double power. Oh, that I could cease to exist and lose this miserable consciousness! Oh, that like this wood I could be aflame with intense passionate life, and then lose identity, memory, and everything that makes me, and pass into other forms. Nay, more, if I had my wish I would become nothing here and now. The crackling of flames and the rush of wind and rain against the windows had caused the sounds of wheels and a light step in the room to be unheard. He was aroused by Miss Walton, who asked, "Mr. Gregory, are you ill?" He raised his woebegone face to hers, and said almost irritably, "Yes, no, or at least I am as well as I ever expect to be, and perhaps better." Then with a sudden impulse he asked, "Does annihilation seem such a dreadful thing to you?" What? The losing of an eternity of keen enjoyment? Could anything be more dreadful? Really, Mr. Gregory, brooding here alone has not been good for you. Why do you not think of pleasant things?" "For the same reason that a man with a raging toothache does not have pleasant sensations," he answered, with a grim smile. "I admit the force of your reply, though I do not think the case exactly parallel. The mind is not as helpless as the body. Still, I believe it is true that when the body is suffering the mind is apt to become the prey of all sorts of morbid fancies. And you do look really ill. I wish I could give you some of my rampant health and spirits to day. Facing the October storm has done me good every way, and I am ravenous for dinner." He looked at her enviously as she stood before him, with her waterproof still covered with raindrops, partially thrown back and revealing the outline of a form which, though not stout, was suggestive of health and strength. She seemed, with her warm, high color, like a hardy flower covered with spray. Instead of shrinking feebly and delicately from the harsher moods of nature, and coming in pinched and shivering, she had felt the blood in her veins and all the wheels of life quickened by the gale. "Miss Walton," he said, with a glimmer of a smile, "do you know that you are very different from most young ladies? You and nature evidently have some deep secrets between you. I half believe you will never grow old, but are one of the perennials. I am glad you have come home, for you seem to bring a little of yesterday's sunshine into the dreary house." As they returned to the parlor after dinner, Gregory remarked, "Miss Walton, what can you do to interest me this afternoon? For I am devoured with ennui." She turned upon him rather quickly and said, "A young man like you has no business to be devoured with ennui. Why not engage in some pursuit, or take up some subject that will interest you and stir your pulse?" With a touch of his old mock gallantry he bowed and said, "In you I see just the subject, and I am delighted to think I'm going to have you all to myself this rainy afternoon." With a half vexed laugh and somewhat heightened color, she answered, "I imagine you won't have me all to yourself long." She had hardly spoken the words before the children bounded in, exclaiming, "Now, Aunt Annie, for our stories!" "You see, Mr. Gregory, there are previous and counter claims already." "I wish I knew of some way of successfully disputing them." "It would be difficult to find. Well, come, little people, we will go into the sitting room and not disturb Mr. Gregory." "Now I protest against that," he said. "You might at least let me be one of the children." "But the trouble is, you won't be one, but will sit by criticizing and laughing at our infantile talk." "No, you do me wrong. I will be as good as I can, and if you knew how long and dreary the day has been you would not refuse." She looked at him keenly for a moment, and then said, a little doubtfully, "Well, I will try for once. Run and get your favorite Sunday books, children." When they were alone, he asked, "How can you permit these youngsters to be such a burden?" "They are not a burden," she answered. "But a nurse could take care of them and keep them quiet." "If their father and mother were living, they would not think keeping them quiet all their duty toward them, nor do I, to whom they were left as a sacred trust." "That awful word duty rules you, Miss Walton, with a rod of iron." "Do I seem like a harshly driven slave?" she asked, smilingly. "No, and I cannot understand you." "That is because your philosophy of life is wrong. You still belong to that old school who would have it that sun, moon, and stars revolve around the earth. But here are the books, and if you are to be one of the children you must do as I bid you, be still and listen." It was strange to Gregory how content he was to obey. He was surprised at his interest in the old Bible stories told in childish language, and as Annie stopped to explain a point or answer a question, he found himself listening, as did the eager little boy sitting on the floor at her feet. The hackneyed man of the world could not understand how the true, simple language of nature, like the little brown blossoms of lichens, has a beauty of its own. At the same time he had a growing consciousness that perhaps there was something in the reader also which mainly held his interest. It was pleasant to listen to the low musical voice. It was pleasant to see the red lips drop the words so easily yet so distinctly, and chief of all was the consciousness of a vitalized presence that made the room seem full when she was in it and empty when she was absent, though all others remained. He truly shared the children's regret when at last she said, "Now I am tired, and must go upstairs and rest a while before supper, after which we will have some music. You can go into the sitting room and look at the pictures till the tea bell rings. Mr. Gregory, will my excuse to the children answer for you also?" "I suppose it must, though I have no pictures to look at." She suddenly appeared to change her mind, and said briskly, "Come, sir, what you need is work for others. I have read to you, and you ought to be willing to read to me. If you please, I will rest in the armchair here instead of my room." "I will take your medicine," he said eagerly, without a wry face, though an indifferent reader, "while I think you are a remarkably good one. And let me tell you it is one of the rarest accomplishments we find. You shall also choose the book." "What unaccountable amiableness!" she replied, laughing. "I fear I shall reward you by going to sleep." "Very well. Anything so I am not left alone again. I am wretched company for myself." "Oh, it is not for my sake you are so good after all." "You think me a selfish wretch, Miss Walton." "I think you are like myself, capable of much improvement. But I wish to rest, and you must not talk, but read. There is the Schonberg Cotta family. I have been over it 2 or 3 times, so if I lose the thread of the story it does not matter." He wheeled the armchair up to the fire for her, and for a while she listened with interest. But at last her lids drooped and soon closed, and her regular breathing showed that she was sleeping. His voice sank in lower and lower monotone, lest his sudden stopping should awaken her. Then he laid down his book and read a different story in the pure young face turned toward him. "It is not beautiful," he thought, "but it is a real, good face. I should not be attracted toward it in a thronged and brilliant drawing room. I might not notice it on Fifth Avenue. But if I were ill and in deep trouble, it is just such a face as I should like to see bending over me. Am I not ill and in deep trouble? I have lost my health and lost my manhood. What worse disasters this side death can I experience? Be careful, Walter Gregory. You may be breaking the one clue that can lead you out of the labyrinth. You may be seeking to palsy the one hand that can help you. Mother believed in a special providence. It is her suggestion that now flashes in my mind, that God in mercy has brought me to this place of sacred memories, and given me the companionship of this good woman, that the bitter waters of my life may be sweetened. I do not know from whom else it can come. And yet the infernal fascination of evil. I will not give up my purpose toward her. Vain dreams! Miss Walton or an angel of light could not reclaim me. My impetus downward is too great. Oh, the rest and peace of that face! Physical rest and a quiet, happy spirit dwell in every line. She sleeps there like a child, little dreaming that a demon is watching her. But she says that she is guarded. Perhaps she is. A strong, viewless one with a flaming sword may stand between her and me. Weak fool! Enough of this. I shall carry out my experiment fully, and when I have succeeded or failed I can come to some conclusion on matters now in doubt. I should like to kiss those red parted lips. I wonder what she would do if I did." Annie's brow darkened into a frown. Suddenly she started up and looked at him, but seemed satisfied from his distance and motionless aspect. "What is the matter?" he asked. "Oh, nothing. I had a dream," she said with a slight flush. "Please tell it," he said, though he feared her answer. "You will not like it. Besides, it's too absurd." "You pique my curiosity. Tell it by all means." "Well, then, you mustn't be angry. And remember I have no faith in sleeping vagaries. I dreamed that you were transformed into a large tiger, and came stealthily to bite me." He was startled as he recalled his thought at the moment of her awakening, but had the presence of mind to say, "Let me interpret the dream." "Well?" "You know, I suppose, that dreams go by contraries. Suppose a true friend wished to steal a kiss in your unconsciousness." "True friends do not steal from us," she replied, laughing. "I don't know whether it was safe to let you read me to sleep." "It's not wrong to be tempted, is it? One can't help that. As Mr. Tuggar says, I might have the spirit to do it, and yet remain quietly in my chair, as I have." "You made an admission in your explanation. Well, it was queer," she added absently. Gregory thought so too, and was annoyed at her unexpected clairvoyant powers. But he said, as if a little piqued, "If you think me a tiger, you had better not sleep within my reach, or you may find your face sadly mutilated on awaking." "Nonsense," she said. "Mr. Gregory, you are a gentleman. We are talking like foolish children." The tea bell now rang, and Gregory obeyed its summons in a very perplexed state. His manner was rather absent during the meal, but Annie seemed to take pains to be kind and reassuring. The day, so far from being a restraint, appeared one of habitual cheerfulness, which even the dreary storm without could not dampen. "We shall have a grand sing to night, with the assistance of your voice, I hope, Mr. Gregory," said Mr. Walton, as they all adjourned to the parlor. "I do not sing by note," he replied. "When I can I will join you, though I much prefer listening to Miss Walton." "Miss Walton prefers nothing of the kind, and we shall sing only what you know," she said, with a smiling glance at him over her shoulder, as she was making selections from the music stand. Soon they were all standing round the piano save Mr. Walton, who sat near in his armchair, his face the picture of placid enjoyment, as he looked on the little group so dear to him. They began with the children's favorites from the Sabbath school books, the little boy dutifully finding the place for his grandfather. Many of them were the same that Gregory had sung long years before, standing in the same place, a child like Johnny, and the vivid memories thus recalled made his voice a little husky occasionally. Annie once gave him a quick look of sympathy, not curious but appreciative. "She seems to know what is passing in my soul," he thought. "I never knew a woman with such intuitions." The combined result of their voices was true home music, in which were blended the notes of childhood and age. Annie, with her sweet soprano, led and gave time and key to them all, very much as by the force and loveliness of her character she influenced the daily harmony of their lives. The children, with their imitative faculty, seemed to gather from her lips how to follow with fair correctness, and they chirped through the tunes like two intelligent robins. Miss Eulie sang a sweet though rather faint alto that was like a low minor key in a happy life. Mr. Walton's melody was rather that of the heart, for his voice was returning to the weakness of childhood, and his ear was scarcely quick enough for the rapid changes of the air. And yet, unless "Grandpa" joined with them, all felt that the circle was incomplete. Gregory was a foreign element in the little group, almost a stranger to its personnel, and more estranged from the sacred meanings and feeling of the hour. Yet such was the power of example, so strong were the sweet home spells of this Christian family, that to his surprise he found himself entering with zest into a scene that on the Sabbath before he would have regarded as an unmitigated bore. The thought flashed across him, how some of my club acquaintances would laugh to see me standing between two children singing Sabbath school hymns. It was also a sad truth that he could go away from all present influences to spend the next Sabbath at his club in the ordinary style. When the children's hour had passed and they had been tucked away to peaceful springtime dreams, though a storm, the precursor of winter, raged without, Annie returned to the parlor and said, "Now, Mr. Gregory, we can have some singing more to your taste." "I have been one of the children to day," he replied, "so you must let me off with them from any further singing myself." "If you insist on playing the children's role, you must go to bed. I have some grand old hymns that I've been wishing to try with you." "Indeed, Miss Walton, I am but half a man. At the risk of your contempt, I must say in frankness that my whole physical nature yearns for my armchair. But please do not call my weakness laziness. If you will sing to me just what you please, according to your mood, I for one will be grateful." "Even a dragon could not resist such an appeal," said Annie, laughing. She sat down to her piano and soon partially forgot her audience in an old Sabbath evening habit, well known to natural musicians, of expressing her deeper and more sacred feelings in words and notes that harmonized with them. Gregory sat and listened as the young girl unwittingly revealed a new element in her nature. In her everyday life she appeared to him full of force and power, practical and resolute. To one of his sporting tastes she suggested a mettled steed whose high spirit was kept in check by thorough training. Her conversation was piquant, at times a little brusque, and utterly devoid of sentimentality. But now her choice of poetic thought and her tones revealed a wealth of womanly tenderness, and he was compelled to feel that her religion was not legal and cold, a system of duties, beliefs, and restraints, but something that seemed to stir the depths of her soul with mystic longings, and overflow her heart with love. She was not adoring the Creator, nor paying homage to a king, but as the perfume rises from a flower, so her voice and manner seemed the natural expression of a true, strong affection for God Himself, not afar off, but known as a near and dear friend. In her sweet tones there was not the faintest suggestion of the effect or style that a professional singer would aim at. She thought no more of these than would a thrush swaying on its spray in the twilight of a June evening. As unaffectedly as the bird, she sang according to the inward promptings of a nature purified and made lovely by the grace of God. No one not utterly given over to evil could have listened unmoved. Still less Gregory, with his sensitive, beauty loving, though perverted nature. The spirit of David's harp again breathed its divine peace on his sin disquieted soul. The words of old Daddy Tuggar flashed across him, and he muttered, "Yes, she could take even me to heaven if she stayed right by me." When finally, with heartfelt sincerity, she sang the following simple words to an air that seemed a part of them, he envied her from the depths of his soul, and felt that he would readily barter away any earthly possession and life itself for a like faith. "Nearer, nearer, ever nearer, come I gladly unto thee, and the days are growing brighter with thy presence nearer me. Though a pilgrim, not a stranger, this thy land and I thy own, at thy side, thus free from danger, find I paths with flowers strown. Voices varied, nature speaking, call to me on every side. Friends and kindred give their greeting, in thy sunshine I abide. Though my way were flinty, thorny, were I sure it led to thee, could I pass one day forlornly, home and rest so near to me?" Then she brought the old family Bible, indicating that after that hour she was in no mood for commonplace conversation. In the hush that followed, the good old man reverently read a favorite passage, which seemed not to consist of cold printed words, but to be a part of a loving letter sent by the Divine Father to his absent children. As such it was received by all save Gregory. He sat among them as a stranger and an alien, cut off by his own acts from those ties which make one household of earth and heaven. But such was the influence of the evening upon him that he realized as never before his loss and loneliness. He longed intensely to share in their feelings and to appropriate the words of love and promise that Mr. Walton read. The prayer that followed was so tender, so full of heartfelt interest in his guest, that Gregory's feelings were deeply touched. He arose from his knees and again shaded his face to hide the traces of his emotion. When at last he looked up, Mr. Walton was quietly reading, and the ladies had retired. He rose and bade Mr. Walton good night with a strong but silent grasp of the hand. The thought flashed across him as he went to his room that after this evening and the grasp as of friendship he had just given the father, he could not in the faintest degree meditate evil against the daughter. But so conscious was he of moral weakness, so self distrustful in view of many broken resolutions, that he dared resolve on nothing. He at last fell into a troubled sleep with the vain, regretful thought, "Oh, that I had not lost my vantage ground! Oh, that I could live my life over again!" End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 16. An Accident in the Mountains. In view of her recent stormy mood, nature seemed full of relentings on Monday, and, as if to make amends for her harshness, assumed something of a summer softness. The sun had not the glaring brightness that dazzles, and the atmosphere, purified by the recent rain, revealed through its crystal depths objects with unusual distinctness. "It is a splendid day for a mountain ramble," said Annie, with vivacity, at the breakfast table. "Why don't you take old Dolly in the mountain wagon and show Mr. Gregory some of our fine views this afternoon?" asked Mr. Walton. "Nothing would please me more," said his daughter, cordially. "That is, if Mr. Gregory feels equal to the fatigue." "I'd be at my last gasp if I refused such an offer," said Gregory, eagerly. "It would do me good, for I feel much stronger than when I first came, and Miss Walton's society is the best tonic I know of." "Very well," said she, laughing. "You can take me this afternoon as a continuation of the tonic treatment under which you say you are improving." "To carry on the medical figure," he replied, "I fear that I am to you the embodiment of the depletive system." "From my feelings this bright morning you have very little effect. I prescribe for you a quiet forenoon, as our mountain roads will give you an awful jolting. You, if not your medicine, will be well shaken to day." "You are my medicine, as I understand it, so I shall take it according to the old orthodox couplet." "No, the mountain is your medicine, and I anticipate no earthquakes." "It is settled, then," said Mr. Walton, smiling, "that you adopt Mohammed's compromise and go to the mountain.
I will tell Jeff to fit you out in suitable style." Gregory, in excellent spirits, retired to his room for a quiet morning. The prospect for the afternoon pleased him greatly, and a long tete a tete with Annie among the grand and beautiful solitudes of nature had for him an attraction that he could scarcely understand. "She is just the one for a companion on such an expedition," he said to himself. "She seems a part of the scenes we shall look upon. The free, strong mountain spirit breathes in her every word and act. Old Greek mythology would certainly make her a nymph of the hills." After dinner they started, Gregory's interest centering mainly in his companion, but Annie regarding him as a mere accessory to a sort of half holiday in her busy life, and expecting more enjoyment from the scenery and the exhilarating air than from his best efforts to entertain her. And yet, in this respect, she was agreeably disappointed. Gregory was in a mood that he scarcely understood himself. If Annie had been somewhat vain and shallow, though possessing many other good traits, with the practiced skill of a society man he would have made the most of these weaknesses, amused himself with a piquant flirtation, and soon have been ready for his departure for New York with a contemptuous French shrug at the whole affair. But her weakness did not lie in that direction. Her naturally truthful and earnest nature, deepened and strengthened by Christian principle, from the first had foiled his unworthy purposes and disturbed his contemptuous cynicism. Then, as he was compelled to believe in her reality, her truth and nobleness, all that was in his own nature responsive to these traits began to assert itself. Even while he clung to it and felt that he had no power to escape it, the evil of his life grew more hateful to him, and he condemned himself with increasing bitterness. When good influences are felt in a man's soul, evil seems to become specially active. The kingdom of darkness disputes every inch of its ill gotten power. Winter passes away in March storms. It is the still cold of indifference that is nearest akin to death. The visit to his old home and the influence of Annie Walton were creating March weather in Walter Gregory's soul. There were a few genial moods like gleams of early spring sunshine. There were sudden relentings and passionate longings for better life, as at times gentle, frost relaxing showers softened the flinty ground. There were fierce spiritual conflicts, wild questionings, doubts, fears, and forebodings, and sometimes despair, as in this gusty month nature often seems resolving itself back to primeval chaos. But too often his mood was that of cold, hard skepticism, the frost of midwinter. The impetus of his evil life would evidently be long in spending itself, and yet the quiet influence of the hallowed Sabbath evening and Annie Walton's hymns of faith and love could not readily be lost. The father's prayer still echoed in his soul, and even to him it seemed that the heavens could not be deaf to such entreaty. These things affected him as no direct appeals possibly could. They were like the gentle but irresistible south wind. He was now simply drifting. He had not definitely abandoned his purpose of tempting Annie, nor did he consciously thrust it from him. Quite convinced that she was what she seemed, and doubting greatly whether during his brief visit there would be time to affect her mind seriously by any evil influences he could bring to bear, and won unwittingly by her pure spirit to better things himself, he let the new and unexpected influence have full play. He was like a man who finds himself in the current above Niagara and gives up in despair, allowing his boat to glide onward to the fatal plunge. A breeze springs up and blows against the current. He spreads a sail and finds his downward progress checked. If the wind increases and blows steadily, he may stem the rushing tide and reach smooth, safe waters. A faint glimmering of hope began to dawn in his heart. An unexpected gale from heaven, blowing against the current of evil, made it seem possible that he too might gain the still waters of a peaceful faith. But the hope dwelt in his mind more as a passing thought, a possibility, than an expectation. In his wavering state, the turn of the scales would depend mainly upon the mood of his companion. If she had been trifling and inclined to flirt, full of frivolous nonsense, bent upon having a good time in the frequent acceptation of the phrase, little recking the consequences of words or acts, as is often the case with girls in the main, good-hearted and well-meaning, Gregory would have fallen in with such a mood and pushed it to the extreme. But Annie was simply herself, bright and exhilarating as October sunshine, but as pure and strong. She was ready for jest and repartee.
She showed almost a childish delight in every odd and pretty thing that met her eye, but never for a moment permitted her companion to lose respect for her. Her cheeks were like the crimson maple leaves which overhung them. Her eyes were like the dark sparkle of the little brook as it emerged from the causeway over which they drove. Her brown hair, tossed by the wind, escaped somewhat from its restraints and enhanced the whiteness of her neck, and the thought occurred to Gregory more than once, "If she is not pretty, I never saw a face more pleasant to look at." The wish to gain her esteem and friendship grew stronger every moment, and he exerted himself to the utmost to please her. Abandoning utterly his gallantry, his morbid cynicism, he came out into the honest sunlight of truth, where Annie's mind dwelt, and directed the conversation to subjects concerning which, as an educated and traveled man, he could speak frankly and intelligently. Annie had strong social tastes and the fondness for companionship natural to the young, and she was surprised to find how he stimulated and interested her mind, and how much they had in common. He appeared to understand her immediately and to lead her thoughts to new and exciting flights. It was their purpose to cross a spur of the main mountain range. After a long and toilsome climb, stopping to give Dolly many a breathing spell, they at last reached the brow of the wooded height, and turned to look at the autumn landscape glimmering in the bright October sunshine. It is impossible by either pen or brush to give a true picture of wild reaches of broken and beautiful country, as seen from some of the more favored points of outlook among the highlands on the Hudson. The loveliness of a pretty bit of scenery or a landscape may be enhanced by art, but the impressive grandeur of nature, when the feature of vast and varied expanse predominates, cannot be adequately expressed. The mind itself is oppressed by the extensiveness of the scene, and tends to select some definite object, as a village, hamlet, or tree embowered farmhouse, on which to dwell. These accorded more with the finite nature of the beholder. Spiles and curling wreaths of smoke suggested to Annie and Gregory many a simple altar and quiet hearth, around which gathered the homely, contented life, spiritual and domestic, of those who occupied their own little niche in the great world, and were all unburdened with thought or care for the indefinite regions that stretched away beyond their narrow circle of daily acquaintance. Only God can give to the whole of His creation the all seeing gaze that we bestow upon some familiar scene. His glance around the globe is like that of a mother around her nursery, with her little children grouped at her feet. The laden orchards, with men climbing long ladders, and boys in the topmost branches, looking in the distance like huge squirrels, were pleasant objects to the mountain ramblers. Huskers could be discerned in the nearer cornfields, and the great yellow ears glistened momentarily in the light, as they were tossed into golden heaps. There was no hum of industry as from a manufacturing village, or roar of turbulent life as from a city, but only the quiet evidence to the eye of a life kindred to that which nature so silently and beautifully elaborates. "How insignificant we are," said Gregory, gloomily. "How the great world goes right on without us. It is the same when one dies and leaves it, as we left it by climbing this mountain. In the main we are unknown and uncared for, and even to those who know us it is soon the same as if we had never been." But the world cannot go on without God. Though forgotten, He never forgets. His friends need never have the sense of being lost or lonely, any more than a child traveling with his father in a foreign land among indifferent strangers. God does not look at us, His creatures, as we do at the foliage of these forests, seeing only the general effect. He sees each one as directly as I now look at you. I wish I could believe He looked as kindly. I wish you could, Mr. Gregory. It is sad to me that people can't believe what is so true. The fondest look your mother ever gave you was cold compared with the yearning, loving face God turns toward every one of us, even as we go away from Him." He looked at her earnestly for a moment and saw that sincerity was written on her face. He shook his head sadly and then said, rather abruptly, "Those lengthening shadows remind us that we must be on our way." And then their thoughts dwelt on lighter subjects as they ascended another lofty mountain terrace, and paused again to scan the wider prospect that made the sense of daily life in the valleys below as remote as the world seems to the hermit in his devotional seclusion. Then they began to descend the sloping plateau, which inclined toward the brow of the hill overlooking the region of the Walton residence. After 1 or 2 hours of broken but very agreeable conversation, Annie suddenly sighed deeply. "Now, Miss Walton," said Gregory, "that sigh came from the depths. What hidden sorrow could have caused it?" With a slight flush and laugh, she said, "It was caused by a mere passing thought, like that cloud there sailing over the mountain slope." "Your simile is so pretty that I should like to know the thought." "I hardly know whether to tell it to you. It might have the same effect as if that cloud should expand and cover the sky." "Might not the telling also have the same effect as if the cloud were dissipated altogether?" She looked at him quickly and said, "How apt your answer is! Yes, it might if you would be sensible. I do not know you so very well yet. Are you not a little ready to take offense?" "You do not look as if about to say anything I should resent very deeply, but I promise that the cloud shall vanish." "I am not so sure about that. The cloud represents my thought, and yet I hope it may eventually vanish utterly. The thought occurred to me after the pleasant hours of this afternoon what congenial friends we might be." "And that caused you to sigh so deeply?" I laid emphasis on the word might. "And why should you, Miss Annie? Why need you?" he asked eagerly. "You have shown a great deal of tact and consideration this afternoon, Mr. Gregory, in choosing topics on which we could agree, or about which it is as nice to differ a little. I wish it were the same in regard to those things that make up one's life, as it were." And she looked at him closely to see how he would take this. After a moment he said, a little bitterly, "In order to be your friend, one must look at everything through the same colored glass that you employ?" "Oh, no," she replied earnestly, "it is not fair to say that. But you seem almost hostile to all that I love best and think most of, and my sigh was rather an earnest and oft recurring wish that it were otherwise." Again he was silent for a short time, then said with sudden vehemence, "And I also wish it were otherwise," adding more quietly, "but it is not, Miss Walton. You know me too well, even if I wished to deceive you. And yet I would give a great deal for such a friendship as you could bestow. Why can you not give it as it is? The founder of your faith was a friend of publicans and sinners." "He was indeed their friend, and has been ever since," she answered. "But was it not natural that he found more that was attractive and congenial in that little group of disciples who were learning to know and believe in him?" "I understand you, Miss Walton. I was unfortunate in my illustration, and you have turned it against me. You can be my friend as the missionary is the friend of the heathen." "You go to extremes, Mr. Gregory, and are hardly fair. I am not a missionary, nor are you a heathen. I make my meaning clear when I echo your thoughts of a moment ago, and wish that just such a friendship might exist between us as that between your father and mine." "I am what I am," he said with genuine sadness. "I wish you had my faith in the possibilities of the future," she replied, turning brightly toward him. But he shook his head, saying, "I have about lost all faith in everything as far as I am concerned. Still, I feel that if any one could do me any good, you might. But I fear it is a hopeless task." Then he changed the subject in such a way as to show that it was painful, and that he preferred it should be dropped. After all, the cloud had overcast the sky. The inevitable separation between those guided by divine principles and those controlled by earthly influences began to dawn upon him. He caught a glimpse of the great gulf that is ever fixed between the good and evil in their deepest consciousness. The loneliness of guilt chilled and oppressed him, even with the cheery, sympathetic companion at his side. But he hid his feelings under a forced gaiety, in which Annie joined somewhat, though it gave her a vague shiver of pain. She felt they had been en rapport for a little while, but now a change had come, even as the damp and chill of approaching night were taking the place of genial sunshine. Suddenly she said, as they were riding along on the comparatively level plateau among thick copsewood and overshadowing trees that already created a premature twilight, "It is strange we do not come out on the brow of the mountain overlooking our home. This road does not seem familiar either, though it is 2 or 3 years since I have been over it, and then Jeff drove. I thought I knew the way well. Can it be possible we have taken the wrong turning?" "I ought to be familiar with these roads, Miss Walton, but I am sorry to say I too am confused. I hunted over these hills to some extent when a boy, but did not pay much heed to the roads, as I took my own courses through the woods." "I think it must be right," said Annie, after a little time. The brow of the hill must be near, and they hastened the old horse along as fast as possible under the circumstances. But the road continually grew rougher and gave evidence of very little travel, and evening deepened rapidly. At last they resolved to turn round at the first place that would permit of it, but this was not readily found, there being only a single wheel track, which now stretched away before them like a narrow cut between banks of foliage, that looked solid in the increasing darkness. The road also was full of rocks, loose stones, and deep ruts, over which the wagon jolted painfully. With a less sure-footed horse than Dolly they would soon have come to grief. Gregory was becoming greatly fatigued, though he strove to hide it, and both were filled with genuine uneasiness at the prospect before them. To make matters seemingly desperate, as they were descending a little hill, a four wheel caught between two stones and was wrenched sharply off. Quick, agile Annie sprang as she felt the wagon giving, but Walter was thrown out among the brushwood by the roadside. Though scratched and bruised, he was not seriously hurt, and as quickly as possible came to the assistance of his companion. He found her standing by Dolly's head, holding and soothing the startled beast. Apparently she was unhurt. They looked searchingly at the dusky forest, their broken vehicle, and then at each other. Words were unnecessary to explain the awkwardness of their situation. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 17. Promise or Die. While they were thus standing irresolute after the accident, suddenly a light glimmered upon them. It appeared to come from a house standing a little off from the road. "Shall I leave you here and go for assistance?" asked Walter. "I think I would rather go with you. Dolly will stand, and I do not wish to be left alone." They soon found a grassy path leading to a small house, from which the light shone but faintly through closely curtained windows. They met no one, nor were their footsteps heard till they knocked at the door. A gruff voice said, "Come in," and a huge bulldog started up from near the fire with a savage growl. They entered. A middle aged man, with his coat off, sat at work with his back toward them. He rose hastily and stared at them with a strangely blended look of consternation and anger. "Call off your dog," said Gregory, sharply. "Down, Bull," said the man, harshly, and the dog slunk growling into a corner, but with a watchful, ugly gleam in his eyes. The man's expression was quite as sinister and threatening. "Who are you, and what do you want?" he asked, sternly. "We want help," said Gregory, with a quickened and apprehensive glance around, which at once revealed to him why their visit was so unwelcome. The man had been counterfeiting money, and the evidences of his guilt were only too apparent. "We have lost our way, and our wagon is broken. I hope you have sufficient humanity to act the part of a neighbor." "Humanity to the devil," said the man, brutally. "I am neighbor to no one. You have come here to pry into what is none of your business." "We have not," said Gregory, eagerly. "You will find our broken wagon in the road, but a little way from here." The man's eye was cold, hard, and now had a snake-like glitter as he looked at them askance with a gloomy scowl. He seemed thinking over the situation in which he found himself. Gregory, in his weak, exhausted state, and shaken somewhat by his fall, was nervous and apprehensive. Annie, though pale, stood firmly and quietly by. Slowly and hesitatingly, as if deliberating as to the best course, the man reached up to the shelf and took down a revolver, saying, with an evil boding look at them, "If I thought you had come as detectives, you would have no chance to use your knowledge. You, sir, I do not know, but I think this lady is Squire Walton's daughter. As it is, you must both solemnly promise me before God that you will never reveal what you have seen here. Otherwise I have but one method of self-protection," and he cocked his pistol. "Let me tell you," he added, in a blood-curdling tone, "you are not the first ones I have silenced. And mark this, if you go away and break this promise, I have confederates who will take vengeance on you and yours." "No need of any further threats," said Gregory, with a shrug. "I promise. As you say, it is none of my business how much of the queer you make." Though naturally not a coward, Gregory, in his habit of self pleasing and of shunning all sources of annoyance, would not have gone out of his way, under any circumstances, to bring a criminal to justice, and the thought of risking anything in this case did not occur to him. Why should they peril their lives for the good of the commonwealth? If he had been alone and escaped without further trouble, he would have thought the matter afterward as of a crime recorded in the morning paper, with which he had no concern, except perhaps to scrutinize more sharply the currency he received. But with conscientious Annie it was very different. Her father was a magistrate of the right kind, who sincerely sought to do justice and protect the people in their rights. From almost daily conversation her mind had been impressed with the sacredness of the law. When she was inclined to induce her father to give a lighter sentence than he believed right, he had explained how the well being and indeed the very existence of society depended upon the righteous enforcement of the law, and how true mercy lay in such enforcement. She had been made to feel that the responsibility for good order and morals rested on every one, and that to conceal a known crime was to share deeply in the guilt. She also was not skilled in that casuistry which would enable her to promise anything with mental reservations. The shock of their savage and threatening reception had been severe, but she was not at all inclined to be hysterical, and though her heart seemed to stand still with a chill of dread, which deepened every moment as she realized what would be exacted of her, she seemed more self possessed than Gregory. Indeed, in the sudden and awful emergencies of life, woman's fortitude is often superior to man's, and Annie's faith was no decorous and conventional profession for Sabbath uses, but a constant and living reality. She was like the maidens of martyr days, who tremblingly but unhesitatingly died for conscience' sake. While there was no wavering of purpose, there was an agony of fear and sorrow, as, after the momentary confusion of mind caused by the suddenness of the occurrence, the terrible nature of the ordeal before her became evident. Through her father she had heard a vague rumor of this man before. Though he lived so secluded and was so reticent, his somewhat mysterious movements had awakened suspicion, but his fierce dog and his own manner had kept all obtrusive curiosity at a distance. Now she saw her father's worst fears and surmises realized. But the counterfeiter at first gave all his attention to her companion, thinking that he would have little trouble with a timid girl, and after Gregory's ready promise looked searchingly at him for a moment, and then said, with a coarse, scornful laugh, "No fear of you. You will keep your skin whole. You are a city chap, and know enough of me and my tribe to be sure I can strike you there as well as here. I can trust to your fears, and don't wish to shed blood when it is unnecessary. And now this girl must make the same promise. Her father is a magistrate, and I intend to have no posse of men up here after me to morrow." "I can make no such promise," said Annie, in a low tone. "What!" exclaimed the man, harshly, and a savage growl from the dog made a kindred echo to his tone. Deathly pale, but with firm bearing, Annie said, "I cannot promise to shield crime by silence. I should be a partaker in your guilty secrets." "Oh, for God's sake, promise!" cried Gregory, in an agony of fear. But in justice it must be said that it was more for her than for himself. "For God's sake, I cannot promise." The man stepped menacingly toward her, and the great dog also advanced, unchecked, out of his corner. "Young woman," he hissed in her ear, "you must promise or die. I have sworn never to go to prison again if I wade knee deep in blood." There came a rush of tears to Annie's eyes. Her bosom heaved convulsively a moment, and then she said, in a tone of agony, "It is dreadful to die in such a way, but I cannot make the promise you ask. It would burden my conscience and blight my life. I will trust to God's mercy and do right, but think twice before you shed my innocent blood." Gregory covered his face with his hands and groaned aloud. The man hesitated. He had evidently hoped by his threats to frighten her into compliance, and her unexpected refusal, while it half frenzied him with fear and anger, made his course difficult to determine upon. He was not quite hardened enough to slay the defenseless girl as she stood so bravely before him, and the killing of her would also involve the putting of Gregory out of the way, making a double murder that would be hard to conceal. He looked at the dog, and the thought occurred that by turning them out of doors and leaving them to the brute's tender mercies, their silence might be effectually secured. It is hard to say what he would have done. left to his own fears and evil passions. But a moment after Annie had spoken, the doors opened, and a woman entered with a pail of water, which she had just brought from a spring at some little distance from the house. "What does this mean?" she asked, with a quick, startled glance around. "It means mischief to all concerned," said the man sullenly. "This is Miss Walton," said the woman, advancing. "Yes!" exclaimed Annie, and she rushed forward and sobbed out, "Save me from your husband. He threatened to take my life." "My husband," said the woman, with intense bitterness, turning toward the man. "Do you hear that fight? Quiet your fears, young lady. Do you remember the sick, weary woman that you found one hot day last summer by the roadside? I was faint, and it seemed to me that I was dying. I often wish to, but when it comes to the point and I look over into the black gulf, I'm afraid." "But, woman," interrupted the man, harshly. "Be still," she said, imperiously waving her hand. "Don't rouse a devil you can't control." Then turning to Annie, she continued, "I was afraid then. I was in agony of terror. I was so weak that I could scarcely do more than look appealingly to you and stretch out my hands. Most ladies would have said, 'She's drunk,' and passed contemptuously on. But you got out of your wagon and took my cold hand. I whispered, 'I'm sick. For God's sake help me.' And you believed me and said, 'I will help you, for God's sake and your own.' Then you went to the carriage and got some cordial which you said was for another sick person, and gave me some. And when I revived, you half carried me and half lifted me into your nice covered little wagon that kept the burning sun off my head, and you took me miles out of your way to a little house which I falsely told you was my home. I heard that you afterward came to see me. You spoke kindly. When I could speak, I said that I was not fit for you to touch, and you answered that Jesus Christ was glad to help touch any human creature, and that you were not better than He. Then you told me a little about Him, but I was too sick to listen much. God knows I've got down about as low as any woman can. I dare not pray for myself, but since that day I've prayed for you. And mark what I say, Vite," she added, her sad, weird manner changing to sudden fierceness, "not a hair of this lady's head shall be hurt." "But these two will go and blab on us," said the man, angrily. "At least the girl will. She won't promise to keep her secret. I have no fears for the man. I can keep him quiet." "Why won't you promise?" asked the woman, gently, but with surprise. "Because I cannot," said Annie, earnestly, though her voice was still broken by sobs. "When we hide crime we take part in it." "And you would rather die than do what you thought wrong?" "It were better," said Annie. "Oh that I had had such a spirit in the fatal past!" groaned the woman. "But won't you protect me still?" exclaimed Annie, seizing her hand. "It would kill my poor old father too if I should die. I cannot burden my soul with your secrets, but save me, oh, save me from so dreadful a death." "I have said it, Miss Walton. Not a hair of your head shall be hurt." "What do you advise, then, madam?" asked the man, satirically. "Shall we invite Mr. Walton and the sheriff up to morrow to take a look at the room as it now stands?" "I advise nothing," said the woman, harshly. "I only say, in a way you can understand, that not a hair of this girl's head shall be hurt." "Thank God! Oh, thank God!" murmured Annie, with a feeling of confidence and inexpressible relief, for there was that in the woman's bearing and tone which gave evidence of unusual power over her associate in crime. Then Annie added, still clinging to a hand unsanctified by the significant plain ring, "I hope you will keep my companion safe from harm also." During the scene between Annie and her strange protector, who was evidently a sad wreck of a beautiful and gifted woman, Gregory had sunk into a chair through weakness and shame, and covered his face with his hands. The woman turned toward him with instinctive antipathy, and asked, "How is it, sir, that you have left a young girl to meet this danger alone?" Gregory's white, drawn face turned scarlet as he answered, "Because I am like you and this man here, and not like Miss Walton, who is an angel of truth and goodness." "Like us, indeed!" said she, disdainfully. "I don't know that you have proved us cowards yet. And could you be as bad and mean enough to see this brave maiden slain before your eyes, and go away in silence to save your own miserable self?" "For aught I know I could," answered he, savagely. "I would like to see what mean, horrible, loathsome thing this hateful, hated thing I call myself could not do." Gregory showed, in a way fearful to witness, What intense hostility and loathing a spirit naturally noble can feel toward itself when action and conscience are at war. "Ah," said the woman, bitterly, "now you speak a language I know well. Why should I fear the judgment day?" she added, with a gloomy light in her eyes, as if communing with herself. "Nothing worse can be said of me than I will say now." "But," she sneered, turning sharply to Gregory, "I do not think I have fallen so low as you." "Probably not," he replied, with a grim laugh and a significant shrug which he had learned abroad. "I will not dispute my bad preeminence. Come, Vite, or whatever your name is," he continued, rising, "make up your mind quickly what you are going to do. I am a weak man, morally and physically. If you intend to shoot me, or let your dog make a meal of me, let us have it over as soon as possible. Since Miss Walton is safe, I am as well prepared now as I ever shall be." "I entreat you," pleaded Annie, still clinging to the woman, "don't let any harm come to him." "What is the use of touching him?" said the man, gruffly. Then turning to Gregory, he asked, "Do you still promise not to use your knowledge against me? You might do me more harm in New York than here." "I have promised once, and that is enough," said Gregory, irritably. "I keep my word for good or evil, though you can't know that, and are fools for trusting me." "I'll trust neither of you," said the man, with an oath. "Here, Denise, I must talk with you alone. I'm willing to do anything that's reasonable, but I'm not going to prison again alive. Mark that," with a still more fearful imprecation. "Don't leave this room, or I won't answer for the consequences," he said sternly to Gregory and Annie, at the same time looking significantly at the dog. Then he and the woman went into the back room, and there was an earnest and somewhat angry consultation. Gregory sat down and leaned his head on the table in a manner that showed that he had passed beyond despondency and fear into despairing indifference as to what became of him. He felt that henceforth he must be simply odious to Miss Walton, that she would only tolerate his presence as long as it was necessary, veiling her contempt by more politeness. In his shame and weakness he would almost rather die than meet her true, honest eyes again. Annie had the courage of principle and firm resolve, rather than that which is natural and physical. The thought of sudden and violent death appalled her. If her impulsive nature were excited, like that of a soldier in battle, she could forget danger. If in her bed at home she were wasting with disease, she would soon submit to the divine will with childlike trust. But her whole being shrunk inexpressibly from violent and unnatural death. Never before did life seem so sweet. Never before was there so much to live for. She could have been a martyr in any age and in a horrible form for conscience sake, but she would have met her fate tremblingly, shrinkingly, and with intense longings for life. And yet, with all this instinctive dread, her trust in God and His promises would not fail. But instead of calmly standing erect on her faith and confronting destiny, it was her nature in such terrible emergencies to cling in loving and utter dependence and obey. She therefore in no respect shared Gregory's indifference, but was keenly alive to the situation. At first, with her hand upon her heart to still its wild throbbings, she listened intently and tried to catch the drift of the fateful conference within. This being vain, her eyes wandered hurriedly around the room. Standing thus, she unconsciously completed a strange picture in that incongruous place, with her dejected companion on one side, and the great dog eyeing her savagely on the other. Gregory's despairing attitude impressed her deeply. In a sudden rash of pity she felt that he was not as cowardly as he had seemed. A woman with difficulty forgives this sin. His harsh condemnation and evident detestation of himself impelled her generous nature instinctively to take the part of his weak and wronged spirit. She had early been taught to pity rather than to condemn those who evil is destroying. In all his depravity he did not repel her, for, though proud, he had no petty, shallow vanity, and the evident fact that he suffered so deeply disarmed her. Moreover, companionship in trouble, which she felt was partly her fault, drew her toward him, and stepping to his side, she laid her hand on his shoulder and said gently, "Cheer up, my friend. I understand you better than you do yourself. God will bring us safely through." He shrunk from her hand and said drearily, "With better reason than yonder woman, I can say, I am not fit for you to touch. As for God, He has nothing to do with me." She answered kindly, "I do not think that either of those things is true. But, Mr. Gregory, what will they do to us? They will not dare." She was interrupted by the entrance of the strangely assorted couple into whose crime stained hands they had so unexpectedly fallen. Both felt that but little trust could be placed in such perverted and passion swept natures, that they would be guided by their fears, impulses, and interests. Annie's main hope was in the hold she had on the woman's sympathies, but the latter, as she entered, wore a sullen and disappointed look, as if she had not been given her own way. Annie at once stepped to her side and again took her hand, as if she were her best hope of safety. It was evident that her confidence and unshrinking touch affected the poor creature deeply, and her hand closed over Annie's in a way that was reassuring. "I suppose you would scarcely like to trust yourself to me or my dog," said the man, with a grim laugh. "What's more, I've no time to bother with you. Since my companion here feels she owes you something, Miss Walton, she can now repay you 100-fold. But follow her directions closely, as you value your lives." And he left the house with the dog. Soon after they heard in the forest what seemed the note of the whippoorwill repeated 3 times. But it was so near and importunate that Annie was startled, and the woman's manner indicated that she was not listening to a bird. After a few moments she said gloomily, "Miss Walton, I promised you should receive no harm, and I will keep my word. But I hoped I could send you directly home to night. But that's impossible. I can do much with Vite, but not everything. He has sworn never to go to prison again alive, and none of our lives would be worth much if they stood in the way of his escape. We meant to leave this region before many months, for troublesome stories are getting around. And now we must go at once. I will take you to a place of safety from which you can return home to morrow. Come." "But father will be wild with anxiety," cried Annie, wringing her hands. "It is the best I can do," said the woman sadly. "Come, we have no time to lose." She put on a woolen hood, and taking a long, slender staff, led the way out into the darkness. They felt that there was nothing to do but follow, which they did in silence. They did not go back toward their broken wagon, but continued down the wheel track whereon their accident had occurred. Suddenly the woman left this, taking a path through the woods, and after proceeding with difficulty some distance, stopped, and lighted a small lantern she had carried under her shawl. Even with the aid of this their progress was painful and precarious in the steeply descending rocky path, which had so many intricate windings that both Annie and Gregory felt that they were indeed being led into a terra incognita. Annie was consumed with anxiety as to the issue of their strange adventure, but believed confidence in her guide to be the wisest course. Gregory was too weary and indifferent to care for himself, and stumbled on mechanically. At last he said sullenly, "Madam, I can go no further. I may as well die here as anywhere." "You must go," she said sharply, "for my sake and Miss Walton's, if not for your own. Besides, it's not much further. What I do to night must be done rightly." "Well, then, while there is breath left, Miss Walton shall have the benefit of it." "May we not rest a few minutes?" asked Annie. "I too am very tired." "Yes, before long, at the place where you must pass the night." The path soon came out in another wheel track, which seemed to lead down a deep ravine. Descending this a little way, they reached an opening in which was the dusky outline of a small house. "Here we part," said their guide, taking Annie's hand, while Gregory sank exhausted on a rock near. "The old woman and her son who live in that house will give you shelter, and to morrow you must find your best way home. This seems poor return for your kindness, but it's in keeping with my miserable life, which is as dark and wild as the unknown, flinty path we came. After all, things have turned out far better than they might have done. White was expecting some one, and so had the dog within doors. He would have torn you to pieces had he been without as usual. Lead this life no longer. Stay with us, and I will help you to better things," said Annie, earnestly. The look of intense longing on the woman's face as the light of the flickering lantern fell on it would haunt Annie to her dying day. "Oh that I might!" she groaned. "Oh that I might! A more fearful bondage never cursed a human soul." "And why can you not?" pleaded Annie, putting her hand on the trembling woman's shoulder. "You have seen better days. You were meant for a good and noble life. You can't sin unfeelingly. Then why sin at all? Break these chains, and by peace in this life and heaven in the life to come will reward you." The woman sat down by the roadside, and for a moment her whole frame seemed convulsed with sobs. At last she said brokenly, You plead as my good angel did before it left me, but it's no use. It's too late. I have indeed seen better days, pure, happy days, and so has he. We once stood high in the respect of all, but he fell, and I fell in ways I can't explain. You cannot understand that as love binds with silken cords, so crime may bind with iron chains. No more, say no more. You only torment me." She broke in harshly as Annie was about to speak again. "You cannot understand. How could you? We love, hate, and fear each other at the same time, and death only can part us. But that may soon," and she clenched her hands with a dark look. "But enough of this. I have too much to do to tire myself this way. You must go to that house. I cannot. Old Mrs. Tompkins and her son will give you shelter. I don't wish them to get into trouble. There will be a close investigation into all this. I know what your father's disposition is. And now farewell. The only good thing about me is, I shall still pray for you. The only one who has ever treated me like a woman since since I fell into hell," she said in a low, hoarse tone, and printing a passionate kiss on Annie's hand, she blew out her light and vanished in the darkness. It seemed to swallow her up, and become a type of the mystery and fate that enshrouded the forlorn creature. Beyond the bare fact that she took the train the following morning with the man she called Vite, Annie never heard of her again. Still there was hope for the wretched wanderer. However dark and hidden her paths, the eyes of a merciful God ever followed her, and to that God Annie prayed often in her behalf. Note: This chapter has some historic basis. The man called Vite is not altogether an imaginary character, for a desperate and successful counterfeiter dwelt for a time among the mountains on the Hudson, plying his nefarious trade. It is said that he took life more than once to escape detection. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 18. In the Depths. After the departure of their strange guide, who had befriended them as best she could, Gregory at once went to the house and knocked. There was a movement within, and a quavering voice asked, "Who's there?" "Friends who have lost their way and need shelter." "I don't know about letting strangers in this time o' night," answered the voice. "There are only two of us," said Annie. "Perhaps you know who Miss Walton is. I entreat you to let us in." "Miss Walton, Miss Walton, sartain. I know who she is, but I can't believe she's here." "Our wagon broke down this afternoon, and we have lost our way," explained Gregory. Again there was a stir inside, and soon a glimmer of light. After a few moments the door was opened slightly, and a woman's voice asked apprehensively, "Be you sure it's Miss Walton?" "Yes," said Annie. "You need have no fears. Hold the light and see for yourself." This the woman did, and apparently satisfied, gave them admittance at once. She seemed quite aged, and a few gray locks straggled out from under her dingy cap, which suggested anything but a halo around her wrinkled, withered face. A ragged calico wrapper encased her tall, gaunt form, and altogether she did not make a promising hostess. Before she could ask her unexpected guests any further questions, the cry of a whippoorwill was again heard 3 times. She listened with a startled, frightened manner. The sounds were repeated, and she seemed satisfied. "Isn't it rather late in the season for whippoorwills?" asked Annie uneasily, for this bird's note, now heard again, seemed like a signal. "I don't know nothin' about whippoorwills," said the woman stolidly. "The pesky bird kind of started me at first. Don't like to hear 'em around. They bring bad luck. I can't do much for you, Miss Walton, in this poor place, but such as 'tis, you're welcome to stay. My son has been off haulin' wood. Guess he won't be back now afore to morrow." "When do you think he will come?" asked Annie, anxiously. "Well, not much afore night, I guess." "What will my poor father do?" moaned Annie. "He will be out all night looking for us." "Sure now, will he though?" said the woman, showing some traces of anxiety herself. "Well, miss, you'll have to stay till my son gets back, for it's a long way round through the valley to your house." There was nothing to do but wait patiently till morning. The woman showed Gregory up into a loft over the one room of the house, saying,
Here's where my son sleeps. It's the best I can do, though I s'pose you ain't used to such beds." He threw his exhausted form on the wretched couch, and soon found respite in troubled sleep. Annie dozed away the night in a creaky old rocking chair, the nearest approach to a thing of comfort that the hovel contained. The old woman had evidently been so "started" that she needed the sedative of a short clay pipe, highly colored indeed. Still, a connoisseur in meerschaums would scarcely covet it. This she would remove from her mouth now and then, as she crouched on a low stool in the chimney corner to shake her head ominously. Perhaps she knew more about whippoorwills than she admitted. At last it seemed that the fumes which half strangled Annie had their wonted effect, and she hobbled to her bed and was soon giving discordant evidence of her peace. Annie then noiselessly opened a window that she too might breathe. When Gregory waked next morning it was broad day. He felt so stiff and ill he could scarcely move, and with difficulty made his way to the room below. The old woman was at the stove frying some sputtering pork, and its rank odor was most repulsive to the fastidious habitué of metropolitan clubs. "Where is Miss Walton?" he asked in quick alarm. "Only gone to the spring after water," replied the woman shortly. "Why didn't you get up and get it for her?" "I would if I had known," he muttered, and he escaped from the intolerable air of the room to the door, where he met Annie, fresh and rosy from her morning walk and her toilet at the brook that brawled down the ravine. "Mr. Gregory, you are certainly ill," she exclaimed. "I am so sorry it has all happened." He looked at her wonderingly, and then said, "You appear as if nothing had happened. I am ill, Miss Walton, and I wish I were dead. You cannot feel toward me half the contempt I have for myself." "Now, honestly, Mr. Gregory, I have no contempt for you at all." He turned away and shook his head dejectedly. "But I mean what I say," she continued earnestly. "Then it is your goodness and not my desert." "As I told you last night, so again I sincerely say, I think I understand you better than you do yourself." "You are mistaken," he answered with gloomy emphasis. "Your intuitions are quick, I admit. I have never known your equal in that respect. But there are some things I am glad to think you never can understand. You can never know what a proud man suffers when he has utterly lost hope and self respect. Though I acted so mean a part myself, I can still appreciate your nobleness, courage, and fidelity to conscience. I thought such heroism belonged only to the past." "Mr. Gregory, I wish I could make you understand me," said Annie, with real distress in her tone. "I am not brave. I was more afraid than you. Indeed, I was in an agony of fear. I refused that man's demand because I was compelled to. If you looked at things as I do, you would have done the same." "Please say no more, Miss Walton," said he, his face distorted by an expression of intense self loathing. "Do not try to palliate my course. I would much rather you would call my cowardly selfishness and lack of principle by their right names. The best thing I can do for the world is to get out of it, and from present feelings this good riddance will soon occur. Will you excuse me if I sit down?" And he sank upon the doorstep in utter weariness. Annie had placed her pail of water on the doorstep and forgotten it in her wish to cheer and help this bitterly wounded spirit. "Mr. Gregory," she said earnestly, "you are indeed ill in body and mind, and you take a wrong and morbid view of everything. My heart aches to show you how complete and perfect a remedy there is for all this. It almost seems as if you were dying from thirst, with that brook yonder running." "There is no remedy for me," interrupted he, almost harshly. Then he added in a weary tone, pressing his hand on his throbbing brow, "Forgive me, Miss Walton. You see what I am. Please waste no more thought on me." "If yer want any breakfast to day, you better bring that water," called the old woman from within. Annie gave him a troubled, anxious look, and then silently carried in the pail. "Have you any tea?" she asked, not liking the odor of the coffee. "Mighty little," was the short answer. "Please let me have some, and I will send you a pound of our best in its place," said Annie. "I hain't such a fool as to lose that bargain," and the old woman hobbled with alacrity to a cupboard. But to Annie's dismay the hidden treasure had been hoarded too near the even more prized tobacco, and seemed redolent of the rank odor of some unsavory preparation of that remarkable weed which is conjured into so many and such diverse forms. But she brewed a little as best she could before eating any breakfast herself,
and brought it to Gregory as he still sat on the step, leaning against the doorpost. "Please swallow this as medicine," she said.
"Indeed, Miss Walton, I cannot," he replied.
"Please do," she urged, "as a favor to me. I made it myself, and I can't eat any breakfast till I have seen that you take this." He at once complied, though with a wry face. "There," said she, with a touch of playfulness, "I have seldom received a stronger compliment. After this compliance I think I could venture to ask anything of you." "The tea is like myself," he answered. "You brought to it skilled hands and pure spring water, and yet, from the nature of the thing itself, it was a villainous compound. Please don't ask me to take any more. Perhaps you have heard an old saying, 'Like dislikes like.'" She determined that he should not yield to this morbid despondency, but had too much tact to argue with him. Therefore she said kindly, "We never did agree very well, Mr. Gregory, and don't now. But before many hours I hope I can give you a cup of tea and something with it more to your taste. I must admit that I am ready even for this dreadful breakfast that threatens to destroy my powers of digestion in one fatal hour. You see what a poor subject I am for romance." And she smilingly turned away to a meal that gave her a glimpse of how the "other half of the world" lives. Before she had finished, the sound of wheels and horses' hoofs coming rapidly up the glen brought her to the door, and with joy she recognized a near neighbor of her father's, a sturdy, kind hearted farmer, who had joined in the search for the missing ones the moment he learned in the dawn of that morning that they had not returned. He gave a glad shout as he saw Annie's form in the doorway, and to her his broad, honest face was like that of an angel. All are beautiful to those they help.
"Your father is in a dreadful state, Miss Annie," said Farmer Jones. "But I told him if he would only stay at home and wait, I and a few other neighbors would soon find you. He was up at the foot of the mountain ever since 12 o'clock last night. Then he came home to see if you hadn't returned some other way. I'm usually out as soon as it's light, so I hailed him as he passed and asked what on earth he was up for at that time of day. He told me his trouble, so I hitched up my light wagon and got to your house as soon as he did. When he found you hadn't come yet, he was for starting right for the mountains, but I saw he wasn't fit, so I says, 'Mr. Walton, you'll just miss 'em. They've taken a wrong road, or the wagon has broken down, but they'll be home before 10 o'clock. Now send Jeff up the road you expect them on. I'll send Mr. Harris, who lives just beyond me, out on the road they took first. My horse is fast, and I'll go round up this valley, and in this way we'll soon scour every road.' And so with much coaxing I got him to promise to stay till I returned. So jump in quick, and I'll have you home in little over an hour."
"But we can't leave Mr. Gregory here. Let him go first. He is ill and needs attention immediately."
"Miss Walton, please return at once to your father," said Gregory quickly. "It is your duty. I can wait."
"No, Mr. Gregory, it would not be right to leave you here feeling as you do. As soon as father knows I am safe, his mind will be at rest. I am perfectly well, and you have no idea how ill you look."
"Miss Walton," said Gregory, in a tone that was almost harsh in its decisiveness, "I will not return now." "I am real sorry," said Mr. Jones, "that my wagon is not larger, but I took the best thing that I had for fast driving over rough roads. Come, Miss Walton, your friend has settled it, and if he is sick he better come more slowly in an easier carriage."
After cordially thanking the old woman for such rude hospitality as she had bestowed, and renewing her promise to send ample recompense, she returned with gentle courtesy to Gregory, and assured him that he would not have long to wait. He gave her a quick, searching look, and said, "Miss Walton, I do not understand how you can speak to me in this way, but go at once. Do not keep your father in suspense any longer." "I hope we shall find you better when we come for you," she said kindly.
"It were better if you found me dead," he said in sudden harshness, but it was toward himself, not her.
So she understood it, and waving her hand encouragingly, was rapidly driven away. As they rode along she related to Mr. Jones the events already known to the reader, but she carefully shielded Gregory from blame. She also satisfied her companion's evident curiosity about the young man by stating so frankly all it was proper for him to know that he had no suspicion of anything concealed. She explained his last and unusual expression by dwelling with truth on the fact that Gregory appeared seriously ill, and was deeply depressed in spirits. Mr. Walton received his daughter with a joy beyond words. She was the idol of his heart, the one object on earth that almost rivaled his treasures in heaven. His mind had dwelt in agonized suspense on a thousand possibilities of evil during the prolonged hours of her absence, and now that he clasped her again and was assured of her safety, he lifted his eyes heavenward with overflowing gratitude in his heart. But Annie's success in keeping up before him was brief. The strain had been a little too severe. She soon gave way to nervous prostration and headache, and was compelled to retire to her room instead of returning for Gregory as she had intended. But he was promptly sent for, Miss Eulie going in her place, and taking every appliance possible for his comfort. She found him in Mrs. Tompkins's hovel, sitting in the creaky armchair that Annie had occupied the night before, and enduring with a white, grim face the increasing suffering of his illness. He seemed to have reached the depths of despair, and believing the end near, determined to meet it with more than Indian stoicism. Many, in their suicidal blindness and remorse, pass sentence upon themselves, and weakly deliver their souls into the keeping of that inexorable jailer, despair, forgetting the possibilities, nay, certainties, of good that ever dwell in God. If man had no better friend than himself, his prospects would be sombre indeed. Many a one has condemned himself and sunk into the apathy of death, but he who came to seek and to save the lost has lifted him with the arms of forgiving love, and helped him back to the safety and happiness of the fold. Satan only, never the Saviour, bids the sinner despair. But poor Gregory was taking advice from his enemy and not from his friend. During the long hours of pain and almost mortal weakness of that dreary morning, he acknowledged himself vanquished, utterly defeated in the battle of life. As old monkish legends teach, the devil might have carried him off bodily and he would not have resisted. In his prostrated nature but one element of strength was apparent, a perverted pride that rose like a shattered, blackened shaft, the one prominent relic of seemingly utter ruin. At first he coldly declined the cordial and nourishment Miss Eulie brought, and said, with a quietness that did not comport with the meaning of his words, that she had better leave him to himself, for he would not make trouble for any one much longer. Miss Eulie was shocked, finding in these words and in his general appearance proof that he was more seriously ill than she had anticipated. He was indeed, but his malady was rather that of a morbid mind depressing an enfeebled body than actual disease. But mental distress could speedily kill a man like Gregory. Miss Eulie soon brought him to terms by saying, "Mr. Gregory, you see I am alone. Mr. Walton was too exhausted to accompany me, and Annie did not send any of the neighbors, as she thought the presence of strangers would be irksome to you." "She said she would come herself, but she has had time to think and judge me rightly," muttered he, interrupting her. "No, Mr. Gregory," Miss Eulie hastened to say, "you do her wrong. She was too ill to come, as she intended and wished to do, and so with many anxious charges sent me in her place. I am but a woman and dependent on your courtesy. I cannot compel you to go with me, but I am sure you will not wrong my brother's hospitality, and make Miss Walton's passing indisposition serious by refusing to come with me. If you did, she would rise from her sick bed and come herself." Gregory at once rose and said, "I can make no excuse for myself. I seem fated to do and say the worst things possible under the circumstances." "You are ill," said Miss Eulie, kindly, as if that explained everything. Declining aid, he tottered to the carriage, into which Jeff, with some curious surmises, helped him. Miss Eulie made good Annie's promise to Mrs. Tompkins fourfold, and left the shriveled dame with a large supply of one of the elements of her heaven, tea, and with the means of purchasing the other, tobacco, besides more substantial additions to the old woman's meagre larder. Gregory was averse to conversation during the long, slow ride. The jolting, even of the easy cushioned carriage, was exceedingly painful, and by the time they reached home he was quite exhausted. Leaning on Mr. Walton's arm, he at once went to his room, and at their urgent entreaties forced himself to take a little of the dainty supper that was forthcoming. But their kindly solicitude was courteously but coldly repelled. Acting reluctantly upon his plainly manifested wish, they soon left him to himself, as after his first eager inquiry concerning Miss Walton, it seemed a source of pain to him to see or speak to any one. At first his armchair and the cheery wood fire formed a pale reflection of something like comfort, but every bone in his body ached from the recent cold he had taken. He had just fever enough to increase the distortion of the images of his morbid and excited mind. Hour after hour he sat with grim white face and fixed stare, scourging himself with the triple scorpion whip of remorse, vain regret, and self disgust. But an old and terrible enemy was stealing on him to change the nature of his torment, neuralgic headache, and before morning he was walking the floor in agony, a sad type, while the world slept and nature rested, of that large class all whose relations, physical and moral, are a jangling discord. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 19. Miss Walton made of different clay from others. Simple remedies and prolonged rest were sufficient to restore Annie after the serious shock and strain she had sustained. She rose even earlier than usual, and hastily dressed that she might resume her wonted place as mistress of her father's household. In view of her recent peril and the remediless loss he might have suffered, she was doubly grateful for the privilege of ministering to his wants and filling his declining years with cheer and comfort. She had not been awake long before Gregory's irregular steps in the adjoining room aroused her attention and caused anxious surmises. But she was inclined to think that his restlessness resulted from mental distress rather than physical. Still, she did not pity him less, but rather more. Though so young, she knew that the wounded spirit often inflicts the keener agony. Her strong womanly nature was deeply moved in his behalf. As we have seen, it was her disposition to be helpful and sustaining, rather than clinging and dependent. She had a heart at leisure from itself to soothe and sympathize. From the depths of her soul she pitied Gregory, and wished to help him out of a state which the psalmist, with quaint force, describes as a horrible pit and the miry clay. She was a very practical reformer, and determined that a dainty breakfast should minister to the outer man before she sought to apply a subtler balm to the inner. Trusting not even to Zippy's established skill, she prepared with her own hands some inviting delicacies, and soon that which might have tempted the most exacting of epicures was ready. Mr. Walton shared the delight of the children at seeing Annie bustling round again as the good genius of their home, and Miss Eulie's little sighs of content were as frequent as the ripples on the shore. Miss Eulie could sigh and wipe a tear from the corner of her eye in the most cheerful and hope inspiring way, for somehow her face shone with an inward radiance, and, even in the midst of sorrow, and when wet with tears, reminded one of a lantern on a stormy night, which, covered with raindrops, still gives light and comfort. Breakfast was ready, but Gregory did not appear. Hannah, the waitress, was sent to his room, and in response to her quiet knock, he said sharply, "Well?" "Breakfast is waiting." "I do not wish any," was the answer, in a tone that seemed resentful, but was only an expression of the intolerable pain he was suffering. Hannah came down with a scared look, and said she "guessed something was amiss with Mr. Gregory." Annie looked significantly at her father, who immediately ascended to his guest's door. "Mr. Gregory, may I come in?" he asked. "Do not trouble yourself. I shall be better soon," was the response. The door was unlocked, and Mr. Walton entered, and saw at once that a gentle but strong will must control the sufferer for his own good. Mental and nervous excitement had driven him close to the line where reason and his own will wavered in their decisions, and his irregular, tottering steps became the type of the whole man. His eyes were wild and bloodshot. A ghastly pallor gave his haggard face the look of death. A damp dullness pervaded the heavy air of the room, which in his unrest he had greatly disordered. The fire had died out, and he had not even tried to kindle it again. His broodings had been so deep and painful during the earlier part of the night that he had been oblivious of his surroundings, and then physical anguish became so sharp that all small elements of discomfort were unnoted. With fatherly solicitude Mr. Walton stepped up to his guest, who stood staring at him as if he were an intruder, and taking his cold hand, said, "Mr. Gregory, you must come with me." "Where?" "To the sitting room, where I can take care of you and relieve you. Come, I'm your physician for the time being,
and doctors must be obeyed."
Gregory had not undressed the night before, and wrapped in his rich dressing gown and with disheveled hair, he mechanically followed his host to the room below and was placed on the lounge.
"Annie has prepared you a nice little breakfast. Won't you let me bring it to you?" said Mr. Walton, cheerily. "No," said Gregory, abruptly, and pressing his hands upon his throbbing temples. "The very thought of eating is horrible. Please leave me. Indeed, I cannot endure even your kindly presence."
Mr. Walton looked perplexed and scarcely knew what to do, but after a moment said,
"Really, Mr. Gregory, you are very ill. I think I had better send for our physician at once." "I insist that you do not," said his guest, starting up. "What could a stupid country doctor do for me, with his owl like examination of my tongue and clammy fingering of my pulse, but drive me mad? I must be alone."
"Father," said Annie, in a firm and quiet voice, "I will be both nurse and physician to Mr. Gregory this morning. If I fail, you may send for a doctor." Unperceived she had entered, and from Gregory's manner and words understood his condition.
"Miss Walton," said Gregory, hastily, "I give you warning. I am not even the poor, weak self you have known before, and I beg you leave me till this nervous headache passes off, if it ever does. I can't control myself at such times, and this is the worst attack I ever had. I am low enough in your esteem. Do not add to my pain by being present now at the time of my greatest weakness."
"Mr. Gregory," she replied, "you may speak and act your worst, but you shall not escape me this morning. It's woman's place to remove pain, not fly from it. So you must submit with the best grace you can. If after I have done all in my power you prefer the doctor and another nurse, I will give way, but now you have no choice." Gregory fell back on the sofa with a groan and muttered an oath. At a sign from his daughter, Mr. Walton reluctantly and doubtfully passed through the open door into the parlor, where he was joined by Miss Eulie. Annie quietly stepped to the hearth and stirred the fire to a cheerful blaze. Then she went to the parlor and brought the afghan, and without so much as saying "by your leave," spread it over his chilled form. Gregory felt himself helpless, but there was something soothing in this assertion of her strong will, and like a sick child he was better the moment he ceased to chafe and struggle. She left the room a few moments, and even between the surges of pain he was curious as to what she would do next. He soon learned with a thrill of hope that he was to experience the magnetism of her touch, and to know the power of the hand that had seemed alive in his grasp on the day of their chestnutting expedition. Annie returned with a quaint little bottle of German cologne, and, taking a seat quietly by his side, began bathing his aching temples. "You treat me like a child," he said, petulantly. "I hope for a while you will be content to act like one," she replied.
"I may, like a very bad one."
"No matter," she said, with a laugh that was the very antidote of morbidness. "I am accustomed to manage children." But in a very brief time he had no disposition to shrink from her touch or presence. Her hand upon his brow seemed to communicate her own strong, restful life. His temples throbbed less and less violently. Silent and wondering, he lay very still, conscious that by some subtle power she was exorcising the demons of pain. His hurried breathing became regular. His form, which had been tense and rigid, relaxed into a position of comfort. He felt that he was under some beneficent spell, and for an hour scarcely moved lest he should break it and his torment return. Annie was equally silent, but with a smile saw the effect of her ministry. At last she looked into his face and said, with an arch smile, "Shall I send for Dr. Bludgeon and Sary Gamp to take my place?" He was very weak and unstrung, and while a tremulous smile hovered about his mouth, his eyes so moistened that he turned toward the wall. After a moment he said, "Miss Walton, I am not worthy of your kindness." "Nor are you unworthy, but kindness is not a matter of business. So much for so much."
"Why do you waste your time on me?"
"That is a childish question. What a monster I should be if I heedlessly left you to suffer. The farmers' wives around would mob me."
"I am very grateful for the relief you are giving me, even though mere humanity is the motive."
"Mere humanity is not my motive. You are our guest, the son of my father's dearest friend, and for your own sake I am deeply interested in you."
"Miss Walton, I know in the depths of your soul you are disgusted with me. You seek to apply those words to my spirit as you do cologne to my head."
I beg your pardon. It is not the cologne only that relieves your headache."
"I know that well. It is your touch which seems magical."
"Well, then, you should know from my touch that I am not sitting here telling fibs. If I should bathe your head with a wooden hand, wouldn't you know it?"
"What an odd simile! I cannot understand you."
"It is not necessary that you should. But do not wrong me by doubting me again."
"I have done nothing but wrong you, Miss Walton."
"I'm not conscious of it, so you needn't worry. And I assure you I find it a pleasure to do you good."
"Miss Walton, you are the essence of goodness."
"Oh, no, no. Why say of a creature what is only true of God? Mr. Gregory, you are very extravagant in your language." A scowl darkened his face, and he said moodily,
"God seems to me the essence of cruelty."
"Seems, seems! An hour since I seemed a torment, and you were driving me away."
"Yes, but you soon proved yourself a kind, helpful, pitiful friend. I once thought my cheek would flame with anger even if I were dying, should I be regarded as an object of pity. But you, better than any one, know that I am one."
"I, better than any one, know that you are not, in the sense you mean."
"Come, Miss Walton, you cannot be sincere now. Do you think I can ever forget the miserable scene of Monday evening, when you placed yourself beside the martyrs and I sank down among the cowards of any age? I reached the bottom of the only perdition I believe in. I have lost my self respect."
"Which I trust God will help you regain by showing you the only sure and safe ground on which self respect can be maintained. Much that is called self respect is nothing but pride. But, Mr. Gregory, injustice to one's self is as wrong as injustice to another. Answer me honestly this question. Did you act that evening only from fear, because you have it not in you to face danger? Or did you promise secrecy because you felt the man's crime was none of your business, and supposed I would take the same view?" Gregory started up and looked at her with a face all aglow with honest, grateful feeling, and said,
"God knows the latter is the truth."
"And I know it too. I knew it then."
"But the world could never be made to see it in that light."
Now pride speaks. Self respect does not depend upon the opinion of the world. The world has nothing to do with the matter. You certainly do not expect that I am going to misrepresent you before it."
He bent a look upon her as she had never sustained before. It was the look of a man who had discovered something divine and precious beyond words.
It was a feeling such as might thrill one who was struggling in darkness, and, as he supposed, sinking in the deep sea, but whose feet touched something which seemed to sustain him. The thought, "I can trust her. She is true," came to him at that time with such a blessed power to inspire hope and give relief that for a moment he could not speak. Then he began,
"Miss Walton, I cannot find words."
"Do not find them," she interrupted laughingly. "See, your temples are beginning to throb again, and I am a sorry nurse, a true disciple of Mrs. Gamp, to let you excite yourself. Lie down, sir, at once, and let your thoughts dwell the next half hour on your breakfast. You have much reason for regret that the dainty little tidbits that I first prepared are spoiled by this time. I doubt whether I can do so well again."
"I do not wish any breakfast. Please do not leave me yet."
"It makes no difference what you wish. The idea of an orthodox physician consulting the wishes of his patient! My practical skill sees you need of breakfast."
"Have you had any yourself?" he asked, again starting up, and looked searchingly at her.
"Well, I have had a cup of coffee," she replied, coloring a little.
"What a brute I am!" he groaned.
"In that charge upon yourself you strongly assert the possession of an animal nature, and therefore, of course, the need of a breakfast."
"May I be choked by the first mouthful if I touch anything before I know you have had your own."
"What an awful abjuration! How can you swear so before a lady, Mr. Gregory?"
"No, it is a solemn vow."
"Then I must take my breakfast with you, for with your disposition to doubt, I don't see how you can know anything about it otherwise."
"That is better than I hoped. I will eat anything you bring on those conditions if it does choke me, and I know it will."
"A fine compliment to my cooking," she retorted, and laughingly left the room. Gregory could not believe himself the haggard wretch that Mr. Walton had found 2 hours since. Then he was ready to welcome death as a deliverer. Insane man! As if death ever delivered any from evil but the good. But so potent had been the sweet wine of Annie's ministry that his chilled and benumbed heart was beginning to glow with a faint warmth of hope and comfort. Morbidness could no more exist in her presence than shadows on the sunny side of trees. With her full knowledge of the immediate cause of his suffering, and with her unusual tact, she had applied balm to body and spirit at the same time. The sharp cutting agony in his head had been charmed away. The paroxysm had passed, and the dull ache that remained seemed nothing in comparison, merely the heavy swell of the departed storm. He forgot himself, the source of all his trouble, in thinking about Miss Walton. The plain girl, as he had first regarded her, with a weak, untried character that he had expected to topple over by the breath of a little flattery, now seemed divinely beautiful and strong. She reminded him of the graceful, symmetrical elm, which, though bending to the tempest, is rarely broken or uprooted. He hardly hoped that she would give him credit for the real state of his mind, which had led to his ready promise of secrecy. To the counterfeiter's wretched companion he had seemed the weakest and meanest of cowards, and if the story were generally known, he would appear in the same light to the world. To his intensely proud nature this would be intolerable, and why should it not be known? If Miss Walton chose to regard his choice as one of cowardice, how could he prove even to her that it was not? Moreover, his low estimate of human nature led him to believe that even Annie would use him as a dark background for her heroism, and he well knew that when such a story is once started, society's strongest tendency is to exaggerate man's pusillanimity and woman's courage. He shuddered as he saw himself growing blacker and meaner in every fireside and street corner narration of the strange tale, till at last his infamy should pass into one of the traditions of the place. A man like Gregory could not long have endured such a prospect. He would have died either by every physical power speedily giving way under mental anguish, or by his own hand, or, if he had lived, reason would have dropped its scepter and become the sport of wild thoughts and fancies. Little wonder that Annie appeared an angel of light when she stood between him and such a future. The ugliest hag would have been glorified and loved in the same position. But when she did this with her own peculiar grace and tact, as a matter of justice, his gratitude and admiration knew no bounds. He was in a fair way to become an idolater and worship the country girl he had once sneered at, as no pictured Madonna was ever revered, even in superstitious Italy. Besides placing him under personal obligations, she had, by tests certain and terrible, proved herself true and strong in a world that he believed to be, in the main, utterly false at heart. It is one of our most natural instincts to trust and lean upon something, and Annie Walton seemed one whose friendship he could value above life. He did not even then realize, in his glad sense of relief, that in escaping the charge of cowardice he fell upon the other horn of the dilemma, namely, lack of principle; that the best explanation of his conduct admitted that he was indifferent to right and wrong, and even to the most serious crime against society, so long as he was not personally and immediately injured. He had acted on the selfish creed that man is a fool who puts himself to serious trouble to serve the public. The fact that he did not even dream that Annie would make the noble stand she did proves how far selfishness can take a man out of his true course when he throws overboard compass and chart and lets himself drift. But in the world's code, which was his, cowardice is the one deadly sin. His lack of anything like Christian principle was a familiar fact to him, and did not hurt him among those whom he associated. Even Annie, womanlike, could more readily forgive all his faults than a display of that weakness which is most despised in a man. But she too was sufficiently familiar with the world not to be repelled or shocked by a life which, compared with all true, noble standards, was sadly lacking. And yet she was the very last one to be dazzled by a fast, brilliant man of the world. She had been too well educated for that, and had been early taught to distinguish between solid worth and mere tinsel. Her native powers of observation were strong, and her father and mother also before she died had given her opportunities for exercising them. Instead of mere assertions as to what was right and wrong and general lecturing on the subject, they had aimed to show her right and wrong embodied in human lives. They made her feel that God wanted her to do right for the same reason that they did, because He loved her. First in Bible narrative told in bedtime stories, then in history and biography, and finally in the experience of those around them. She had been shown the happy contrast of good, God pleasing life with that which is selfish and wicked. So thorough and practical had been the teaching in this respect, and so impressed was she by the lesson, that she would as soon have planted in her flower bed the seeds of tender annuals on the eve of autumn frosts, and expected bloom in chill December, as to enter upon a course that God frowns upon, and look for happiness. Her father often said, "A human being opposing God's will is like a ship beating against wind and tide to a certain wreck." An evil life appeared therefore to her a moral madness, under the malign influence of which people were like the mentally deranged, who with strange perversity hate their best friends and cunningly watch for chances of self destruction. While on one hand she shrunk from them with something of the repulsion which many feel toward the unsound in mind, on the other she cherished the deepest pity for them, knowing how full a remedy ever exists in Him whose word and touch removed humanity's most desperate ills. It was her constant wish and effort to lead as many as possible to this divine Friend. If she had been like many sincere but selfish religionists, she would have said of Gregory, "He is not congenial. We have nothing in common," and wrapped in her own spiritual pleasures and pursuits, would have shunned, ignored, and forgotten him. But she chiefly saw his pressing need of help, and said to herself, "If I would be like my Master, I must help him." Gregory at first had looked upon himself as immeasurably superior to the plain country girl. He little imagined that she at the same time had a profound pity for him, and that this fact would become his best chance for life. She had not forgotten the merciful conspiracy entered into the second evening after his arrival, but was earnestly seeking to carry out its purposes. In order to do this, she was anxious to gain his good will and confidence, and now saw with gratitude that their adventure on the mountain, that had threatened to end in death, might be the beginning of a new and happy life. She exulted over the hold she had gained upon him, not as the selfish gloat over one within their power, whom they can use for personal ends, not as the coquette smiles when another human victim is laid upon the altar of her vanity, but as the angels of heaven rejoice when there is even a chance of one sinner's repentance. And yet Annie had no intention of talking religion to him in any formal way, save as the subject came up naturally, but she hoped to live it, and suggest it to him in such an attractive form that he would desire it for his own sake. But her chief hope was in the fact that she prayed for him, and she no more expected to be unheard and unanswered than that her kind father would listen with a stony face to some earnest request of hers. But Annie was not one to go solemnly to work to compass an event that would cause joy in heaven. She would ask one to be a Christian as she would invite a captive to leave his dungeon, or to tell the sick how to be well. She saw that morbid gloom had become almost a disease with Gregory, and she proposed to cure him with sunshine. And sunshine embodied she seemed to him as she returned, her face glowing with exercise and close acquaintance with the kitchen range. In each hand she carried a dish, while Hannah followed with a tray on which smoked the most appetizing of breakfasts. "Your rash vow," she said, "has caused you long waiting. I'm none of your ethereal heroines, but have a craving for solids served in quantity and variety. And while I could have soon got your breakfast, it was no bagatelle to get mine." How fresh and bright she looked saying all this, and he ejaculated, "Deliver me from the ghastly creatures you call ethereal heroines." "Indeed, sir," she retorted, "if you can't deliver yourself from them, you shall have no help from me. But let us at once enter upon the solemnities, and as you have a spark of gallantry, see to it that you pay my cookery proper compliment." "Your cookery, forsooth!" said he, with something of her own light tone. "That I should find Miss Walton stealing Zibbie's laurels." "Chuckle when you find her doing it. Hannah, who prepared this breakfast?" "Yourself, miss," answered the woman, with an admiring grin. "That will do, Hannah. We will wait upon ourselves. Shame on you, sir. You are no connoisseur, since you cannot tell a lady's work from a kitchen maid's. Moreover, you have shown that wretched, doubting disposition again." Now that they were alone, Gregory said earnestly, "I shall never doubt you again." "I hope you never will doubt that I wish to do you good, Mr. Gregory," she replied, passing him a cup of tea. "You have done me more good in a few brief hours than I ever hoped to receive. Miss Walton, how can I repay you?" "By being a better friend to yourself. Commence by eating this." He did not find it very difficult to comply. After a little time he said, "But my conscience condemns me for caring too much for myself." "And no doubt your conscience is right. The idea of being a friend to yourself and going against your conscience!" "Then I have ever been my own worst enemy." "I can believe that, and so you'll continue to be if you don't take another piece of toast." "And yet there has always seemed a fatal necessity for me to do wrong and go wrong. Miss Walton, you are made of different clay from me and most people that I know. It is your nature to be good and noble." "Nonsense!" said Annie, with a positive frown. "Different clay, indeed! I imagine you do wrong for the same reason that I do, because you wish to. And you fail in doing right, because you have nothing but your weak human will to keep you up." "And what keeps you up, pray?" "Can you even suppose that I or any one can be a Christian without Christ?" He gave one of his incredulous shrugs. "Now what may that mean?" she asked. "Pardon me if I say that I think yours is a pretty and harmless superstition. This world is one of inexorable law and necessity down to the minutest thing. A weed is always a weed. A rose is always a rose. It's my misfortune to be a weed. It's your good fortune to be a rose." Annie looked as if she might become a briery one at that moment, for this direct style of compliment, though honest, was not agreeable. Conscious of many struggles with evil, it was even painful, for it did her injustice in two aspects of the case. So she said dryly, "What an automaton you make me out to be!" "How so?" "If I merely do right as the rose grows, I deserve no credit. I'm but little better than a machine." "Not at all. I compared you to something that has a beautiful life of its own. But I would willingly be a machine, and a very angular, uncouth one too, if some outside power would only work me right and to some purpose." "Such talk seems to me idle, Mr. Gregory. I know that I have to try very hard to do right, and I often fail. I do not believe that our very existence begins in a lie, as it were, for from earliest years conscience tells us that we needn't do wrong and we ought not to. Honestly, now, isn't this true of your conscience?" "But my reason concludes otherwise, and reason is above conscience, above everything, and one must abide by its decisions." For a moment Annie did not know how to answer. She was not versed in theology and metaphysics, but she knew he was wrong. Therefore she covered her confusion by quietly pouring him out another cup of tea, and then said, "Even my slight knowledge of the past has taught me how many absurd and monstrous things can be done and said in the name of reason. Religion is a matter of revelation and experience, but it is not contrary to reason, certainly not to mine. If your reason should conclude that this tea is not hot, what difference would that make to me? My religion is a matter of fact, of vivid consciousness." "Of course it is. It's your life, your nature, just as in my nature there is nothing akin to it. That is why I say you are made of different clay from myself, and I am very glad of it," he added, with an air of pleasantry which she saw veiled genuine earnestness, "for I wish you the very best of everything now and always." Annie felt that she could not argue him out of his folly, and while she was annoyed, she could not be angry with him for expressions that were not meant as flattery, but were rather the strong language of his gratitude. Time will cure him of his delusions, she thought, and she said lightly, "Mr. Gregory, from certain knowledge of myself, which you cannot have, I disclaim all your absurd ideas in regard to the new fangled clay of my composition. I know very well that I am ordinary flesh and blood, a fact you will soon find out for yourself. As your physician, I pronounce that such wild fancies and extravagant language prove that you are out of your head, and that you need quieting sleep. I am going to read you the dullest book in the library as a sedative." "No, please, sing rather." "What, after such a breakfast? Do you suppose that I would ruin the reputation of my voice in one fell moment? Now what kind of clay led to this remark? Do as your doctor says. Recline on the lounge. Close your eyes. Here is a treatise on the nebular hypothesis that looks unintelligible enough for our purpose." "Nebular hypothesis! Another heavenly experience such as you are ever giving me. Come, Mr. Gregory, punning is a very bad symptom. You must go to sleep at once." and soon her mellow voice was finding its way into a labyrinth of hard scientific terms, as a mountain brook might murmur among the stones. After a little time she asked of Gregory, whose eyes remained wide open, "How does it sound?" "Like the multiplication table set to music." "Why don't you go to sleep?" "I'm trying to solve a little nebular hypothesis of my own. I was computing how many millions of bells, such as I know, and how many ages would be required to condense them into a woman like yourself." Annie shut the book with a slam, and with an abrupt, half vexed "good by" left the room. For a brief time Gregory lay repenting of his disastrous levity, and then slept. Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 20. Miss Walton Made of Ordinary Clay. When Gregory awoke, the sun had sunk behind the mountains that he could not even look toward now without a shudder, and the landscape, as seen from the window, was growing obscure in the early dusk of an autumn evening. But had the window opened on a vista in paradise, he would not have looked without, for the one object of all the world most attractive to him was present. Annie sat near the hearth with some light crochet work in her hands. She had evidently been out for a walk, for she was drying her feet on the fender. How trim and cunning they looked, peeping from under the white edge of her skirt, and what a pretty picture she made sitting there in the firelight. The outline of her figure surely did not suggest the ethereal heroine, but rather the presiding genius in a happy home, in which the element of comfort abounded. She looked as if she would be a sweet tempered, helpful companion in the everyday cares and duties of a busy life. A creature not too bright or good for human nature's daily food. "How dark and lustrous her eyes are in the firelight," Gregory thought. "It seems as if another and more genial fire were burning in them. What can she be thinking of, that such happy, dreamy smiles are flitting across her face? If I had such a hearth as that, and such a good angel beside it to receive me after the day's work was over, I believe I could become at least a man, if not a Christian." And he sighed so deeply that Annie looked hastily up, and encountered his wistful gaze. "What a profound remark you just made," she said. "What could have led to it?" "You." "I do not think that I am an object to sigh over. I'm perfectly well, I thank you, and have had my dinner." "You have no idea what a pretty picture you made." "Yes, in this poor light and your disordered imagination. But did you sigh on that account?" "No, but because to me it is only a picture, one that shall have the chief place in the gallery of my memory. In a few days I shall be in my cheerless bachelor apartments, with nothing but a dusty register in the place of this homelike hearth." "Come, Mr. Gregory, you are growing sentimental. I will go and see if supper is ready." "Please stay, and I will talk of the multiplication table." "No, that led to the nebular hypothesis. You had better prepare for supper." And she vanished. "It's my fate," he said, rising, "to drive away every good and pleasant thing." He went to the fire and stood where she had sat, and again thought was busy. She seems so real and substantial, and yet so intangible. Her defensive armor is perfect, and I cannot get near or touch her unless she permits it. The sincerest compliment glances off. Out of her kindness she helps me and does me good. She bewitches and sways me by her spells, but I might as well seek to imprison a spirit of the air as to gain any hold upon her. I wonder who or what she was thinking of, that such dreamy, tender smiles should flit across her face. How his face would have darkened with wrath and hate if he had known that his detestation, hunting, had inspired them. The tea bell reminded him how time was passing, and he went to his room with an elastic step that one would suppose impossible after seeing him in the morning. But, as is usual with nervous organizations, he sank or rallied rapidly in accordance with circumstances. When he appeared at the table, Mr. Walton could hardly believe his eyes. "It is again the result of Miss Walton's witchcraft," explained Gregory. "The moment I felt her hand upon my brow there came a sense of relief. In Italy they would make a saint of her and bring out the sick for her to touch." "And so soon lose their saint by some contagious disease," said Annie, laughing.
I fear, sir, I was very rude to you this morning, but in truth I was beside myself with pain."
"Annie has a wonderful power of magnetism. I don't know what else to call it," said Miss Eulie. "She can drive away one of my headaches quicker than all other remedies combined." "You are making out," said Annie, "that my proper calling is that of a nurse. If you don't change the subject, I'll leave you all to take care of yourselves and go down to Bellevue."
"If you do," laughed Gregory, "I'll break every bone in my body and be carried into your ward as a homeless stranger."
The supper hour passed away in light and cheerful conversation. As if by common consent, the scenes of the mountain were not mentioned in the presence of the children, and they evidently had had their curiosity satisfied on the subject. Annie seemed tired and languid after supper, and Miss Eulie volunteered to see the children safely to their rest. Mr. Walton insisted that Annie should take his easy chair, and Gregory placed a footstool at her feet, and together they "made a baby of her," she said. The old gentleman then took his seat, and seemed to find unbounded content in gazing on his beloved daughter. Their guest appeared restless, and began to pace the room. Suddenly he asked Mr. Walton, "Have you heard anything of the fugitives?"
"Not a word beyond the fact that they bought tickets for New York and took the train. I have telegraphed to the city police department, and forwarded the description of their persons which Annie gave me. Their dwelling has been examined by a competent person, but evidently he is an old and experienced criminal, and knows how to cover up his tracts. I think it extremely providential that they did nothing worse than send you over on the other side of the mountain in order to clear a way for escape. Such desperate people often believe only in the silence of death. They might have caused that dog to tear you to pieces, and have appeared blameless themselves. If caught, only your testimony could convict them, though I suspect Mrs. Tompkins and her son. Young Tompkins brought them with their luggage to the depot. He says the man called Vite met him returning from the delivery of a load of wood and engaged his services. As he often does teaming for people in those back districts, his story is plausible, and he swears he knew nothing against the man. But he is a bad drinking fellow, and just the one to become an accomplice in any rascality. I fear they will all escape us, and yet I am profoundly grateful that matters are no worse."
While Mr. Walton was talking, Gregory was looking intently at Annie. She was conscious of his scrutiny, and her color rose under it, but she continued to gaze steadily at the fire.
"And I am going to increase that gratitude a hundredfold, sir," he said, earnestly.
Annie looked up at him with a startled, deprecatory air.
"No, Miss Walton," he said, answering her look, "I will not be silent. While it is due to your generosity that the world does not hear of your heroism, as the story would naturally be told, it is your father's right that he should hear it, and know the priceless jewel that he has in his daughter. I know that the appearances will be against me. If you can take her view of the matter, sir, I shall be glad. Otherwise I cannot help it."
And he related the events as they had actually occurred, softening or palliating his course in not the slightest degree. Mr. Walton turned ashen pale as he thus for the first time learned the desperate nature of his daughter's peril. Then rising with a sudden impulse of pride and affection, he clasped her in his arms. Gregory was about to leave the room when Mr. Walton's voice detained him.
"Do not go, sir. You will pardon a father's weakness."
"Father, I give you my word and honor," cried Annie, eagerly, "that Mr. Gregory did not act the part of a coward. He scarcely does himself justice in this story. He did not realize the principle involved, and saw the promise he gave the readiest way out of an awkward and dangerous predicament. He did not think the man's crime was any of our business." "There is no need of pleading Mr. Gregory's cause so earnestly, my dear," interrupted her father. "I think I understand his course fully, and share your view of it. I am too well accustomed to the taking of evidence not to detect the ring of truth." "I cannot tell you, sir, what a relief it is to me that you and Miss Walton can judge thus correctly of my action. This morning and yesterday I believed that you and all the world would regard me as the meanest of cowards, and the bitterness of death was in the thought." "No, sir," said Mr. Walton, kindly but gravely. "Your course did not result from cowardice, but permit an old man and your father's friend to say that it did result from the lack of high moral principle. Its want in this case might have been fatal, for the world, as you feared, would scarcely do you justice. Let it be a lesson to you, my dear young friend, that only the course which is strictly right is safe, even as far as this world is concerned." Gregory's face flushed deeply, but he bowed his head in humility at the rebuke. "At the same time," continued Mr. Walton, "it was manly in you to state the case frankly to me as you have done, for you knew that you might shield yourself behind Annie's silence." "It was simply your right to know it," said Gregory in a low tone. After a few moments of musing silence, Annie said earnestly, "I do so pity that poor woman." "I imagine she is little better than her companion," said Mr. Walton. "Indeed she is, father," said Annie, eagerly. "I cannot tell you how I feel for her, and I know from her manner and words that her guilty life is a crushing burden. It must be a terrible thing to a woman capable of good as she is, and wishing to live a true life, to be irrevocably bound to a man utterly bad." "She is not so bound to him," said her father. "Can she not leave him?" "Ah, there comes in a mystery," she replied, and the subject dropped. Soon after they separated for the night. But Gregory had much food for painful thought. After the experience of that day his chief desire was to stand well in Miss Walton's esteem. And yet, how did he stand? How could he stand, being what he was? He was not conscious of love for her as yet. He would have been satisfied if she had said, "I will be your friend in the truest sense of the word." He had no small vanity, and understood her kindness. She was trying to do good to him as she would to any one else. She was sorry for him as for the wretched woman who also found an evil life bitter, but she could never think of him as a dear, congenial, trusted friend. Even her father, in her presence, had rebuked his lack of principle, asserting that his nature was like the vile weed, and this had been proved every day of his visit. If she should come to know of his purpose and effort to tempt her into the display of petty weakness and lack of principle herself, would she not regard him as utterly bad, and shrink with loathing even from the bonds of friendship? He was learning the lesson that wrong, sooner or later, will bring its own punishment, and that the little experiment upon which he had entered as a relief from ennui might become the impassable gulf between him and happiness. For he knew that if their relations ever verged toward mutual confidence, she would ask questions that would render lies his only escape. He could not sink to that resort. It was late before he found in sleep refuge from painful thoughts. The next day he was much alone. The news of their adventure having got abroad, many, because of their sincere regard for Annie, and not a few out of curiosity, called to talk the matter over. After meeting one or two of these parties, and witnessing the modesty and grace with which Annie satisfied and foiled their curiosity at the same time, he was glad to escape further company in a long and solitary ramble. The air was mild, so that he could take rest in sunny nooks, and thus he spent most of the day by himself. His conscience was awakened, and the more pure and beautiful Annie's character grew in his estimation, the more dastardly his attempt upon it seemed. Never before had his evil life appeared so hideous and hateful. And yet his remorse had nothing in it of true penitence. It was rather a bitter, impotent revolt at what he regarded as cruel necessity. Now that he had been forced to abandon his theory that people are good as they are untempted, he adopted another, which, if it left him in a miserable predicament, exonerated him from blame. He had stated it to Annie when he had said, "You are made of different clay from other people." He tried hard to believe this, and partially succeeded. "It is her nature to be good, and mine to be evil," he often said to himself that long and lonely day. "I have had a fatal gravitation toward evil ever since I can remember." But this was not true. Indeed, it could be proved out of his own memory that he had had as many good and noble impulses as the majority, and that circumstances had not been more adverse to him than to numerous others. He was dimly conscious of these facts, though he tried to shut his eyes to them. A man finally gets justice at the bar of his own conscience, but it is extorted gradually, reluctantly, with much befogging of the case. Still this theory would not help him much with Annie Walton, for he knew that she would never entertain it a moment. Thus he wandered for hours amid old scenes and boyish haunts, utterly oblivious of them, brooding more and more darkly and despondingly over his miserable lot. He tried to throw off the burden of depressing thought by asking, in sudden fierceness, "Well, what is Annie Walton to me? I have only known her a short time, and have lived thus long. Can live the rest of my days, probably few, without her." But it was of no use. His heart would not echo the words, but in its very depths a voice, clear and distinct, seemed to say, "I want to be with her, to be near her. With her the hours are winged; away they are leaden footed. She awakens hope. She makes it appear possible to be a man." He remembered her hand upon his aching brow, and groaned aloud in view of the gulf that his own life had placed between them. "Neither can they pass to us," he said unconsciously, repeating the words of Scripture. "With her nature what I know it to be, she cannot in any way ally it to mine." As the shadows of evening deepened, he sauntered wearily and despondingly to the house. There were still guests in the parlor, and he passed up to his room. For the first time he found it chilly and fireless. It had evidently been forgotten, and he felt himself neglected, and it seemed that he could drop out of existence unnoted and uncared for. In what had been his own home, the place where for so many years he had experienced the most thoughtful tenderness, there came over him a sense of loneliness and desolation, such as he had never before known or believed possible. He felt himself orphaned of heaven and earth, of God and man. But a process had commenced in Annie's mind that would have surprised him much. Unconsciously, as yet even to herself, she was disproving his superior clay theory. Though carefully trained, and though for years she had prayerfully sought to do right, still she was a true daughter of Eve, and was often betrayed by human weakness. She had not the small habitual vanity of some pretty women, who take admiration and flattery as their due, and miss it as they do their meals. Still there were pride and vanity in her composition, and the causes that would naturally develop them were now actively at work. She considered herself plain and unattractive personally, and so she was to the careless glance of a stranger, but she speedily became beautiful, or, what was better, fascinating to those who learned to know her well. All are apt to learn their strong points rather than their weak ones, and Annie had no little confidence in her power to win the attention and then the respect and regard of those whose eyes turned away indifferently after the first perception of her lack of beauty. She did not use this power like a coquette, but still she exulted in it, and was pleased to employ it where she could innocently. She was amused by Gregory's sublime indifference at first, and thought she could soon change that condition of his mind. She did not know that she was successful beyond her expectation or wishes. But while she rejected and was not affected by the fulsome flattery with which he at first plied her, detecting in it the ring of insincerity, she had noted, with not a little self gratulation, how speedily she had made him conscious of her existence and developed a growing interest. She knew nothing of his deliberate plot against her or of its motive. Therefore his manner had often puzzled her, but she explained everything by saying, "He has lived too long in Paris." Still, it is justice to her to say that while, from the natural love of power existing in every breast, she had her own little complacencies, and oftentimes of positive pride and self glorification, yet she struggled against such tendencies, and in the main she earnestly sought to use for their own good the influence she gained over others. But of late there had been enough to turn a stronger head than hers. Gregory's homage and admiration were now sincere, and she knew it, and it was no trifling thing to win such unbounded esteem from a man who had seen so much of the world and was so critical. "He may be bad himself, but he well knows what is good and noble," was a thought that often recurred to her. Then, in a moment of sudden and terrible peril, she had been able to master her strong natural timidity and be true to conscience. While she thanked God sincerely, she also was more and more inclined to take a great deal of credit to herself. Gregory's words kept repeating themselves, "You are made of different clay from others." While she knew that this was not true as he meant it, still the tempter whispered, "You are naturally superior, and you have so schooled yourself that you are better than many others." Her father's intense look of pride and pleasure when he first learned of her fortitude, and his strong words of thankfulness, she took as incense to herself. Then came a flock of eager, curious, sympathizing people, who continued to feed her aroused pride by making her out a sort of heroine. Chief of all, she was complacent in the consciousness of so generously shielding Gregory when, if she had told the whole story, she, in contrast with him, would appear to far greater advantage. Altogether, her opinion of Annie Walton was rising with dangerous rapidity, and the feeling grew strong within her that, having coped successfully with such temptations, she had little to fear from the future. And this feeling of overweening self confidence and self satisfaction was beginning to tinge her manner. Not that she would ever show it offensively, for she was too much of a lady for that. But at the supper table that evening she gave evident signs of elation and excitement. She talked more than usual, and was often very positive in matters where Gregory knew her to be wrong, and she was also a little dictatorial. At the same time, the excitement made her conversation more brilliant and pointed, and as Gregory skillfully drew her out, he was surprised at the force and freshness of her mind. And yet there was something that jarred unpleasantly, a lack of the sincere simplicity and self forgetfulness which were her usual characteristics. He had never known her to use the pronoun I with such distinctness and emphasis before. Still, all this would not have seemed strange to him in another, but it did in her. She did not notice the cloud upon his brow, or that he spoke only in order to lead her to talk. She was too much preoccupied with herself for her customary quick sympathy with the moods of others. She made no inquiries as to how he had spent the day, and seemingly had forgotten him as completely as he had been absorbed in her. He saw with a deeper regret than he could understand that, except when he wakened her pity by suffering, or entertained her by his conversation as any stranger might, he apparently had no hold upon her thoughts. After supper, in answer to the children's demand for stories, she said almost petulantly that she was too tired, and permitted Aunt Eulie to take them, with sorrowful faces, away to bed earlier than usual. "I need a little rest and quiet," she said. Gregory was eager for further conversation, in order that he might obtain some idea how Mercy would tinge her judgment of him if she should ever come to know the worst. But she suddenly seemed disinclined to talk or give him any attention at all. Taking the armchair he usually occupied, and leaving the other for her father, she leaned back luxuriously and gazed dreamily into the fire. Mr. Walton politely offered Gregory his. Then Annie, suddenly, as if awakening, rose and said, "Excuse me," and was about to vacate her seat. But Gregory insisted upon her keeping it, saying, "You need it more than I, after the unusual fatigues of the day. I am no longer an invalid. Even the ache in my bones from my cold has quite disappeared." She readily yielded to his wish, and again appeared to see something in the fire that quite absorbed her. After receiving a few courteous monosyllables, he apparently busied himself with a magazine. Suddenly she said to her father, "Are you sure the steamer is due to day?" He replied with a nod and a smile that Gregory did not understand, and he imagined that she also gave him a quick look of vexed perplexity. She did, for by that steamer she expected her lover, Mr. Hunting, who had been abroad on a brief business visit, and she hoped that in a day or two he would make his appearance. Conscious of the bitter enmity that Gregory for some unknown reason cherished toward him, she dreaded their meeting. As Gregory watched her furtively, her brow contracted into a positive frown. The following thoughts were the cause: "It will be exceedingly stiff and awkward to have two guests in the house who are scarcely on speaking terms, and unless I can make something like peace, it will be unendurable. Moreover, I don't want any strangers around, much less this one, while Charles is here." Thus, in the secret of her soul, Annie's hospitality gave out utterly, and in spirit she had incontinently turned an unwelcome guest out of doors. Now that she had really won a vantage ground that could be used effectively, all her Christian and kindly purposes were forgotten in the self absorption that had suddenly mastered her. The evening was a painful one to Gregory. His sense of loneliness was deepened, and nowhere is such a feeling stronger than at a fireside where one feels that he has no right. Mr. Walton was occupied that evening with some business papers. He had not a thought of discourtesy toward his guest. Indeed, in the perfection of hospitality he had adopted Gregory so completely into his household that he felt that he could treat him as one of the family. And yet Mr. Walton was also secretly uneasy at the prospect of entertaining hostile guests, and, with his knowledge of the world, was not sure that peace between them could be made in an hour. The disposition of those around us often creates an atmosphere, nothing tangible but something felt, and the impression on Gregory's mind that he belonged not to this household, but to the outside world, that the circle of their lives did not embrace him, and that his visit might soon come to an end without much regret on their part, was not without cause. And yet they would have consciously failed in no duty of hospitality had he stayed for weeks. But never before had Gregory so felt his isolation. He had but few relatives, and they were not congenial. His life abroad and neglect had made them comparative strangers. But here, in the home of his childhood, the dearest spot of earth, were those who might become equally loved with it. In a dim, obscure way the impression was growing upon him that his best chance for life and happiness still centered in the place where he had once known true life and happiness. Annie Walton seemed to him the embodiment of life. She was governed and sustained by a principle which he could not understand, and which from his soul he was beginning to covet. His good father and mother had been like old Mr. Walton. Their voyage of life was nearly over as he remembered them, and they were entering the quiet, placid waters of the harbor. Whether they had reached their haven of rest through storm and temptation he did not know, but felt that they never could have had his unfortunate experience, or been threatened with utter wreck. They belonged to his happier yet vanished past, which could never return. But Annie unexpectedly awakened hope for the present and future. This eager eyed, joyous girl looked forward with almost a child's delight to the life he dreaded. This patient woman, already taking up the cares and burdens of her lot with cheerful acceptance. This strong, high principled maiden, facing and mastering temptation in the spirit of olden time. This daughter of nature was full of inspiration. Never had he found her society a weariness. On the contrary, she had stirred his slow, feeble pulse, and revived his jaded mind from the first. Her pure, fresh thought and feeling had been like a breath from an oasis to one perishing in the desert. But chiefly had her kindness, delicacy, and generosity, when in his moral and physical weakness he had been completely at her mercy, won his deepest gratitude. Also, he felt that in all his after life he could never even think of her touch upon his aching temples without an answering thrill of his whole nature that appeared to have an innate sympathy with hers. And yet the exasperating mystery of it all, while she was becoming the one source of life and hope for him, while his very soul cried out for her friendship and sisterly regard, as he would then have said, she seemed, in her preoccupation, unconscious of his existence, and he instinctively felt that she would bid him good by on the following day, perhaps, with a sense of relief, and the current of her life flow on as smoothly and brightly as if he had never caused a passing agitation. With gnawing remorse he inwardly cursed his evil life and unworthy character, for these, he believed, formed the hopeless gulf that separated them. "It is the same," he said, in his exaggerating way, "as if a puddle should mirror the star just above it, and becoming enamored should wish it to fall and be quenched in its foul depths." But he did himself great wrong, for in the fact that Annie so attracted him he proved that he possessed large capabilities of good. He could not bear to see her sitting there so quietly forgetful of him, and so made several vain attempts during the evening to draw her into conversation. Finding her disinclined to talk, he at last ventured to ask her to sing. With something like coldness she replied, "Really, Mr. Gregory, I am not in the mood for it this evening. Besides, I am greatly fatigued." What a careless, indifferent shrug he usually gave when fair ladies denied his request. Now, for some unaccountable reason, he flushed deeply, and a sharp pain came into his heart. But he only said, "Pardon me, Miss Walton, for not seeing this myself, but you know that I am selfishness embodied, and your former good nature leads me to presume." Annie gave him a hurried smile as she answered, "Another time I will try to keep up my character better." And then she was absorbed again in a picture among the hickory coals. Like many who live in the country and are much alone, she was given to fits of abstraction and long reveries. She had no idea how the time was passing, and meant to exert herself before the evening was over for the benefit of her father and guest. But her lively imagination could not endure interruption till it had completed some scenes connected with him she hoped soon to see. Moreover, as we have said, the tendency to self-absorption had been developing rapidly. After the last rebuff Gregory was very quiet, and soon rose and excused himself, saying that he had taken longer walks than usual and needed rest. Annie awakened as if out of a dream, with a pang of self-reproach, and said, I have been a wretched hostess this evening. I hope you will forgive me. The fact is, I've been talked out to day, and I had not the wit to entertain and interest you, so I need forgiveness more. Good night." Mr. Walton looked up from his business papers and smiled genially over his spectacles, and then was as absorbed as before. Annie sat down with a vague sense of discontent. With their guest, her dreams also had gone, and she became conscious that she had treated him with almost rude neglect, and that he had borne it in a spirit different from that which he usually showed. But she petulantly said to herself, "I can't always be exerting myself for him, as if he were a sick child." But conscience replied, "You have so much to make you happy, and he so little. You are on the eve of a great joy, and you might have given him one more pleasant evening." But she met these accusations with a harshness all unlike herself. "It's his own fault that he is not happy. He had no business to spoil his life." "Yes," retorted conscience, "but you have promised and purposed to help him find the true life, and now you wish him out of the way, and have lost one of your best opportunities, and perhaps your last, for he will not stay after hunting comes." And, self condemned, she felt that she had spent a very selfish and profitless evening. For some reason she did not feel like staying to prayers with her father and Miss Eulie, who now came in, but, printing a hasty kiss on Mr. Walton's cheek, said, "Good night. I'm tired and going to bed." Even in her own room there was a malign influence at work that made her devotional formal and brief, and she went to sleep out of sorts. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 21. Passion and Penitence. The cloud on her brow had not disappeared on the ensuing morning when she came down to breakfast. Unless the causes are removed, the bad moods of one day are apt to follow us into the next. Annie was now entering upon one of those periods when, in accordance with a common expression, everything goes wrong, and the world develops a sudden perverseness that distracts and irritates even the patient. The butcher had neglected to fill the order for breakfast, and Jeff, also under the baleful spell, had killed an ancient hen instead of a spring chicken to supply the sudden need. "Couldn't cotch nothin' else," he answered stolidly to Annie's sharp reprimand, so sharp that Gregory, who was walking toward the barn, was surprised. Zibby was fuming in the broadest Scotch, and had spoiled her coffee, and altogether it was a sorry breakfast to which they sat down that morning, and Annie's worried, vexed looks did not make it more inviting. Gregory tried to appear unconscious, and directed his conversation chiefly to Mr. Walton and Miss Eulie. "Annie," said her father, humorously, "it seems to me that this fowl must have reminiscences of the ark." But she could not take a jest then, and pettishly answered that, "if he kept such a stupid man as Jeff, he could not expect anything else." Annie was Jeff's best friend, and had interceded for him in some of his serious scrapes, but her mood now was like a gusty day that gives discomfort to all. After a few moments she said suddenly, "O father, I forgot to tell you, I invited the Camdens here to dinner to day." His face clouded instantly, and he looked exceedingly annoyed. "I am very sorry to hear it," he said. "Why so?" asked Annie, with an accent that Gregory had never heard her use toward her father. "Because I shall have to be absent for one reason. I meant to tell you about it last evening, but you seemed so occupied with your own thoughts, and disappeared at last so suddenly that I did not get a chance. But there is no help for it. I have very important business that will take me out to Woodville, and you know it requires a good long day to go and come." "It will never do in the world for you to be away," cried Annie. "Can't help it, my dear. It's business that must be attended to." "But, father," she urged, "the Camdens are new people and said to be very wealthy. We ought to show them some attention. They were so cordial yesterday, and spoke so handsomely of you, expressing a wish to meet you and be social, that I felt I could not do otherwise than invite them, for the very reason, you understand, it may not be convenient to see them very soon after to day." The old gentleman seemed to share his daughter's vexation, but from a different cause, and after a moment said, "You are right. They are new people in more senses than one, and appear to me to be assuming a great deal more than good taste dictates in view of the past. As mistress of my home, I wish you to feel that you have the right to invite any one you please within certain limits. The Camdens are people that I would do any kindness to and readily help if they were in trouble, but I do not wish to meet them socially." Tears of shame and anger glistened in Annie's eyes as she said, "I'm sure you know very well that I wish to entertain no vulgar, pushing people. I knew nothing of their past. They seemed pleasant when they called. They were said to have the means to be liberal if they wished, and I thought they would be an acquisition to our neighborhood, and that we might interest them in our church and other things." "In my view," replied Mr. Walton, a little hotly, "the church and every good cause would be better off without their money, for, in plain English, it was acquired in a way that you and I regard as dishonorable. I'm very sorry they've come to spend it in our neighborhood. The fact may not be generally known here, but it soon will be. I consider such people the greatest demoralizers of the age, flaunting their ill gotten wealth in the faces of the honest, and causing the young to think that if they only get money, no matter how, society will receive them all the same. I am annoyed beyond measure that we should seem to give them any countenance whatever. Moreover, it is necessary that I go to Woodville." "O dear!" exclaimed Annie, in a tone of real distress. "What shall I do? If I had known all this before!" Then turning with sudden irritation to her father, she asked, "Why did you not tell me about them?" "Because you never asked, and I saw no occasion to. I do not like to speak evil of my neighbors, even if it be true. I did not know of your call upon them till after it occurred, and then remarked, if you will remember, that they were people that I did not admire." "Yes," she exclaimed, in a tone of self disgust, "I do remember your saying so, though I had no idea you meant anything like what you now state. The wretched mystery of it all is why could I have not remembered it yesterday?"
"Well, my dear," replied the father, with the glimmer of a smile, "you were a bit preoccupied yesterday, though I don't wonder at that."
"I see it all now," cried Annie, impetuously. "But it was with myself I was preoccupied, and therefore I made a fool of myself. I was rude to you last night also, Mr. Gregory, so taken up was I with my own wonderful being."
"Indeed, Miss Walton, I thought you were thinking of another," said he, with a keen glance, and she blushed so deeply that he feared she was. But he added quickly, "You once told me that it was as wrong to judge one's self harshly as another. I assure you that I've no complaints to make, but rather feel gratitude for your kindness. As to this other matter, it seems to me that in your ignorance of these people you have acted very naturally." "I'm sorry I did not tell you more about them," said her father. "I intended to, but somehow it escaped me."
"Well," said Annie, with a long breath, "I am fairly in the scrape. I've invited them, and the question now is, what shall we do?" The old merchant, with his intense repugnance to anything like commercial dishonesty, was deeply perturbed. The idea of entertaining at his board as guest a man with whom he would not have a business transaction was exceedingly disagreeable. Leaving the unsatisfactory breakfast half finished, he rose and paced the room in his perplexity. At last he spoke as much to himself as to his daughter.
"It shall never be said that John Walton was deficient in hospitality. They have been invited by one who had the right, so let them come and be treated as guests ever are at our house. This much is due to ourselves. But after to day let our relations be as slight as possible. Mr. Gregory, you are under no obligation to meet such people, and need not appear unless you wish." "With your permission, I will be present, sir, and help Miss Walton entertain them. Indeed, I can claim such slight superiority to these Camdens, or any one else, that I have no scruples."
"How is that?" asked Mr. Walton, with a grave, questioning look.
"I trust you do not uphold the theory that seems to prevail in some commercial circles, that any mode by which a man can get money and escape state prison is right?" "I imagine I am the last one in the world to uphold such a theory," replied Gregory, quickly, with one of his expressive shrugs, "inasmuch as I am a poor man to day because this theory has been put in practice against me. No, Mr. Walton," he continued, with the dignity of truth, "it is but justice to myself to say that my mercantile life has been as pure as your own, and that is the highest encomium that I could pass upon it. At the same time, it has been evident to you from the first day I came under your roof that I am not the good man that you loved in my father."
The old gentleman sighed deeply. He was too straightforward to utter some trite, smooth remark, such as a man of the world might make. Regarding Gregory kindly, he said, almost as if it were a prayer,
May his mantle fall on you. You have many traits and ways that remind me strongly of him, and you have it in you to become like him." Gregory shook his head in deep dejection, and said in a low tone, "No, never." "You know not the power of God," said Mr. Walton gravely. "At any rate, thank Him that He has kept you from the riches of those who I am sorry to find must be our guests to day." The children now came in from their early visit to the chestnut trees, and the subject was dropped. Mr. Walton left the room, and Gregory also excused himself. Miss Eulie had taken no part in the discussion. It was not in her nature to do so. She sat beaming with sympathy on both Annie and her brother in law, and purposing to do all she could to help both out of the dilemma. She felt sorry for them, and sorry for the Camdens and Gregory, and indeed everybody in this troubled world. But such were her pure thoughts and spiritual life that she was generally on the wing, so far above earthly things that they had little power to depress her. The burden of the day fell upon Annie, and a heavy one she found it. Her lack of peace within was reflected upon her face, and in her satellites that she usually managed with such quiet grace. Zibbie was in one of her very worst tantrums, and when she heard that there was to be company dinner seemed in danger of flying into fragments. The thistle, the emblem of her land, was a meek and downy flower compared with this ancient dame. When she took up or laid down any utensil, it was in a way that bade fair to reduce the kitchen to chaos before night. Jeff had got his back up also about the hen, and was as stupid and sullen as only Jeff knew how to be. And even quiet Hannah was almost driven to frenzy by Zibbie reproaching her for being everything under heaven that she knew she was not. In her usual state of mind, Annie could have partly allayed the storm, and poured oil on the troubled waters. But now disquietude sat on her own brow, and she gave her orders in the sharp, decisive tone that compels reluctant obedience. The day was raw and uncomfortable, and Gregory resolved to make his easy chair by the parlor fire the point from which he would watch the development of this domestic drama. He had no vulgar, prying curiosity, but an absorbing interest in the chief actor, and was compelled to admit that the being whom he had come to regard as faultless was growing human faster than he liked. This impression was confirmed when the children came tearing through the main hall, past the parlor to the dining room opposite, which they entered, leaving the door open. Annie was there preparing the dessert. Country housekeepers can rarely leave these matters to rural cooks, and Zibbie could be trusted to sweeten nothing that day. With exclamations of delight, the children clamored to help or muss a little in their own way, a privilege often given them at such times. But Annie sent them out of doors again with a tone and manner that caused them to tiptoe back past the parlor with a scared look on their faces, and the dining room door was shut with a bang. Gregory was puzzled. Here was one who had foiled his most adroit temptations, and resisted wrong in a way that was simply heroic, first showing something very like vanity and selfishness, and then temper and passion on what seemed but slight provocation. He did not realize, as many do not, that the petty vexations of life will often sting into the most humiliating displays of weakness one who has the courage and strength to be a martyr. Generals who are as calm and grand in battle as Mont Blanc in a storm have been known to fume like small beer in camp at very slight annoyances. Annie's spirit was naturally quick and imperious, brooking opposition from no one. She was also fond of approbation. She rated Gregory's hollow French gallantry at its true worth, but his subsequent sincere respect and admiration after their mountain adventure had unconsciously elated her, especially as she felt that she had earned them well. Thus, when he had not intended it, and had given over as hopeless his purpose to tempt her, and dropped it in self loathing that he should ever have entertained it, he had by his honest gratitude and esteem awakened the dormant vanity which was more sensitive to tributes to her character than to mere personal compliments. The attention she had received the day before had developed this self complacency still more, and the nice balance of her moral life had been disturbed. It seems that the tempter watches for every vantage. At any rate, as she expressed it, everything went wrong that day. One weakness, one wrong, prepares the way for another, as surely as when one soldier of Diabolus gets within the city, he will open the gates to others. And Annie's temper, that she had so long and prayerfully schooled, was the weak point inevitably assailed.
She was found with her armor off. She had closed the preceding day and entered on the present with the form and not the reality of prayer. Therefore it was Annie Walton alone who was coping with temptation. She felt that all was wrong without and within. She felt that she ought to go to God at once in acknowledgment and penitence, and regain her peace. But pride and passion were aroused. She was hurried and worried, full of impotent revolt at herself and everything. She was in no mood for the dreaded self examination that she knew must come. She was like a little wayward child, that, while it loves its parents, yet grieves and wrongs them by lack of obedience and simple trust, and having wronged them, partly from pride and partly from fear, does not humbly seek reconciliation. The obnoxious guests came, and the dinner followed. Mr. Walton was the embodiment of stately courtesy, but it was a courtesy due to John Walton rather than to them, and it somewhat awed and depressed the Camdens. Zibby had done her best to spoil the dinner, and, in spite of Annie, had succeeded tolerably well. Only the dessert, which Annie had made, did credit to her housekeeping. Hannah waited on them as if she were assisting at their obsequies. Altogether it was a rather heavy affair, though Gregory did his best to entertain, and talked on generalities and life abroad, which the Camdens were glad to hear about, so incessantly that he scarcely had time to eat. But he was abundantly rewarded by a grateful look from Annie. As for herself, she could not converse connectedly or well. She was trammeled by her feeling toward the guests. She was so vexed with herself, mortified at the dinner, and angry with Zibby, whom she mentally vowed to discharge at once, that she felt more like crying than talking graceful nonsense. For the Camdens soon proved themselves equal only to chit chat. She sat at her end of the table, red, flurried, and nervous, as different as possible from the refined, elegant hostess that she could be. Gregory was also much interested in observing how one so truthful would act under the circumstances, and he saw that she was sorely puzzled continually by her efforts to be both polite and honest. The Camdens were puzzled also, and severely criticized their entertainers, mentally concluding and afterward asserting with countless variations that Miss Walton was wonderfully overrated, that she was a poor housekeeper, and, they should judge, but little accustomed to good society. "I never saw a girl so flustered," Miss Camden would remark complacently. "Perhaps our city style rather oppressed her. And as for Mr. Walton, he put on so much dignity that he leaned over backward. They evidently don't belong to our set." That was just the trouble, and Mrs. Camden was right and wrong at the same time. Their early departure was satisfactory to both parties. Mr. Walton drew a long breath of immeasurable relief, and then called briskly to Jeff, who was coming up from the garden, "Harness Dolly to my buggy." "Why, father, where are you going?" exclaimed Annie. "To Woodville." "Now, father," began Annie, laying hold of his arm. "Not a word, my dear. I must go." "But it will be late in the night before you can get back. The day is cold and raw, and it looks as if it would rain." "I can't help it. It's something I can't put off. Hurry, Jeff, and get ready to go with me." "Oh, dear!" cried Annie. "This is the worst of all. Let me go for you. Please do." "I'm not a child," said the old gentleman irritably. "Since I could not go this morning, I must go now. Please don't worry me. It's public business that I have no right to delay, and I promised that it should be attended to today." And with a hasty good by, he took his overcoat and started. Annie was almost beside herself with vexation and self reproach, and her feelings must find vent somewhere. Gregory prudently retired to his room. "There's Zibby," she thought. "I'll teach her one lesson." And she went to the kitchen and discharged the old servant on the spot. Zibby was in such a reckless state of passion that she didn't care if the world came to an end. The only comfort Annie got in this direction was a volley of impudence. "I hae discharged mysel' afore ye spoke," said the irate dame. "An ye think that I'm gang to broil an old hen for a spring chicken in peace and quietness, ye're a wrong. And then to send that dar nigger speerin' round my fowl that I've raised from babies, I'll na stone it. I'll gang. But you'd greet after the old 'ooman for all o' that." Annie then retreated to the sitting room, where Miss Eulie was placidly mending Susie's torn apron, and poured into her ear the story of her troubles. To be sure," Aunt Eulie would answer, soothingly. "But then, Annie dear, it all won't make any difference 100 years from now." This only irritated Annie more, and at the same time impressed her with her own folly in being so disturbed by comparative trifles. Gregory found his room chill and comfortless. Therefore he put on his overcoat and started for a walk, full of surprise and painful musings. As he was descending the stairs, Johnny came rushing in, crying in a tone of real distress, "Oh, Aunt Annie, I'm so sorry, so very sorry." Annie came running out of the sitting room, exclaiming sharply, "What on earth is the matter now? Hasn't there been enough trouble for one day?" "I'm so sorry," sobbed the little boy, "but I got a letter at the post office, and I lost it coming across the lots, and I can't find it." This was too much. This was the ardently looked for letter that had glimmered like a star of hope and promise of better things throughout this miserable day, and Annie lost all control of herself. Rushing upon the child, she cried, "You naughty, careless boy, I'll give you one lesson." And she shook him so violently that Gregory's indignation got the better of him, and he said in a low, deep tone, "Miss Walton, the child says he is very, very sorry. He has not meant to do wrong." Annie started back as if she were committing sacrilege, and covered her face with her hands. Her back was toward Gregory, but he could see the hot blood mantling her very neck. She stood there for a moment, trembling like a leaf, and he repented of his hasty words, was about to apologize, when she suddenly caught the boy in her arms and sped past him up the stairs to her own room. To his dying day he would never forget the expression of her face. It cannot be described. It was the look of a noble spirit deeply wounded, profoundly penitent. Her intense feeling touched him, and the rough October winds brushed a tear from his own eyes more than once before he returned. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 22. Not a heroine, but a woman. The cold, cynical man of the world was in a maze. He was deeply and painfully surprised at Miss Walton, and scarcely less so at himself. How could he account for the tumult at his heart? When he first saw that outburst of passion against a trembling, pleading child, he had felt that he wished to leave the house then and forever. The next moment, when he saw Annie's face as she convulsively clasped the boy to her breast, and with supernatural strength fled to the refuge of her room, he was not only instantly disarmed of anger, but touched and melted as he had never been before. Feeling is sometimes so intense that it is like the lightning, and burns its way instantly to the consciousness of others. Words of condemnation would have died on the lips of the sternest judge had he seen Annie's face. It would have shown him that the harshest things that he could utter were already anticipated in unmeasured self-upbraidings. From anger and disgust, Gregory passed to the profoundest pity. The children's unbounded affection for Annie proved that she was usually kind and patient toward them. A little thought convinced him that the act he saw was a sudden outburst of passion, for which the exasperating events of the day had been a preparation. Her face showed, as no language could, how sincere and deep would be her repentance. He had not gone very far into the early twilight of a grove before he was conscious of a strong and secret exultation. "She is not made of different clay from others," he said. "She cannot condemn me so utterly now, and in view of what I have seen, she cannot loftily deny the kinship of human weakness. She is none of your cool, calculating creatures who cipher out from day to day what is policy to do. She will act rightly till there is an irrepressible eruption, and then beware. And yet these ebullitions enrich her life as the lava flow does the sides of Vesuvius. I shall be greatly disappointed if she is not 10 times more kind, sympathetic, and self-forgetful than she was before. And as for that boy, she will keep him in the tallest clover for weeks to come to make up for this. How piquant she is! I do not fear her quick, flame-like spirit when it is combined with so much conscience and principle. Indeed, I like her passion. It warms my cold, heavy heart. I wish she had shaken me, who deserved it, instead of the child. And if any makings up like that in yonder room could follow, I should like to be shaken every day in the week. It would make a new man of me." In the excitement of his feelings he had gone further than he had intended, and the dusk was deepening fast when he reached the house on his return. He felt not a little uneasy as to his reception after the rebuke he had given, but counted much on Annie's just and generous disposition. He entered quietly at a side door and passed through the dining room into the hall. The lamp in the parlor was unlighted, but the bright wood fire shed a soft, uncertain radiance throughout the room. A few notes of prelude were struck on the piano, and he knew that Miss Walton was there. Stepping silently forward opposite the open door, he stood in the dark hall watching her as she sung the following words: "My Father, once again thy wayward child in sorrow, shame, and weakness comes to thee, confessing all my sin, my passion wild, my selfishness and petty vanity. O Jesus, gentle Savior, at thy feet I fall, where often I have knelt before. Thou wilt not spurn nor charge me with deceit, because old faults have mastered me once more. Thou knowest that I would be kind and true, and that I hate the sins that pierce thy side. Thou seest that I often sadly view the wrong that in my heart will still abide. But thou didst come such erring ones to save, and weakness wins thy strong and tender love. So not in vain I now forgiveness crave, and cling to hopes long stored with thee above. And yet I plead that thou wouldst surely keep my weak and human heart in coming days, though now in penitence I justly weep. Oh, fill my future life with grateful praise." As in tremulous, melting tones she sung this simple prayer with tears glistening in her eyes, Gregory was again conscious of the strong answering emotion which the presence of deep feeling in those bound to us by some close tie of sympathy often excites. But far more than mere feeling moved him now. Her words and manner vivified an old truth familiar from infancy, but never realized or intelligently believed, the power of prayer to secure practical help from God. How often men have lived and died poor just above mines of untold wealth. Gaunt famine has been the inmate of households while there were buried treasures under the hearthstone. So multitudes in their spiritual life are weak, despairing, perishing, when by simply divinely appointed means of prayer they might fill their lives with strength and fullness. How long men suffered and died with diseases that seemed incurable, before they discovered in some common object a potent remedy that relieved pain and restored health. As is the case with many brought up in Christian homes, with no one thing was Gregory more familiar than prayer. For many years he had said prayers daily, and yet he had seldom in all his life prayed, and of late years had come to be a practical infidel in regard to this subject. People who only say prayers and expect slight or no results from them, or are content year after year to see no results, who lack simple, honest, practical faith in God's word, such as they have in that of their physician or banker, who only feel that they ought to pray, and that in some vague, mystical manner it may do them good, are very apt to end as skeptics in regard to its efficacy and value. Or they may become superstitious and continue to say prayers as the poor Indian mutters his incantations to keep off the witches. God hears prayers when his children cry to him, when his faithful friends speak to him straight and true from their hearts, and such know well that they are answered. As Gregory looked and listened to Annie Walton, he could no more believe that she was expressing a little aimless religious emotion, just as she would sing a sentimental ballad, than he could think that she was only showing purposeless filial affection if she were hanging on her father's arms and pleading for something vital to her happiness. The thought flashed across him: here may be the secret of her power to do right, the help she gets from a source above and beyond herself. Here may be the key to both her strength and weakness. Here glimmers light even for me. Annie was about to sing again, but the interest which she had awakened was so strong that he could not endure delay. Anxiety as to his personal reception was forgotten, and he stepped forward and interrupted her with a question. "Miss Walton, do you honestly believe that?" "Believe what?" said she, hastily, quite startled. "What I gathered from the hymn you sung, that your prayer is really heard and answered." "Why, certainly I believe it," said Annie, in a shocked and pained tone. "Do you think me capable of mockery in such things? And yet," she added sadly, Perhaps after today you think me capable of anything." "Now you do both yourself and me wrong," Gregory eagerly replied. "I do believe you are sincerely trying to obey your conscience. Did I not see your look of sorrow as you passed me on the stairs? When shall I forget it? Remember words that must have been inspired, which you quoted once to me: 'Who by repentance is not satisfied is not of heaven nor earth.' And pardon me when I tell you that I have been listening the last few moments out in the hall. Your tones and manner would melt the heart of an infidel, and they have made me wish that I were not so unbelieving. Forgive me for even putting such thoughts in your mind. I feel it is wicked and selfish in me to do it. But how do you know that your prayer, so direct and sincere, was not sound lost in space?" "Because it has been answered," she replied eagerly. "Peace came even as I spoke the words. Because whenever I really pray to God, He answers me." They now stood on opposite sides of the hearth, with the glowing fire between them. In its light Annie's wet eyes glistened, but she had forgotten herself in her sincere and newly awakened interest in him, whom she had secretly hoped and purposed before to lead to better things. It had formed no small part of her keen self reproach that she had forgotten that purpose and wished him out of the way, just as she was beginning to gain a decided influence over him for good. After what he had witnessed that afternoon, she felt that he would never listen to her again. He would not, had he detected the slightest tinge of acting or insincerity on her part. But her penitence had been as real as her passion. She was glad and grateful indeed when he approached her again in the spirit he now manifested. As she stood there in the firelight, self forgetful, conscious only of her wish to say some words that would be like light to him, her large humid eyes turned up to his face, she made a picture that his mother would like to see. He leaned against the mantel and looked dejectedly into the fire. After a moment he said sadly, "I envy you, Miss Walton. I wish I could believe in a personal God who thought about us and cared for us. That is, each one of us. Of course I believe in a supreme being, a great first cause, but he hides himself behind the stars. He is lost to me in his vast universe. I think my prayers once had an effect on my own mind, and so did me some good. But that's past, and now I might as well pray to gravitation as to anything else." Then, turning to her, he caught her wistful, interested look, an expression which said plainly, "I want to help you," and it touched him. He continued feelingly, "Perhaps you are not conscious of it, but you now look as if you cared whether I was good or bad, was sad or happy, lived or died. If I could only see that God cared in something the same way. He no doubt intends to do what is best for the race in the long run, but that may involve my destruction. I dread his terrible, inexorable laws." "Alas," said Annie, tears welling up into her eyes, "I am not wise enough to argue out these matters and demonstrate the truth. I suppose it can be done by those who know how." "I doubt it," said he, shaking his head decisively. "Well, I can tell you only what I feel and know." "That is better than argument. That is what I would like. You are not a weak, sentimental woman, full of mysticism and fancies, and I should have much confidence in what you know and feel." "Do not say that I am not a weak woman. I have shown you otherwise. Be sincere with me, for I am with you. Well, it seems to me that this question of prayer is simply one of fact. We know that God answers prayer, not only because He said He would, but because He does. From my own experience, I am as certain of it as of my existence. I think that many who sneer or doubt in regard to prayer are very unfair. I ask you, is it scientific for men to say, 'Nothing is true save what we have seen and know ourselves'? How that would limit one's knowledge. If some facts are discovered in Europe and established by a few proper witnesses, we believe them here. Now, in every age, multitudes have said that it was a fact that God heard and answered their prayers. What right has any one to ignore these truths any more than any other truths of human experience? I ask my earthly father for something. The next day I find it on my dressing table. Is it a delusion to believe that he heard and granted my request? When I ask my heavenly Father for outward things, he sometimes gives them, and sometimes he does not, as he sees is best for me, just as my parents did when I was a little child, and I have already seen that he has often been kinder in refusing. But when I ask for that which will meet my deeper and spiritual needs, I seldom ask in vain. If you should ask me how I know it, I in return ask how you know that you are ill or well, that you are glad or sad or tired, or anything about yourself that depends on your own inner consciousness. If I should say unjust, insulting things to you now, how would you know you were angry? If I should say, Mr. Gregory, you are mocking me, what I am now saying has no interest for you. You don't hear me. You don't understand me. You are thinking of something else. What kind of proof to the contrary could you offer? Suppose that I should say, I want mathematical proof that you do feel an interest, or physical proof, something that I can measure, weigh, or see. Should I be reasonable? Do I make it clear to you why I say I know this? Clearer than it was ever made to me before. I cannot help seeing that you are sincere and sure about it. But pardon me, I've got in such an inveterate habit of doubting. Are not good Catholics just as sure about the Virgin and the saints hearing and answering them? And do not pagans feel the same way about their deities? Now, Mr. Gregory, said Annie, with a little indignant reproach in her tone, do you think it just and reasonable to compare my faith, or that of any intelligent Christian, with the gross superstitions you name? Christianity is not embraced only by the ignorant and weak minded. Multitudes of the best and ripest scholars in the world are honest believers. Indeed, Miss Walton, I did not mean you to draw any such inference as that, replied he hastily and in some confusion. I do not see how any other can be drawn, she continued, and I know from what I have read and heard that unbelievers usually seek to give that impression. But it's not a fair one. The absurdities of paganism, monkish legends, and even the plausible errors of the Romish Church will not endure the light of intelligent education. But the more I know, the more I see the beauty and perfection of the Christian religion, and the reasonableness of prayer. And so it is with far stronger and wiser heads than mine. Your father and mine were never men to be imposed upon, nor to believe anything just because they were told to do so when children. Really, Miss Walton, you said you couldn't argue about this matter. I think you can, like a lawyer. If you mean that I am using a lawyer's proverbial sleight of hand, I'm sorry. I don't mean that at all, but that you put your facts in such a way that it's hard to meet them. I only try to use common sense. It's about the only sense I have. But I was in hopes you did not want to meet what I say adversely, but would like to believe. I would, Miss Walton, honestly I would, but wishes go little way against stubborn doubt. This one now rises. How is it that scientific men are so apt to become infidel in regard to the Bible and its teachings, and especially prayer? I'm sure I hardly know, she answered with a sigh, but I will tell you what I think. I don't believe the majority of them know much about either the Bible or prayer. With my little smattering of geology, I should think it very presuming to give an opinion contrary to that held by the best authorities in that science. And I think it very presuming in those who rarely look into a Bible and never pray, to tell those who read and pray daily that they don't know what they do know. Then again, scientific people often apply gross material tests to matters of faith and religious experience. The thing is absurd. Suppose a man should seek to investigate light with a pair of scales that could not weigh anything less than a pound. There is a spiritual and moral world as truly as a physical, and spiritual facts are just as good to build on as any other. And I should think they ought to be better, because the spirit is the noblest part of us. A man who sees only one side of a mountain has no right to declare that the other is just like it. Then again, your scientific oracles are always contradicting one another and upsetting one another's theories. Science today laughs at the absurdities believed by the learned 100 years ago, and so will much that is now called science, and because of which men doubt the Bible, be laughed at in the future. But my belief is the same substantially as that of Paul, St. Augustine, Luther, and the best people of my own age. And Luther, who did more for the world than any other mere man, said that to pray well was to work well. When Annie was under mental excitement, she was a rapid, fluent talker, and this was especially her condition this evening. As she looked earnestly at Gregory while she spoke, her dark eyes glowing with feeling and intelligence, and lighting her whole face, he was impressed more than he could have been by the labored arguments of a cool, logical scholar. Her intense earnestness put a soul into the body of her words. He was affected more than he wished her to know, more than was agreeable to his pride. What she had said seemed so perfectly true and real to her that for the time she made it true to him. And yet to admit that his long standing doubts could not endure so slight an assault as this was to show that they had a very flimsy basis. Moreover, he knew that when, left to himself, he should think it all over, new questions would rise that could not be answered, and new doubts return. Therefore he could not receive now what he might be disposed to doubt to morrow. He was a trifle bewildered, and wanted time to think. He was as much interested in Miss Walton as in what she was saying, and when her words proved that she was a thoughtful woman, and could be the intelligent companion of any man, the distracting fear grew stronger that when she came to know him well, she would coldly stand aloof. The very thought was unendurable. In all the world, only in the direction of Annie Walton seemed there any light for him. So to gain time, he instinctively sought to give a less serious turn to the conversation by saying, "Come, Miss Walton, this is the best preaching I've ever heard. It seems to me quite unusual to find a young lady so interested and well versed in these matters. You must have given a good deal of thought and reading to the subject." Annie looked disappointed. She had hoped for a better result from her earnest words than a compliment and a little curiosity as to herself. But she met him in his own apparent mood and said, "Now see how easily imposed upon your skeptical people are. I could palm myself off like Portia as a Daniel come to judgment, and by a little discreet silence gain a blue halo as a woman of deep research and profound reading. Just the contrary is true. I am not a very good reader on any subject, and certainly not on theology and kindred topics. The fact is, I am largely indebted to my father. He is interested in the subjects and takes pains to explain much to me that would require study. And since mother died, he has come to talk to me very much as he did to her. But it seems to me that all I have said is very simple and plain, and you surely know that my motive was not to air the little instruction I have received." Gregory's policy forsook him as he saw her expression of disappointment, and as he looked at her flushed and to him now lovely face, acting upon a sudden impulse, he asked, "Won't you please tell me your motive?" His manner and tone convinced her in a moment that he was more moved and interested than she had thought, and answering with a like impulse on her part, she said frankly, "Mr. Gregory, pardon me for saying it, but from the very first day of your visit it seemed clear to me that you were not living and feeling as those who once made this your home could wish. And the thought was impressed upon me, impressed strongly, that perhaps God had sent you in your feeble health and sadness, for you evidently were depressed in mind also, to this place of old and holy memories, that you might learn something better than this world's philosophy. I have hoped and prayed that I might be able to help you. But when to day," she continued, turning away her head to hide the rising tears, "I showed such miserable weakness, I felt that you would never listen to me again on such subjects, and would doubt more than ever their reality, and it made me very unhappy. I feel grateful that you have listened to me so patiently. I hope you won't let my weakness hurt my cause. Now you see what a frank, guileless conspirator I am," she added, trying to smile at him through her tears. While she spoke, Gregory bent upon her a look that tried to search her soul. But the suspicious man of the world could not doubt her perfect sincerity. Her looks and words disclosed her thought as a crystal stream reveals a white pebble over which it flows. He stepped forward and took her hand with a pressure that caused it pain for hours after, but he trusted himself to say only, "You are my good angel, Miss Walton. Now I understand your influence over me," and then abruptly left the room. But he did not understand her influence. A man seldom does when he first meets the woman whose words, glances, and presence have the subtle power to fill his thoughts, quicken his pulse, stir his soul, and awaken his whole nature into new life. He usually passes through a luminous haze of congeniality, friendship, platonic affinity, or even brotherly regard, till something suddenly clears up the mist, and he finds, like the first man lonely in Eden, that there is but one woman for him in all the world. Gregory was in the midst of the cloud, but it seemed very bright around him as he paced his room excitedly. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 23. Gregory's Final Conclusion in Regard to Miss Walton. Annie Walton was now no longer an enigma to Gregory. He had changed his views several times in regard to her. First, she was a commonplace, useful member of the community in a small way, and part of the furniture of a well ordered country house. Plain furniture, too, he had said to himself. But one evening in her company had convinced him that such a Miss Walton was a fiction of his own mind, and he who had come to regard average society girls as a weariness beyond endurance was interested in her immediately. Then her truth and unselfishness and the strong religious element in her character had been a constant rebuke to him, but he had soothed himself with the theory that she differed from others only in being untempted. He then had resolved to amuse himself, ease his conscience, and feed his old grudge against her sex, by teaching the little saint that she was only a weak, vain creature. Yet she had sustained not only his temptations, but another ordeal, so searching and terrible that it transformed her into a heroine, a being of superior clay to that of ordinary mortals. "It is her nature to be good, mine to be bad," he had said. "I am a weed, she is a flower." But Annie herself had rudely dispelled this illusion. Now he saw her to be a woman who might, did she yield to the evil within her and without, show all the vanity, weakness, and folly generally of which he had first believed her capable, but who, by prayer and effort, daily achieved victories over herself. In addition, she had manifested the most beautiful and godlike trait that can ennoble human character, the desire to save and sweeten others' lives. To have been lectured and talked to on the subject of religion in any conventional way, by one outside of his sympathies, would have been as repulsive as useless. But Annie had the tact to make her effort appear like angelic ministry. There is that about every truly refined woman with a large, loving heart which is irresistible. The two qualities combined give a winning grace that is an open sesame everywhere. The trouble is that culture and polish are too often the sheen of an icicle. He believed he saw just her attitude toward him. It reminded him of Miss Bently's efforts in his behalf, but with the contrast that existed between Miss Bently and Annie. He now wondered that he could have been interested in such a vain, shallow creature as Mrs. Grobb had proved herself, and he excused himself on the ground that he had idealized her into something that she was not. All that Annie said and did had the solidity of truth, and not the hollowness of affectation. And yet there was one thing that troubled him. While her effort to help him out of his morbid, unhappy state was so sincere, she showed no special personal interest in himself, such as he had in her. If he should now go away, she would place him merely in the outer circle of her friends or acquaintance, and make good the old saying, "out of sight, out of mind." But already the conviction was growing strong that it would be long before she would be out of his mind. Though he had plenty of pride, as we have seen, he was not conceited, and from long familiarity with society could readily detect the difference between the regard she would feel for a man personally attractive and the interest of aroused sympathies which she might have in any one, and which her faith in nature led her to have in every one. Of course he was not satisfied with the latter, and it was becoming one of his dearest hopes to awaken a personal feeling, though of just what kind he had not yet even defined to himself. When the tea bell rang, much later than usual on account of the chaos of the day, he was glad to go down. Her society was far pleasanter than his own, and future events might make everything clearer. His supposition in regard to Johnny was correct. As he descended the stairs, the boy came out of the sitting room, holding Annie tightly by the hand and beaming upon her like the sun after a shower. And when he found by his plate a huge apple that had been roasted specially for him, his cup of happiness was full, and he was ready for another shaking. If the apple once caused discord, it here confirmed peace. The supper was as inviting as the dinner had been forbidding, indicating a change of policy in the kitchen cabinet. In fact, after Zibbie cooled off, she found that she was not ready for "the world to come to an end," or its equivalent, her leaving the Waltons after so many years of service and kindness. She had not yet reached the point of abject apology, though she knew she would go down on her old rheumatic knees rather than leave her ark of refuge and go out into the turbulent waters of the world. Still she made propitiating overtures in the brownest of buttered toast, and a chicken salad that might have been served as ambrosia on Mount Olympus. Zibby was a guileless strategist, for in the success of the supper she proved how great had been her malign ingenuity and deliberation in spoiling the dinner. She could never claim that it was accidental. Hannah no longer waited as if it were a funeral occasion, and the domestic skies were fast brightening up, except in one quarter. Mr. Walton's chair was vacant, and Gregory noticed that Annie often looked wistfully and sadly toward it. With the sensitiveness of one who habitually hid his deeper feeling from the world, Gregory tried to act as if his last conversation with Annie had been upon the weather, and as might be expected of refined people, no allusion was made to the unpleasant features of the day. Neither then nor afterwards was a word adverse to the Camdens spoken. They had been guests, and that was enough for the Waltons' nice sense of courtesy. Only Susie, with a little sigh of relief, gave expression to the general feeling by saying, "Somehow I feel kind of light to night. I felt dreadfully heavy this morning." Annie, with a smile on her lips and something like a tear in her eye, noticed the child's remark by adding, "I think we should all feel light if Grandpa were only here." After supper she sung to the children and told them a bedtime story, and then with a kiss of peace sent them off to their dream wanderings. During Annie's absence from the parlor, Gregory remained in his room. He was in no mood to talk with any one else. Even Miss Eulie's gentle patter of words would fall with a sting of pain. When Annie came down to the parlor, she said, "Now, Mr. Gregory, I will sing as much as you wish, to make up for last evening. Indeed, I must do something to get through the hours till father's return, for I feel so anxious and self reproachful about him." "And so make happiness for others out of your pain," said he. "Why don't you complain and fret all the evening, and make it uncomfortable generally?" "I have done enough of that for one day. What will you have?" An impulse prompted him to say, "You," but he only said, "Your own choice," and walked softly up and down the room while she sung, now a ballad, now a hymn, and again a simple air from an opera, but nothing light or gay. He was taking a dangerous course for his own peace. As we have seen, Annie's voice was not one to win special admiration. It was not brilliant and highly cultivated, and had no very great compass. She could not produce any of the remarkable effects of the trained vocalist, but it was exceedingly sweet in the low minor notes. It was sympathetic, and so colored by the sentiment of the words that she made a beautiful language of song. It was a voice that stole into the heart and kept vibrating there long hours after, like an aeolian harp just breathed upon by a dying zephyr. As was often the case, she forgot her auditor, and began to reveal herself in this mode of expression so natural to her, and to sing as she did long evenings when alone. At times her tones would be tremulous with pathos and feeling, and again strong and hopeful. Then, as if remembering the great joy that would soon be hers in welcoming back her absent lover, it grew as tender and alluring as a thrush's call to its mate. "O'er the land and o'er the sea, Swiftly fly my thoughts to thee. Haste thee and come back to me, I'm waiting. Thou away, how sad my song! When alone the days are long. Soon thou'lt know how glad and strong my welcome. Haste thee then o'er sea and land, Quickly join our loving band, Waiting here to clasp thy hand In greeting." "Indeed, Miss Walton," said Gregory, leaning upon the piano, "that would bring me from the antipodes." She did not like his tone and manner, and also became conscious that in her choice of a ballad she had expressed thoughts that were not for him. So she tried to turn the matter lightly off by saying, "Where you probably were in your thoughts. What have you been thinking about all this long time, while I have fallen into the old habit of talking to myself over the piano?" "You, I might say, but I should add in truth, what you have said to me this evening." "I hope only the latter." "Chiefly I've been enjoying your singing. You have a very peculiar voice. You don't 'execute' or 'render' anything any more than a bird does. I believe they have been your music teachers." "Crows abound in our woods," she answered, laughing. "So do robins and thrushes." Her face suddenly had an absent look, as if she did not hear him. It was turned from the light, or the rich color that was mantling it would have puzzled him, and might have inspired hope. With some abruptness and yet hesitation, such as is often noted when a delicate subject is broached, she said, "Mr. Gregory, I wish I could make peace between you and Mr. Hunting. I think you are not friendly." As she looked to see the effect of her remark, the light shone on his face, and she was again deeply pained to see how instantly it darkened. For a moment he did not reply. Then in a cold, constrained voice he said, "He is a friend of the family, I suppose?" "Yes," she replied, eagerly. "I too would like to be regarded as a friend, and especially to you. So I ask it as a great personal favor that you will not mention that gentleman's name again during the brief remainder of my visit." "Do you mean any imputation against him?" she asked, hotly. Policy whispered, "Don't offend her. Hunting may be a near relation." So he said, quietly, "Gentlemen may have difficulties concerning which they do not like to speak. I have made no imputation against him whatever, but I entreat you to grant my request." Annie was not satisfied, but sat still with knit brows. At that moment she heard her father's step and ran joyfully to meet him. He had come home chilled from a long ride in the raw wind, and she spent the rest of the evening in remorseful ministrations to his comfort. As she flitted around him, served his tea and toast, and petted him generally, Gregory felt that he would ride for a night after the wild huntsman to be so treated. He also rightly felt that Annie's manner was a little cool toward him. It was not in her frank, passionate nature to feel and act the same toward one who had just expressed such bitter hostility toward her lover. But the more he thought of it, the more determined he was that there should be no alienation between them on account of Hunting. "Curse him!" he muttered. "He has cost me too much already." He had the impression that Hunting was a relative of the family, that he was the accepted lover of the pure and true girl that he himself was unconsciously learning to love, was too monstrous a thought to be entertained. Still Annie's words and manner caused him some sharp pangs of jealousy, till he cast the very idea away in scorn as unworthy of both himself and her. "Evil as my life has been, it is white compared with his," he said to himself. In accordance with his purpose to keep the vantage ground already gained, he was geniality itself, and so entertained Miss Eulie and Mr. Walton that Annie soon relented and smiled upon him as kindly as ever. She was in too humbled and softened a mood that evening to be resentful, except under great provocation, and she was really very grateful to Gregory for his readiness to overlook her weakness and give her credit for trying to do right. Indeed, his sincere admiration and outspoken desire for her esteem inclined her toward him, for was she not a woman? "After all," she thought, "he has said nothing against Charles. They have had a quarrel, and he no doubt is the one to blame. He is naturally very proud and resentful, and would be all the more so in that degree that he was wrong himself. If I can help him become a Christian, making peace will be an easy affair. So I will not lose the hold that I have gained upon him. When Charles comes, he will tell me all about it, and I will make him treat Gregory in such a way that enmity cannot last." How omnipotent girls imagine themselves to be with those who swear they will do anything under heaven to please them, but who usually go on in the old ways. It was late when the family separated for the night, but later far when Gregory retired. The conclusion of his long reverie was that in Annie Walton existed his only chance of life and happiness. She seemed to possess the power to wake up all the man left in him, and if there were any help in God, she only could show him how to find it. Thus his worldly wisdom had taught him, as many others had been taught, to lean on a human arm for his main support and chief hope, while possibly in the uncertain future some help from heaven might be obtained. He was like a sickly plant in the shade saying to itself, "Yonder ray of sunlight would give me new life," while it had no thought of the sun from which the ray came. He truly wished to become a good man for his own sake as well as Annie's, for he had sufficient experience in the ills of evil, but he did not know that a loving God does not make our only chance dependent on the uncertain action and imperfect wisdom of even the best of earthly friends. The one who began his effort of saving man by dying for him will not afterward neglect the work, or commit it wholly to weak human hands. The next morning, being that of Saturday, brought Annie many duties, and these, with callers, so occupied her time that Gregory saw but little of her. The shadow between them seemed to have passed away, and she treated him with the utmost kindness. But there was a new shadow on her face that he could not understand, and after breakfast he said to her as they were passing to the parlor, "Miss Walton, you seem out of spirits. I hope nothing painful has happened." "Jeff found my lost letter this morning," she said, "and I have been deservedly punished anew, for it brought me unpleasant tidings." And she hastily left the room as if not wishing to speak further on the matter. It had indeed inflicted a heavy disappointment, for it was from Hunting, stating that business would detain him some days longer in Europe. But she had accepted it with resignation, and felt that it was but a light penalty for all her folly of the 2 preceding days. Gregory was not a little curious about it, for he was interested now in everything connected with her, but as she did not speak of it again, good taste required that he should not. An uncomfortable thought of Hunting as the possible writer crossed his mind, but he drove it from him with something like rage. As Gregory sat brooding by his fire, waiting till the sun should grow higher before starting for a walk, Jeff came up with an armful of wood and seemed bubbling over with something. He too had suffered sorely in the storm he had helped to raise the preceding day, and had tremblingly eaten such dinner as the irate Zibbie had tossed on the table for him, as a man might lunch in the vicinity of a bombshell. He seemed to relieve himself by saying, with his characteristic grin as he replenished the fire, "'Twas a dreadful pestchus yesterday, but de winds is gone down. I'se glad dat ole hen is done for, but she hatch a heap of trouble on her last day." Jeff belonged to that large school of modern philosophers who explain the evils of the day on very superficial grounds. The human heart is all right. It's only "dat old hen" or unfavorable circumstances of some kind that do the mischief. Chapter 24 of Opening a Chestnut Burr by Edward P. Rowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by LikeManyWaters. Chapter 24. The Worm-Infested Chestnut. Gregory tells the worst. In his solitary ramble, Gregory again thought long and deeply over the situation. The impression was growing strong that the supreme hour of his life, which would decide his destiny for good or evil, was fast approaching. For years previously he had given up the struggle against the latter, and had sunk deep in moral apathy, making greater effort to doubt everything concerning God than to believe. Then he had lost his earthly ambition and become mere driftwood on the tide of time. But a sweet, true woman was doing a work for him like that of Elsie for Prince Henry in the Golden Legend. A consciousness of power to take up his burden again and be a man among men was coming back, and old Daddy Tuggar's words were growing into a hope-inspiring prophecy. She could take the wickedest man livin' to heaven if she'd stay right by him. And yet his self-distrust was painfully and dangerously great, and he feared that when Annie came to know the worst about him, and how he had plotted against her, she would shrink from him. If she despaired of him, he would despair of himself. He was certain that he could not win even an intimate congenial acquaintance, much less a more tender regard, unless he became a true, good man, worthy of her confidence. He could not become such by commencing in deception, by hiding the past, and trying to appear what he was not. For in the first place she would certainly find him out and despise him, and in the second place his own nature now revolted at anything false in his relations with her. After long anxious thought he concluded that the only safe, as well as the only honorable, course was perfect frankness. If he began wrong, the end would be disastrous. He was no longer subject to schoolboy impulses, but was a mature and thoughtful man, and had trained himself in business to look far and keenly into the consequences of present action. He saw in this Walton blood an intense antipathy to deceit. His own nature was adverse to it also, and his experience with hunting had made it doubly hateful. His pride revolted at it, for his lack of hypocrisy had been the one ground of self respect that remained in him. If in his folly and wickedness he had blotted out the possibility of a happy future, he must endure the terrible truth as he could. To try to steal into heaven, earthly or celestial, by the back door of specious seeming, only to be discovered in his true character and cast out with greater ignominy, was a course as revolting as foolish. Annie knew him to be a man of the world, with skeptical tendencies, but to her guileless nature and inexperience this might not mean anything very bad. In the secret of his own soul, however, he had to meet these terrible questions. Can God receive and pardon a willing unbeliever? A man who had sinned against the clearest light, a gambler, a libertine, an embodiment of selfishness. Can it be that Annie Walton will ever receive even friendship from one so stained? Knowing the additional fact that I plotted against her and sought for my own senseless gratification to prove that she was a weak, vain woman, who would be no better than myself if tempted in like manner. It is true that I never betrayed innocence or wronged a man out of a dollar. It is true that in the code of the world I have done nothing to lose my character as a gentleman, and even my design upon Miss Walton would pass as a harmless flirtation in society. But the code of the world has no force in her pure mind, and the license it permits is an insult to the law of God. And now it is not with the world, but with her and heaven, that I have to deal. Things at which society shrugs its shoulders indifferently are to them crimes, and black ones too. I might as well seek her love with a felon's indictment hanging over me as to seek it hiding my past life. When she came to find me out, she would feel that I had wronged her unutterably, and confidence, the only basis of lasting esteem, would be gone. Deep in my heart I have never doubted my mother's faith. When I imagined I did, I was self deceived. Everything here confirms it, and Miss Walton more than all. I will consult the divine oracle. She shall be the fair vestal, the gentle priestess. She lives near to heaven and knows its mind. If her kind and womanly nature shrinks from me, if she coldly draws her skirts aside that I pollute them not even with a touch, if she by word or even manner proves that she sees an impassable gulf between us, then she need waste no breath in homilies over repentance, and in saying that God can receive those whom man cannot. I'll not even listen, but go back to the city and meet my fate. If imperfect human creatures cannot forgive each other, if I have gone so far beyond the mercy of a tender hearted woman, then I need look for nothing from a just and holy God. It's mockery for good people, with horror and disgust slightly veiled upon their faces, to tell poor wretches that God will receive them and love them, while they would no more take them into their confidence and esteem than they would a pestilence. It's like people saying to one in the last stage of consumption, "I hope you will be better soon." They don't hope or expect any such thing. The Bible is said to teach that a man can sin away his day of grace. I had about believed that I had sinned away mine. This genuine, honest Christian girl has made me think differently. She has inspired the strong hope that she could lead me to become a good man, even a Christian. She shall either fulfill that hope or show it to be false. Such was the outline of his thoughts that long day, during which hope and fear balanced an even scale. But the evening shadows found fear predominating. His awakened conscience and his recent contact with true moral standards revealed him to himself in darker and still darker shadow. At times he was almost ready to despair, to bid his entertainers a courteous farewell on Monday and go back to the city as he came, with the additional wretchedness of having seen the heaven he could not enter. But when he came down to supper, Annie smiled so sweetly and looked so gentle and kind that he thought, "She does not seem one to push a wretch over a precipice. That warm little hand that charmed away my headache so gently cannot write Dante's inscription over my Inferno, and bid me enter it as 'my own place,' and yet I dread her sense of justice." In his anxiety and perturbation of mind, he was unusually grave and silent during the meal and evening. Annie exulted secretly over him. He is thinking in earnest now. His old apathy and trifling manner are gone. He was indeed thinking in terrible earnest. Her effort had awakened no schoolgirl interest and penitence that she could soothe and reward by quoting a few sweet promises, but had aroused a spirit like that which came down from the hills of Gadara, and which no man could bind. Men and women in good society may be very polished and refined, and yet their souls in God's sight and their own be shameful, naked, wearing no robe of righteousness, bound by no laws of purity and right, and always night and day crying and cutting themselves in the unrest of remorse. Sad and yet true it was that the demon possessed man, the terror of the Gadarenes, was but too true a type of the gentlemanly and elegant Walter Gregory, as he sat that night in a torment of dread and hope at the peaceful fireside of a Christian family. If his fears were realized, if Annie turned from him when he revealed his true self to her, there seemed to him every probability that evil evermore would be his master. While she was innocently hoping and praying that her words and influence might lead him to read his Bible, go to church, and eventually find his way into the green pastures beside the still waters, it seemed that within a few hours she would either avert or complete that most awful of tragedies, the loss of a soul. He accompanied them to church the following morning, and his manner was grave even to solemnity. Little wonder. In a certain sense, in view of his resolution, the judgment day had come to him. With heavy, contracted brows, he listened to a sermon anything but reassuring. The good old minister inclined to a legal and doctrinal gospel, and to day his subject was the perfection and searching character of the divine law. He showed how God could make no terms with sin, that He hated it with a terrible and vindictive hatred, because in all respects it was opposite and antagonistic to His nature, because it defiled, degraded, and destroyed. He traced all human wretchedness to this poisonous root, and Gregory trembled, and his face grew dark with despair, as he realized how it was inwoven with every fibre of his heart. Then, in simple but strong language, the silver haired old man, who seemed a type of the ancient prophets, portrayed the great white throne of God's justice, snowy, too dazzling for human eye, and the conscience stricken man shrunk and cowered. He turned to Annie to see how this train of thought, so terrific to him, affected her. Not a trace of fear was upon her face, but only serene, reverent awe. He glanced at Mr. Walton, but the old magistrate sat in his place, calm and dignified, evidently approving the action of the greater judge. Miss Eulie's face, as seen between himself and the light of the window, appeared spirit like. "Thus they will look on the judgment day," thought Gregory, "while I tremble even at its picture. Oh, the vital difference between guilt and innocence, between faith and unbelief!" If the venerable clergyman had been talking personally to Gregory or any sinful creature, he would not have concluded his subject where he did. He would have shown how between the throne of justice and the sinner there stood an advocate, an intercessor, a Savior. But having logically developed his text, he finished his discourse. Perhaps on the following Sabbath he might present the mercy of God with equal clearness. But the sermon of the day, standing alone and confirming the threatenings of an accusing conscience, depressed Gregory greatly. It did not anger him as such truth usually did. He was too weak and despairing. He now felt the hopelessness and folly of opposition, the idea of getting into a passion with fate. Only weak natures fume at the inevitable. There is a certain dignity in silent, passive despair. Annie's voice, singing the closing hymn beside him, sounded like an angel's voice across the great gulf. Almost mechanically he walked down the aisle out into the sunny noon of a warm October day. Birds were twittering around the porch. Fall insects filled the air with their cheery chirpings. The bay of a dog, the shrill crowing of a cock, came softened across the fields from a neighboring farm. Cowbells tinkled faintly in the distance, and two children were seen romping on a hillside, flitting here and there like butterflies. The trees were in gala dress of crimson and gold, and even the mountains veiled their stern grandeur in a purple haze, through which the sun's rays shimmered with genial but not oppressive warmth. The people lingered around the door, shaking hands and greeting one another with the plain but cordial courtesy of the country. Gregory heard one russet apple faced man say that "Betsy was better," and an old colored woman, with a visage like that apple in black and mottled decay, said in cheerful tones that "little Samson was gettin' right peart." A great raw boned farmer asked a half grown boy, "How's your mare?" and the boy replied that the animal was better also. All seemed better that bright day, and from a group near came the expression, "Crops were good this year." While the wealthier and more cultured members of the congregation had kindly nods and smiles for all, they naturally drew together, and there seemed a little flutter of excitement over the renewal of the sewing society that had been discontinued during the summer. Gregory stood apart from all this, with the heavy contraction still upon his brow, and asked himself, "What have these simple, cheery, commonplace people, with their petty earth born cares and interests, to do with that great white throne of which we have just heard? And where in this soft, dreamy landscape, so suggestive of peace, rest, and everyday life, lurks any hint of the wrath of a just and holy God?" And then the old pastor, who a little before had seemed a prototype of John, the stern reformer from the wilderness, came out smiling and benignant, greeting his flock as a father might his children. The very hand that had been raised in denunciation, and in threatening a doom that would appall the heart of courage itself, was given to Gregory in a warm and cordial grasp. The man he had trembled before now seemed the personification of sweet tempered human kindness. The contrast was so sharp that it seemed to Gregory that either what he saw or what he had heard must be an utter delusion. As they were driving home, he suddenly broke the moody silence by asking Miss Walton, "How do you reconcile the scene at the church door, so matter of fact, cheery, and earthy, with the terrible pictures suggested by the sermon? If such things are before us, it seems to me that bright, sunny days like these are mockery." She looked at him wistfully. The sermon had not been what she would have wished, but she trusted it would do him good by cutting away every hope based on anything in himself, or in vague general ideas of God's indiscriminate mercy. She answered gently, "The contrast was indeed great, now I think of it, and yet each scene was matter of fact to me in the sense of being real. Besides, that one which our pastor described was a court of justice. I shall have an advocate there who will clear me. As for bright days, I believe they are just what God means his people to have always." "Yes," said he gloomily, "that is your side of the question." "It may be yours also," she replied in a low tone. He shook his head and looked away to hide his pain. After a short time he again said, "Do you not think that the view of God which your minister gave is very depressing to the average man? Is not his law too perfect for imperfect humanity?" "Not at all," she answered eagerly; but before she could say more, Mr. Walton, unaware of the subject occupying them, turned from the front seat and introduced another topic. After dinner Gregory went to his room, which he restlessly paced. "Even her creed, her faith, as well as her purity and truth, raises a wall as high as heaven between us," he exclaimed bitterly. "She has only to see me as God sees, to shrink away appalled, disgusted. Well, she shall," he muttered, grinding his teeth. "I shall not add the worst torment of all to my perdition by deceiving her." As he came downstairs, Annie had just finished reading to the children, and he said, "Miss Walton, will your ideas of Sabbath keeping prevent you from taking a stroll in the garden with me?" "Not at all," she replied, smiling. "A garden is a good place to keep Sunday in." He walked silently at her side across the lawn down a shady walk. Annie hoped much from this interview, and sent a swift, earnest prayer to heaven that she might speak wisely. She feared that his dejection would pass into discouragement and despair. She saw that he was much depressed, and judged correctly that it was because he had seen only one side of a great truth. She hoped to cheer and inspire him with the other side. Moreover, her religion was very simple. It was only becoming God's friend instead of remaining indifferent or hostile. To her, no matter what the burden, it was simply leading the heavy laden to the strong divine friend, as people were brought to him of old, and establishing the personal relations of love, faith, and following. But she did not realize the desperate nature or the complications of Gregory's moral infirmity. Still, she was a safe adviser, for she did not propose to cure him herself. She wished to rally and cheer him, to inspire hope, and to turn his eyes from sin to the Saviour. So she said, "Mr. Gregory, why do you look as if marching to execution?" "Perhaps because I feel as if I were," he said. Just then a variegated leaf parted from a spray overhanging the path somewhat in advance of them, and fluttered to their feet. "Poor little leaf," said Gregory, picking it up. "Your bright colors will soon be lost. Death has come to you too. Why must this wretched thought of death be thrust on one at every turn? Nature is full of it. Things only live, apparently, for the sake of dying. Just as this leaf becomes most beautiful, it drops. What a miserable world this is, with death making havoc everywhere! Then your theology exaggerates the evil a thousandfold. If a man must die, let him die and cease to be. But your minister spoke to day of a living death, in which one only exists to suffer. What a misfortune to have existed!" As Gregory gloomily uttered these bitter words, they stood looking at the leaf that had suggested them. Annie's face brightened with a sudden thought. She turned, and after a few rapid steps sprung lightly up and caught the twig from which the leaf had fallen. Then, turning to her companion, who regarded with surprise and admiration the agile grace of the act, she said, "Mr. Gregory, you need lessons in logic. If the leaf you hold is your theme, as you gave me reason to believe, you don't stick to it, and you draw from it conclusions that don't follow the premise. Another thing, is it not right to develop a subject without regard to its connection? Now from just this place," she continued, pointing with her finger, "the leaf dropped. What do you see? What was its connection? Why, a little branch full of other leaves. These would soon have dropped off and died also, if you had not hastened their fate." "That's a superficial view, like the one you just took of this miserable world, as you call it. I think it is a very good world, a much better one than we deserve. And now look closely and justly at your theme's connection, and tell me what you see. Look just here," and her finger rested on the little green spot where the stem of the leaf had joined the spray. "I see a very small bud," he said, intelligence of her meaning dawning in his face, "which will develop next spring into other leaves and perhaps into a new branch. All summer long your leaf has rustled and fluttered joyously over the certainty that a richer and fuller life would come after it, a life that it was providing for through the sunny days and dewy nights. There is no death here, only change for the better. And so with everything that has bloomed and flourished in this garden during the past season, provision has been made for new and more abundant life. All these bright but falling leaves and fading flowers are merely nature's robes, ornaments that she is throwing carelessly aside as she withdraws for a little time from her regal state. Wait till she appears again next spring, as young, fresh, and beautiful as when, like Eve, she saw her first bright morning. Come and see her upon her throne next June. Nature full of death! Why, Mr. Gregory, she speaks of nothing but life to those who understand her language." "Oh, that you would teach it to me!" he said, with a deeper meaning than she detected. "Again," she continued, "our theology does not represent death as making havoc anywhere. It is sin that makes the havoc, and death is only one of its consequences. And even this enemy God compels to work for the good of his friends. Do not think," she continued, coming a step nearer in her earnestness, "that I make such allusions to pain you, but only in my sincere wish to help you, and illustrate my meaning by something you know so well. Did death make havoc in your mother's case? Was it not rather a somber liveried janitor that opened for her the gates of heaven?" He was deeply touched, and turned away his face. After a moment he continued his walk, that they might get further away from the house and the danger of interruption. He suddenly startled Annie by saying, in a tone of harsh and intense bitterness, "Her death made havoc for me. If she had lived I might have been a good man instead of the wretch I am. If death as janitor opens the gates of heaven, your religion teaches that it also opens the gates of hell. How can I love a God who shuts up the sinful in an inferno, in dungeons of many and varied tortures, and racks them forever? Can I, just to escape all this, pretend that I love him, when in truth I fear and dread him unspeakably? No, I'll never be a hypocrite." Tears glistened in Annie's eyes as he turned to look at her. "You pity me," he said more gently. "Your God does not. If he wanted to be loved, he should never have revealed a hell." "Should he not in mercy, if it really existed? And does it not exist? Will merely a beautiful place make heaven for anybody? Mr. Gregory, look around this lovely autumn evening. See the crimson glory of those clouds yonder in the west. See that brightness shading off into paler and more exquisite tints. Look how those many hued leaves reflect the glowing sky. The air is as sweet and balmy as that of Eden could have been. The landscape is beautiful in itself, and especially attractive to you. To our human eyes it hardly seems as if heaven could be more perfect than this. And yet, standing in the one spot of all the earth most beautiful to you, Mr. Gregory, pardon me for saying it, your face expresses nothing but pain. There is not a trace of happiness in it. You were not happy when you came here. I saw that the first day. All the pleasant surroundings of your own home have not made you happy. Have they given you even peace and quiet? Place does not make heaven, but something we carry in our own bosoms," she concluded, leaving him to supply the rest of her thought. His face was white with fear, and there was terror in his tone as he turned and said to her in a low voice, "Miss Walton, that is what I have been coming to see and dread of late. And as you put the thoughts into words, I see that it is true. I carry perdition in my own heart. When I am alone, my imaginings frighten me, and when with others, impulses arise to do the devil's own work. But it is the nature of God to save from all this. I am so sorry that you do not understand Him better." "He saves some," said Gregory, gloomily. "But many will not let Him save them," urged Annie. "I should be only too glad to have Him save me. But whether He will or not is the point at issue, and my hope is very faint. Everything to day but you seems to confirm my fate. Miss Walton, won't you take that little rustic seat there by the brook? I wish to tell you something that will probably settle this question." Annie wonderingly complied. This was an experience she had never had before. She was rapidly realizing the difference between being the spiritual guide of the girls in her Bible class and being the adviser of this strong minded yet greatly perverted man. But she turned to him a face full of sympathy and encouragement. For a moment it seemed he did not know how to begin, and he paced restlessly up and down before her. Then he said, "Miss Walton, you remember that worm-infested chestnut through which you gave me such a just lesson." "Please do not speak of my foolish words at that time," she replied, eagerly. "Pardon me, they were not foolish. They, with the illustration of my own choice, revealed me to myself as nothing had ever done before. Had it not been for your graceful tact, I would have made a fool of myself by being angry. If you had known what I deserved then, you would not have let me off so easily. But it's true. That lonely, selfish chestnut, with a worm in its kernel, was a good emblem of myself. Evil is enthroned in my heart, supreme and malignant. I suppose it's through my own fault. But be that as it may, it's there, my master. I groan over and curse the fact, but I do evil and think evil continually, and fear I always shall. No, listen to me to the end," he continued as she was about to speak. "When on that strange mountain expedition you made the remark, 'What congenial friends we might be,' those words have echoed in my heart ever since, like the refrain of a home song to a captive. I would give more than I can express for your friendship, for the privilege of seeing you and speaking to you frankly on these subjects occasionally. For you and you only have inspired a faint hope that I might become a better man. You are making Christianity seem a reality and not a fashion. Though possessing human weakness, you triumph over it, and you say it is through prayer to God. I find it impossible not to believe everything you say, for whatever your faults are, you are truth itself. Through your influence, the thought has come that God might also hear and help me, but I have the fear and almost the belief that I have placed myself beyond His mercy. At any rate, I have almost lost hope in anything I can do by myself. I was in moral despair when I came here, and might as well have been dead. But you have led me to a willingness to make one more struggle, and a great one, if I can see in it any chance of success. I fear I am deceiving myself. But when with you, though you are immeasurably better than I, hope steals into my heart, that before was paralyzed by despair. When you come to know me as I know myself, I fear that you will shrink in just horror away, and that I shall see reflected in your face the verdict of heaven.
But you shall know the worst, the very worst. I can never use deceit with you. If afterward you ever take my stained hand again—" He did not finish the sentence, but heaved a great sigh, as if of longing and hope that words could not utter. It was the old truth illustrated, that God must become human to gain humanity. Abstract truth could not save this lost and guilty man. But the wanderer hoped that in this sweet human life he had found the clue back to the divine life. Annie trembled at the responsibility that now suddenly burdened her as she saw this trembling spirit clinging to her as the one frail barrier between himself and the gulf of utter despair. She nerved herself by prayer and the exertion of all her will to be equal to the emergency. And yet it was a fearful ordeal that she was called to go through as the remorseful and deeply agitated man, his face flushed with shame, now with impassioned, more often with despairing gesture and accent, poured out the story of his past life, and laid bare his evil heart, while he paced up and down the little walk before her. The transaction with Hunting he purposely passed over, speaking of it merely as a business misfortune that had robbed him even of earthly ambition. She saw a few sin stained pages of that dreadful book of human guilt which God must look at every day. Gregory did not spare himself, and palliated nothing, softening and brightening no harsh and dark lines. On the contrary, he was stern and blunt, and it was strange indeed to hear him charging himself before a pure, innocent young girl, whose good opinion was life to him, with what she regarded as crimes. When he at last came to speak of his designs against herself, of how he had purposed to take the bloom and beauty from her character that he might laugh at goodness as a dream and pretense, and despise her as he did himself, his eyes flashed angrily, and he grew vindictive, as if denouncing an object of his hate. He could not even look at her during the last of his confession, but turned away his face, fearing to see Annie's expression of aversion and disgust. It was with a paling cheek and growing dread that she looked into that dark and fearful place, a perverted human heart, and her every breath was a prayer that God would enable her to see and act as Christ would, were some poor creature revealing to him his desperate need. Gregory suddenly paused in this low but passionate flow of words, and put his hands to his head as if the pain were insupportable. In fact, his anguish and the intense feeling of the day had again brought on one of his old nervous headaches. Thus far he had scarcely noticed it, but now the sharp, quivering pangs proved how a wronged physical nature could retaliate, how much more the higher and more delicate moral nature. After the paroxysm had passed, he continued, in the hard, weary tone of utter dejection, for he had dreaded even to look at Annie, and her silence confirmed his worst fears. "Well, Miss Walton, you now know the worst. On this peaceful Sabbath evening you have seen more of perdition than you ever will again. You cannot even speak to me, and I dare not look at your face. The expression of horror and disgust which I know must be there would blast and haunt me forever. It would be worse than death, for I did have a faint hope—" He was interrupted by an audible sob, and turning saw Annie with her face buried in her hands, weeping as if her heart would break. He was puzzled for a moment, and then, in the despairing condition of his mind, interpreted her wrongly. Standing near her with clenched hands, he said, in the same hard tones which seemed to have passed beyond the expression of feeling, "I'm a brute and worse. I have been wounding you as with blows by my vile story. I have been dragging your pure thoughts through the mire of my wretched life." Annie tried to speak, but apparently could not for excess of emotion. "Why could I not have gone away and died by myself, like some unclean beast?" he muttered. Then in a tone which she never forgot, and with the manner of one who was indeed leaving hope and life behind him, he said, "Farewell, Miss Walton. You will be better after I am gone." She sprung up, and laying restraining hands upon his arm, sobbed, "No, no. Why don't you understand me? My heart's breaking for you. Wait till I can speak." He placed her gently on the seat again. A great light was coming into his eyes, and he stood bending toward her as if existence depended on her next words. Could it be that her swelling throat and sobs meant sympathy for him?
She soon controlled herself, and looking up at him, with a light in her eyes that shone through her tears as sun rays through the rain, said, "Forgive me. I never realized before that so much sin and suffering could exist in one unhappy life. I do pity you, and God does far more. I will help you as He will." Gregory knelt at her feet and kissed her hand with the fervor of a captive who had just received life and liberty. "See, I do not shrink from you," she continued. "My Master would not. Why should I? He came to save just such, and just such we all would be but for His grace and shielding. I'm so sorry for you." He turned hastily away for a moment to hide his feelings, and said slowly, "I cannot trust myself. I cannot trust God yet. But I trust you, and I believe you have saved a soul from death." He stood looking toward the glowing west, and, for the first time in years, hoped that his life might close in brightness. "Mr. Gregory," said Annie, in a voice so changed that he started and turned toward her, hardly knowing what to expect. She stood beside him, no longer a tender, compassionate woman grieving for him, as if his sin were only misfortune, but her face was almost stern in its purity and earnestness. "Mr. Gregory, the mercy which God shows, and which I faintly reflect, is for you, in sharp distinction from your sin. Do not for a moment think that I can look with any lenience or indulgence on all the horrible evil you have laid before me. Do not think I can excuse or pass lightly over it as something of little consequence. I hate your sin as I hate my own. I can honestly feel and frankly show the sympathy I have manifested, only in view of your penitence and your sincere purpose, with God's help, to root out the evil of your life. This I am daily trying to do, and this you must do in the one and only way in which there is any use in trying. It is only with this clear understanding that I can give you my hand in the friendship of mutual helpfulness, and in the confidence of respect." He reverently took her hand and said, "Your conditions are just, Miss Walton, and I accept your friendship as offered with a gratitude beyond words. I can never use deceit where you are concerned, even in thought. But please do not expect too much of me. I have formed the habit of doubting. It may be very long before I have your simple, beautiful faith. I will do just the best I can. It seems that if you will trust me, help me, pray for me, I can succeed. If I am mistaken, I will carry my wretchedness where the sight of it will not pain you. If I ever do reach your Christian life, I will lavish a wealth of gratitude upon you that cannot be expressed. Indeed, I will in any case, for you have done all that I could hope and more." "I will do all you ask," she said heartily, giving at the same time his hand a strong pressure with her warm, throbbing palm, that sent a subtle current of hope and strength into his heart. Her face softened into an expression of almost sisterly affection, and with a gleam of her old mirthfulness she continued, "Take counsel of practical common sense, Mr. Gregory. Why talk so doubtfully of your success, seeking it as you purpose to? What right have you even to imagine that God will bestow upon you the great distinction of making you the first one of the race He refused to hear and answer? Be humble, and believe that He will treat you like other people." He stopped in their slow walk toward the house and said, with glad animation, "Miss Walton, do you know that you have done more to strengthen me in that little speech than by a long and labored argument?" And so they passed in out of the purple twilight, Annie's heart thrilling with something of the joy of heaven, and Gregory feeling as if the dawn were coming after Egyptian night. As they left the garden, a dusky face peered out of some thick shrubbery and looked cautiously around. Then Jeff appeared, and attributed to the scene just described a very different meaning from its real significance. End of chapter 24.